य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति।
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is the world's second largest accounting and auditing body. The Abu Dhabi chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was formed in the year 1984. Since inception, it has been led by prominent chartered accountants in Abu Dhabi and has been promoting high standards and strong ethics in professional practice. The current committee was elected in February 2020 with CA Neeraj Ritolia as the chairman of the chapter. Abu Dhabi chapter has been the proud winner of the Best Overseas Chapter Award for the years 2013, 2014, 2015 and 2016, jointly with the Dubai chapter, and second Best Overseas Chapter for the years 2017, 2018 and 2019. Abu Dhabi chapter received Special Appreciation Award for 2019 in recognition of the initiatives taken on enabling the profession to achieve newer heights. The membership to the chapter is open to all chartered accountants who are members of the parent body ICAI and are residing in the UAE. The chapter has grown to over 1,000 members from its humble beginnings of around 50 members when it was formed. Our members are highly valued and occupy important positions in the industry and the profession. The objective of the chapter is to provide continued professional enhancement to its members and towards this end, organizes seminars and events during the year that are addressed by leading subject matter experts. The chapter organizes professional development sessions covering technical skills and soft skills for the benefit of its members. The chapter also organizes student coaching classes and seminars, participation in career fairs and road shows for the CA students. The chapter also organizes social events for the members and their families and provide a platform for them to interact socially and network as part of the social responsibility initiatives. The chapter activities are widely covered in leading daily newspapers. The chapter is very proactive in exploring ways to be connected to members through various social media platforms. The chapter has organized 29 PDC events in the past 12 months, covering 78 hours of CPE credit. Considering the prevailing pandemic situation, all the events are being hosted on virtual platforms from the month of March 2020. A quick rewind of the events. The major PDC events held so far include topics such as Economic Substance Regulation, VAT Knowledge, Advancement and Updates, Global Accounting Conclave IFRS Series, NRI Taxation, India Investment Summit, Blockchain and Cryptocurrencies, Advanced Excel Analytics and Power BI, Indian Stock Market Outlook and Global Markets, Foreign Direct Investment Law. The activities related to professional development reach the pinnacle every year with the organization of the annual international seminars, which has been a regular feature since the first event in October 1988. The international seminar is addressed by leading industry and financial sector experts who share their insights and exchange ideas. The international seminar is attended by over 700 members and guests. Luminaries who have addressed the Abu Dhabi chapter include the former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, His Excellency Hussein Ibrahim Al Hamadi, Mr. Narayan Murthy, Dr. Sam Petroda, Robin Sharma, Chetan Bhagat, Shiv Khera, Sunil Gavaskar, Arokya Swami Velumani, to name a few. The 32nd Annual International Seminar themed Adapt, Embrace, Lead, Conquer the Future will be the first ever virtual annual seminar being organized by the chapter. The chapter has deployed best available technologies to provide a real event experience and make the seminar a complete virtual festival with 3 days of learning, motivation and entertainment. The speakers for the 32nd International Seminar include His Excellency Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, His Excellency Tariq bin Hindi, His Excellency Pavan Kapoor, Mr. Sridhar Vembu, Mr. Kuchauseb Chitilapilli, CA Atul Kumar Gupta, CA Ramdio Agarwal, Mr. Nikunj Dalmia, CA Sanjeev Mehta, CA T.N. Manoharan, Mr. Shiv Khera, Mr. Madhusudan Kela. Each seminar day will be followed by an entertainment session led by prominent Indian performers. We welcome all our members, their families, VIPs, sponsors and invitees to join this mega event and be part of the one-of-a-kind learning experience it provides. ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter extends its heartfelt thank you to all the sponsors for their commitment and contribution to the chapter. As we continue to grow as a chapter, please know that partnerships with our sponsors are vital to the success of the chapter. You are truly appreciated. Presenting our proud sponsors. Lead sponsor, Burjeel Hospital BPS Healthcare. Platinum sponsor, Emirates Motor Company. Gold sponsors, Lulu Group International, MMJS Consulting, Creston Menon, Zoho Books. Silver sponsors, Al Wathban National Insurance Company, Barakat Group, Crow, Pay It, powered by First Abu Dhabi Bank. Premier sponsors, ADMMI, Adnic, Al Nasser Enterprises, Apparel Group, Bank of Baroda, Century Financials, Chartered House, Deloitte, Gargash Insurance, Ideal Management Consultancy, India Palace, MCA Auditing, Tally, UHY James. Support sponsors, Actia, Baker Tilly, Chappan Bhog. Digital partner, AGP World. Radio partner, Karak FM. Print partner, Khalij Times.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Krishnan. I am the General Secretary of ICAI Abu Dhabi CS Chapter. On behalf of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India Abu Dhabi CS Chapter, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you for the third and the final day of our 32nd annual international seminar themed as Adapt, Embrace and Lead, Conquer the Future. Guest of honor, His Excellency Dr. Tariq bin Hindi. Guest of honor, Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy. Esteemed guest, Chairman of ICAI Abu Dhabi Overseas Chapters, Council members, past Chairman of Abu Dhabi and Overseas Chapters, invited guests, my fellow committee members, sponsor representative, corporate delegates, a warm good evening to you all. We are delighted and honored with the appreciation received through email, calls, and WhatsApp messages from the members, overseas chapter, speakers, and esteemed guests for arranging 23 high-profile speakers addressing our audience, 3 performers, sophisticated and advanced digital platform, perfect time management. All our effort, which has been put for the past 2 months, has been paid off. Literally, we are in cloud 9. 2 days has been passed. We are in the final stage. We are in the slog overs. Hopefully, we will cross it off in good way. Kudos to entire team of Abu Dhabi CA chapter members for arranging it so beautifully. Before I go to the today's session, let me do a quick recap of yesterday's session. Yesterday, we had a wonderful session, 6 technical sessions and 1 entertainment session. The first session was on the panel discussion of our own CA stalwarts and legends. Each and every speakers were speaking from their hearts about their profession, what is needed, where we are lacking, scope for improvement, and responsibility and the accountability of the CFOs and auditors. The panel is moderated by CAP Ramesh, with the panelist legend of CAT and Manogaran, CA Raghu, and CA Parfulla Chachar. As T and Manogaran said, the auditor is like a thermometer. They can measure the fever, but cannot cure the cancer and heart attack. It is the responsibility of each and every citizen to work in an ethical and professional manner to keep our heads high and contribute to the society. And the second session was on the topic of transformation of S Bank by Prashant Kumar, MD of S Bank. What a candid and bold talk. How the S Bank has been transformed in a short period of time. Its vision, short-term goals, and long-term goals give us so much of confidence on the investors like us. The third session was by our own Vice President, CA Nigar Niranjan Jambusaria. He was talking about strong leadership, embrace changes, and leverage of technology. And the fourth session was by Dr. Titangar Patnaik, Chief Economist of NSE India. He was talking about macroeconomy and growth and the excellent opportunities available for India in the foreseeable future with the Atmanirbhar project and so many other projects which has been enrolled by the government of India in the last 6 years. And the fifth speaker was Mr. Sridhar Vembu, founder and CEO of Yes Bank. What a golden word he said. Prestige is a trap. Just for the sake of pleasing others, we are behind so many unwanted things. What everyone needs is a happy, peaceful, and stressless life. The last but not the least, the technical session was conducted by Shiv Kera, a best-selling author and motivational speaker. With full of energy and powerful voice, he has spoken on versatile topics that are much needed in our day-to-day life. It changes our life if you start reading his books again and again and start practicing with utmost sincerity and confidence. Some of his interesting books, which I read, which I recommend everyone to read, is You Can Win, You Can Sell, Living with Honor. Everyone is a seller. Everyone can be a winner, provided if we read the books and if we have the confidence, if we start practicing it daily, regularly. Those who have missed out and those who would like to listen to the topics of yesterday's and day before yesterday's session, the link will be shared by us soon. Let me come back to the today's session. Today is the third and the final day of our 32nd annual international seminar. Today also, we have a fabulous line of speakers and performers who will be addressing on very, very interesting and relevant topics. Stay tuned and be attentive. Our first session is going to be done by Mr. Kochu Chittalapalli, founder of We Got Industries. He is going to talk about untold story of Wonder Man. The second technical session is going to be addressed by His Excellency Dr. Tariq bin Hindi. He is the Director General of Abu Dhabi Investment Office. He is going to talk about the topic of a gateway to the world. Then the third one is going to be the game changer, resonating hope and humanity by Prashant Gade. He is the CEO of Hinali. The fourth topic is going to be discussed by Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy. He is the Congress Senate of US House of Representatives. He is going to talk about revitalizing global partnership. Last but not the least, a very, very interesting session, which as a finance professional, we are all looking for bull charge. Whether will it last? Whether the census is going to hit 60, 50, or it's going to down to 30K. It is going to be done by CA Ramdev Agarwal. He is the Managing Director of Motilal Oswal Group. Mr. Madhu Kela, founder of MK Ventures. CA Pankaj Muraka, founder of Renaissance. It's going to be moderated by EE now, Mr. Ajay Sharma. Following the technical session, as usual, today being the last day, we are going to have an entertainment session, which is going to be performed by Dr. Kumar Vishwas. He is going to enlighten us with his motivational, humorous, and entertainment talks in a Kavita manner. I sincerely thank all the members for attending the seminar. Because of your support and encouragement and active participation, we are able to conduct seminar of this scale. We request each and every member to participate on all the events organized by the chapter and asking your CA friends to join the webinar. It is going to help us in a professional way and a technical way. And I sincerely thank the guests for taking their time to attend the seminar. We are using a digital platform which has been uploaded by almost each and every one of the people who have attended the program. I sincerely thank AGP World Team for providing a technological advanced platform, which includes the interactive platform for asking questions, chat options with sponsors all, conference all, and selfie point. And now today, as we promised, you can download the certificate. So please log into the website, go to the selfie point, take photos, and download your certificate. It will be very, very useful for you. And the CPE hours of 12 hours of Abu Dhabi chapter members, whoever is attending the seminar, will be uploaded soon. I sincerely thank my committee members who has put a lot of efforts to ensure that the success of a seminar. A team is more than the sum of its members. And we at the chapter truly symbolizes that. We sincerely thank each and every member of committee member for their hard work and dedication to make the event a grand success. Having said that, the team which bears the heaviest burden of this annual seminar event is the PDC team. They have invested their sweat and blood into the event right from conceptualizing the idea till this date. The whole committee would like to thank Mr. Ajay Singhvi and Mr. Mohammad Shafiq for their hard work, commitment, hunger to achieve the results. Before I conclude, I sincerely thank each and every sponsor for their excellent support and trust upon us over a period of years. Without their support, an event of this nature is not possible. We request all the sponsors to use our platform, which will benefit your organization, our fraternity, the chapter, and the society at large in various fields. Finally, I take this opportunity to thank Tally for launching their new product, Tally Prime, which is they called as a new business manager. We will arrange a session for our members on their product soon. Please attend all the webinars conducted by the chapter. Now, may I call C.A. Neeraj Rutolia, Chairman of the chapter, to welcome and address the members and delegates. C.A. Neeraj Rutolia, over to you.
Thank you, C.A. Krishnan. It was a great call to order. you summarized it very well. Day 2 was summarized in excellence, and you gave the whole story of today's event. Guest of honor, His Excellency Dr. Tariq bin Hindi, Director General of Abu Dhabi Investment Office. Members, speakers, guests, delegates, past chairmen, sponsor representatives, I welcome you all to day 3 and a very good evening. Today we will hear US Congressman Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy. Our another speaker is the one who has donated kidney to someone unknown, and this is not an easy task. Another speaker is a college dropout, and now he is embracing social cause. We have a session on stock market and then an evening with Dr. Kumar Vishwas. In his talk, C.A. Krishnan mentioned sponsors to use our platform. Here I urge all our members to use the services and products of our sponsors. They are sponsoring our event. We should give it in whatever way we can. I would just like to bring it to your attention that ICAI India is doing a virtual annual conference on 17th and 19th of December, and I request everyone to join it, please. I thank you all for attending this event, and my heartiest congratulations to all of you. Today is a day when we are indeed missing our past chairman, C.A. Ganpat Singh Viji. During annual conference time, he used to call us frequently and keep on asking whether he can be of any assistance. Is there anything what he can do for the chapter? He used to take a proper protocol that everything is going well and we are on top of each and everything. Nothing is being missed out. He was such a strong pillar of the chapter that we can never forget his legacy. I remember last year during the annual conference time, we got stuck with some permissions from the authorities, and he was the one who rescued us out. The best part of Ganpatji was he never used to take credit of whatever he does. He was always available to assist any member of the fraternity. He was our past chairman, our mentor, our godfather. We used to call him Bhishma Pitama. As I mentioned in my opening remark on day 1, that the committee has decided to dedicate a session in his memory. And our next session is dedicated to him. Team, can we have a memorial video of C.A. Ganpat Singh Viji?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good evening. Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be the MC for today's technical session. My name is Mohammed Shafiq. I'm part of the PDC team. I hope you all are having a great experience on the 32nd, the first digital virtual seminar of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. Doing this job is not alone. I'm not going to do it alone. I have a companion with me. I call him Habibi. It's none other than the charming CA Anu Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome CA Anu Thomas. Anu.
Thank you very much, Shafiq, for the wonderful words. But I do doubt there is some element of flattery in that. Good evening. Assalamu alaikum. Namaste. Sponsors, invitees, guests, and all our well-wishers. A warm welcome to all of you for the third and final day of this wonderful learning virtual event.
Anu, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Your first time in the managing committee of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. What is your experience so far organizing annual seminar?
Well, I had to say I'm really privileged and honored to be part of this managing committee. And it has been so far a wonderful learning experience for me. Till the last year, I used to be there as an attendee, going with the sessions, listening to them, and moving out. But in this year, when I'm with the committee, I get to know what are the challenges, what sort of efforts, what sort of commitments are really going into to make this event happen. Hats off to all the previous committees to bring these events to such a high level.
That's well said, Anu. Yes, it takes a lot of energy, compassion, effort to put up a show like this. I want to express deep gratitude to all the executive committee, ExCom, managing committee, and all the members of ICAI Abu Dhabi for supporting us. As our chairman, C. Neeraj Ritolia, said, the first session of this day is going to be dedicated to a legend called CA Ganbat Singh VG. This session is very special. I had a very limited interaction with CA Ganbat Singh VG, but what I understand so far being part of the committee is that he is the Bhishma Pitamahan of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. He was a legend, and I'm sure that ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter will be able to continue his legacy.
Just before moving, we want to inform you that today also we will be having the best 2 questions will be getting gift vouchers from the chapter, and also there is a gift for the best engaging member. And when you mean engaging, you should be ready to shoot questions to the speakers. You should go to all the sponsor stalls and you can ask them questions on their products and services. May I ask the team to play the sponsor video, please?
मिश्रा जी, अरे नए मैनेजर के बारे में सुना है?
काम अब यूं हो जाते हैं। अरे नए मैनेजर के साथ काम करना बहुत आसान है, बिल्कुल हमारे हिसाब से ही चलता है।
हाँ यार, मस्त है।
The new manager is superb, yeah. Understands exactly what we need.
ये आपने अच्छा नहीं किया सर। कलेक्शन सब मैं मैनेज करूं, गोडाउन से मैं कोऑर्डिनेट करूं, रिपोर्टिंग पे सब काम मैं करूं। 1 हफ्ते छुट्टी पे क्या गया, आपने मुझे प्रमोशन देने की बजाय नया मैनेजर रख लिया। वाह सर, वाह वाह, मतलब वाह।
ओनर कौन है? यह है हमारा नया बिजनेस मैनेजर।
नया टैली प्राइम, जो आपके बिजनेस को समझे, संभाले और बनाए आसान हर दिन।
और सर,
Talk about pure, fresh and healthy. What comes to your mind? Mother Nature, of course, because she is rich and bountiful. In today's modern life, every food item is full of preservatives and additives. The goodness of Mother Nature is lost. We at Barakat have made it our mission to bring nature's freshness and goodness back to you, so that you can become the healthiest version of yourself. We scour the world to do this, finding the freshest fruits and vegetables, leaving no stone unturned to deliver the promise of fresh. And we've been doing this since 1976. Our 6 state-of-the-art facilities import 124 million kgs of fresh produce a year, which fills about 6,200 containers. We pulp 18.4 million litres of juice every year. Our passionate team of chefs, nutritionists and foodies ensure that you get the freshest, preservative and additives-free fruits and vegetables, freshly squeezed juices, ice pops, healthy salads, ice creams and lots more. All this is delivered fresh every day to restaurants, cafes, hotels, supermarkets, convenience stores, vending machines and kiosks by our fleet of 350 refrigerated vehicles. You can also order it online at barakatfresh.ae with a few taps. This is the world of Barakat, where you can savor nature's freshness in its purest form. Barakat, serving the best of fresh every day.
Once production staff reach our facility, they are scanned for body temperature at the entrance. They proceed to the sanitization area where they get kitted out and go through a thorough sanitization process, including hand washing and wearing the PPE kit. Staff enter the production area where different activities of fruit and vegetable peeling, cutting and chopping take place in fully sanitized conditions. The processed fruits and vegetables are then packed in sanitized containers as per the orders and packed into eco-friendly boxes. Our delivery trucks are washed and sanitized after each delivery route, ensuring that each order reaches you in a completely hygienic manner.
Welcome back. Anu, I have a question for you. Imagine you were watching World Cup final, 1983.
Yeah, okay.
Between India and West Indies. You see that the bulb is blinking. Your television is also going for a toss. What would be your feeling?
Well, even though I was not born at that time, I could just imagine what would be going through myself. Yes, my first prayer will be, of course, for India to win. And definitely the second prayer will be the voltage to be stable. The fear of the voltage, that will be hampering me for sure.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a person who tapped on this fear, who have seen an opportunity in this adversity. It's none other than Mr. Kochausev Chittilapalli, the founder of V-Guard Industries.
I just want to add on one more thing to this.
Yeah.
Mr. Chittilapalli is not only a business magnate. Let me ask you a question. How many business magnates have you heard about parting with a portion of their wealth for charity? Maybe quite a lot.
Right?
Right?
Yeah.
But have you heard about anyone ready to give away a part of his life? No. Right? So, well, we have Chittilapalli among us who was ready to give a part of his life by donating a kidney to an ailing truck driver. And once when the media asked him, how can you go for such a thing at the age of 60? He told in a very funny manner, see, my kidney is very old. That's the reason I donated that.
Wow. Yes, there is a saying in Malayalam, Dharmam Vedinyal Karmam Mudangam, which roughly translates as the charity should be part of living. We have a person who is an epitome of this proverb. Ladies and gentlemen, team, can we have the introductory video of Coach Joseph Chitlapalli?
A multifaceted individual, Coach Joseph Chitlapalli has been spearheading the V-Guard group of companies from its inception. He holds a master's degree in physics and began his career as a supervisor in an electronics company. At the age of 27, the industrialist in him took shape with a borrowed capital of rupees 1 lakh from his father to set up a small manufacturing facility for stabilizers. Today, V-Guard is a listed company with BSE and NSE, having various ranges of eco-friendly and energy-saving electrical, electronic and electromechanical products. In the year 2000, he started Wonderla, a chain of amusement parks with presence in Cochin, Bangalore and Hyderabad. The one in Bangalore being the biggest amusement park in India. Vigaland Developers Private Limited and V-Star Creations are also ventures floated by Mr. Chitlapalli. As much as he's a businessman, Coach Joseph is a humanitarian. In 2011, he decided to donate one of his kidneys to a poor and needy truck driver whom he had never met before. Along with the Kidney Federation of India, he formed a kidney chain, the first of its kind in India, and has been championing the campaign for organ donation ever since. Coach Joseph founded K. Chitlapalli Foundation in 2012, which provides financial aid to hundreds of ordinary people on a daily basis for medical treatment, education, housing, marriage, and infrastructural development, irrespective of caste, creed, or religion.
Keralathinte Nanmamaram, the pride of Kerala. Over to you, sir.
Hi. Thank you. So shall I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you for inviting me, especially to address a gathering of chartered accountants. In fact, when I got an invitation, I was slightly skeptical in the sense, no, I am addressing a group of chartered accountants and I am talking about management. And one thing I have to confess you first, I never had a MBA or a similar degree or managerial degree when I started my business. Friends, first of all, let me thank all of you for listening me. I hope it is audible, clear. I hope it is clear.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Friends, if you ask me what prompted me to start my industry, I have to talk about something about crisis. Now we are all facing a crisis situation. Everybody is facing a crisis situation. All over the world, we are facing a crisis situation. So what motivated me to start my own business is again sort of a crisis, in the sense, when I was studying in school as well as in college, I never ever thought about starting my own industry or to become an entrepreneur. My ambition was to become a scientist because I was good in technology. Technology can be grasped easily for me, whereas managerial thing, public relation, contacting people, addressing a large group of people was quite difficult for me. I was only an average student in school, not much extracurricular activities, not in sports, not in games or in any arts. Friends, that type of a boy from a village from Kerala completed his post-graduation in physics, and I got a job. I got a job in a small-scale industry. I worked there for 3 years. All the 3 years, I used to apply for better job in ISRO, BARC, or similar institutions for a post of, say, a scientific assistant. Fortunately or unfortunately, I couldn't get a job. At the same time, the company which I was working was not doing well. They had some financial problems. So my future became a question mark. I was thrown to a crisis situation. Either I have to resign and start my own, or I have to get a better job. Getting a better job is not in my hand. Then the next option is resigning my job and starting my own. So friends, that is the beginning of VGAT. That was in 1977. I started in a very small level, just with the 2 workers. So what I would like to convey here, you chartered accountants, nothing but as an entrepreneur, some of my thoughts. What are the reasons for my progress, my success? I can share some of my thoughts. Initial days, it was a very tiny industry, just 2 workers. And no supervisor, nothing. I am the supervisor, I am the marketing man, I am the purchase man, I am the production man, everybody, everything, one-man show. But slowly by slowly, I started progressing. I have to thank, as the master of ceremony, the comparing persons as explained, because of the voltage fluctuation, I started earning my livelihood. In fact, that helped me. I find out an opportunity in a difficulty. That means voltage fluctuation. Friends, why I selected stabilizer is, again, the company which I was working there also, they had a product, stabilizers, but they never ever give much importance for stabilizer. But I noticed there is an opportunity because the voltage fluctuation is severe. I'm talking about 43 years back, now for around 44 years back. That time, the electricity supply was quite poor. Fluctuations were very, very common. So those days in Kerala, there was no TV at all, only refrigerator. That again only in upper class families, households. Friends, so to cut short, I have to compete with Keltron, Nelco, a Tata product. Those were the market leaders there. Then you may be wondering, or you may be how a tiny industry can survive or compete with Keltron or a Tata company, Nelco. Nothing but because of the quality of my product and some special features in technology wise as well as the appearance wise. Earlier days, the stabilizer means it was a neglected product, just a metal box, a rectangular metal box. I gave a little bit of aesthetic sense to it and to come out with a better shape. Not only appearance, the technology wise, I produced a better product than the available the leaders, say Keltron or Nelco. Then, so steadily, slowly and steadily, it was progressing. Then, if you ask me, what are the steps or what are the special reasons for my success? I noticed after a few years, I noticed if I want to take my company to the next level, I have to improve myself. Earlier, I thought, okay, I am good in technology. But later, after 2-3 years of my own business, then only I got the wisdom. If I want to take my company to the next level, there's no meaning in complaining others. I have to improve myself. For example, I was not at all good in marketing or sales. For example, for me, it is quite difficult to meet people, to communicate with people. I was studied in a village school, born and brought up in a village. For your information, let me explain a little bit of my village. When I was studying in primary school, there was no electricity there to that particular village even. Electricity came to my village only when I was studying in third standard. That was the period I spent my childhood. And a radio was bought in my house when I was studying in 7th standard. That is the That is the average situation in that particular village. Even though we are supposed to be comparatively financially better, we have acres and acres of land, paddy field and other agricultural field. But the situation of average villages in India or Kerala was like that. So a boy coming from a village, communication level was much low. And I noticed if I want to improve my business, I have to improve my communication skills, including public speaking. I noticed once I invited, by that time already 5 years were already over. PGAD was having business all over Kerala only. We had around 100 say dealers that time. I invited them for a dinner to Kochi. Then I prepared a long speech about my company, about my product, but that was a failure. I couldn't communicate properly to them because after seeing 100 people and addressing on a podium, I had that stage fright. Then I noticed, okay, if I want to take my company to the next level, definitely I have to improve my public speaking skills, communication skills, speaking in English. So I attended a number of training programs, attending programs in Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, just to improve my skills in communication, in English and other areas. Even I still remember, you chartered accountants, I still remember I attended a morning program conducted by a retired chartered accountant that time. He conducted a basic course for merchants of Ernakulam. So that starts early morning 6 to 9 because merchants, they have to go to their shops by 9 o'clock, 9:30. So it starts from 6 to 9. Basic accountancy and commerce. Now how to read balance sheet or what is the meaning of profit and loss account or minimum basics. I learned from that the part-time course. So what I am trying to convey here, I invested in myself to take my company to the next level. Initially, just like any youngster, I used to complain, I used to criticize, I used to contemn, I used to complain government, I used to complain union leaders, or I used to complain everybody. But later on, attending number of self-development programs, I got a wisdom. There is no meaning in complaining others. You have to take care of yourself. No doubt about it. It is applicable for even for entrepreneurs as well as even for any executives or any chartered accountant or a CFO or a consultant everywhere. No, nobody will help you unless and until you decide yourself to improve yourself. There is no meaning in crying, complaining. Only thing, we must have a positive thinking attitude. Then the question is whether if somebody is born with the positive thinking attitude, no. Everybody will be skeptical. The attitude will be negative most of the time, especially in the childhood days, in the college days, even in the younger days. But if you try to inculcate a habit of positive thinking attitude and developing a self-confidence attitude, that is possible. That is me. Example, that is me. I improved myself. As I told you, initial days I used to complain, but later on I noticed there is no meaning in complaining. So what is the use of complaining? So what I am trying to convey here, as an entrepreneur, as a leader, if you want to take your company to the next level, I believe the first reason or first thing what we have to do, improve yourself. No doubt about it. You analyze any successful personalities. Nobody is born with leadership talents. Very few maybe. Very few maybe. They may be outshining in school as well as in college. They may be getting first rank, or they may be good in extracurricular activities. What about the average people? And you just analyze, the successful businessman. Businessman, I believe the successful businessmen are not first rank holders. First rank holders, they may join for IAS or IPS, or they may become a good doctor or an engineer, architect. But I believe entrepreneurs definitely, maybe majority of them are the average people. But over a period of time, they improve themselves and try to climb the ladders of success. That's all, no doubt about it. So if you ask me the reason for we got success, one major thing I have to emphasize, nothing but the importance of self-development. It is applicable to every leader, no doubt about it. You analyze any leaders. Nowadays, I used to read biographies. I used to watch biographies of leaders, including our Mahatma Gandhi, or whether it is Nelson Mandela or anybody. Are they in the school days? Are they had extra superpower or super intelligence? No. Gandhiji himself wrote that while he was in school, he was a shy person, he was an introvert, but later on, he climbed the ladders. And again, I can quote one more thing as far as the Gandhiji's life history. A particular crisis situation in Gandhiji's life made a big change. That was in South Africa, when he was thrown out of the first class compartment. He was a lawyer, barrister. He had money. He purchased the ticket, but because of the color discrimination, he was thrown out of first class compartment. So that crisis situation, that shocking situation only, incident only, made him to change his mindset. He went back to India, then rest is history. So what I am trying to say here, if you ask me whether the leaders are born, I say no. Leaders are molded, not born. They are molded. Somebody may be molded themselves by acquiring more and more knowledge, or by attending a number of programs. Somebody may be getting a lot of, say, educational qualification. Nobody is born with full talents. Only thing we have to develop ourselves. It is applicable even to professionals. For example, in chartered accountants community, you can see very successful people, extraordinary successful people. At the same time, you can see average people. Some are excelling extremely well, but some are not. The difference is their attitude. They definitely, I believe, not because of too much intelligence. I believe after a certain stage, intelligence plays a very minor role, especially for entrepreneurs. Intelligence you can buy. Buy means you can hire, you can employ people. You can employ good engineers. You can employ good chartered accountants. You can, if it is a hospital, you can employ good doctors. Only thing, you have to learn the trick to manage the show. As a entrepreneur, we have to every day we have to juggle with too many faculties. Early morning, you may be discussing with the production manager or production engineer. After a few hours, you will get a call from the bank. Then the issue will be finance, or you have to discuss with your chartered accountant. After a few hours, you have to deal with the HR person. There may be some issue with HR related. After some time, there will be a meeting with the marketing person. Sales again. Just for your information, initial days I never knew there is separate two divisions, whether it is sales as well as marketing. I thought it is one and the same. Later only I came to know there is a separate division called marketing. There is a separate called division for sales. Marketing is something related to the propaganda, advertisement, or promotion, or building the brand. So, as an entrepreneur, we have to juggle with too many portfolios in the single day. Only thing, we must be equipped to that. You need not be a master of all. You need not be a master in every field. That's why I told you we can hire people. Only thing, again, you have to manage the people. There we need wisdom. I say practical wisdom. That's why I wrote two books, Practical Wisdom 1 and Practical Wisdom 2. Some of my thoughts, some of my managerial thoughts from my own experience. I never had a MBA degree or similar, nothing connected with management. Whatever I acquired by step, especially attending evening classes or part-time courses. So what I am trying to convey here, if you as an individual, as a chartered accountant, if you want to improve yourself, you have to invest in yourself. That is the first point. Then again, if you want to take your company to the next level, build a team. That is very important. Building a team is very important. I always believe in people. I always motivate people. I believe my managers can do better than myself. They are much knowledgeable, especially some young managers. They can perform extremely well. They are they know the modern the techniques and the tools. Nowadays, I used to say I am outdated. I am completing 70 years. Technology-wise, I am outdated. Initial days, 43 years back, I was smart enough to grab any technology. Now I am quite poor to grasp technology. But we can hire people. We know a little bit about technology. I know a little bit about marketing. I know a little bit about finance and accounting. So that is the beauty of an entrepreneur. So building a team is very important. You have to manage your a large team of people. If you ask me, one advantage which I got, that is to start Wonderla, a totally different division. Mainly because by that time, V-Guard has grown to such a level, we had a large number of managers and engineers. So I used to delegate them to the maximum level. So then only I got the confidence, even if I am not available in V-Guard office, nothing will happen. We have a large team of people, very responsible team of people. So that's why I decided to diversify to amusement parks, chain of amusement parks, Wonderla. So building a team is again quite important. Then the third point which I like to convey here, the success of any corporate, the quality consciousness. The quality consciousness and straightforward attitude. I think that is very important. If at all V-Guard is successful, V-Guard group is successful with 3-4 divisions, it's mainly because of the attitude of adhering highest standards of quality and straightforward attitude. If you ask me, the V-Guard culture, from the very beginning, it was like that only. Now, we used to give guarantee. Any consumer durable, we have to give guarantee. But I used to convey my managers, we must keep our customers happy. That is quite sure. No doubt about it. Even if some gadgets, whether it is stabilizer, water heater, or cable, or fan, or any product of V-Guard, if anything goes wrong, it is our responsibility to repair it, even after the guarantee period, with a minimum cost to the customer, even after the guarantee period, to the minimum cost to the customer, because it's our product. No, he must be happy. Then only a happy customer only will recommend our products to other prospective customers. If you can create number of happy customers, definitely you can improve your business. At the same time, if you create more number of unhappy customers, no doubt, it's very, I think we cannot grow much. That is sure. How long we can cheat people? A simple question. How long we can cheat people? You can cheat a few people for a shorter period. Not all the people all the time. No doubt about it. So I used to convey this message to my managers. So they also follow the same principle. So that is a culture of V-Guard. And I used to convey the same thing to my second generation. I hope they also will follow the same culture. So this is the some of the thoughts comes into my mind when we talk about how V-Guard started as a tiny industry with just 2 workers, and now reached to a stage of, say, a total turnover of around, say 3,000 crores Indian rupee with 3-4 divisions. And we are employing more than 5,000 people. Nothing but the above points which I have mentioned to you. Friends, I can go on talking like this, but I believe it is better to interact. You may have a few questions, definitely. So I think it is better to interact. It is better to have a chat, a discussion, question and answer session. That will be better than a monologue from my side. So with these few points, let me temporarily stop my talk here, and I will conclude it after my our question and answer session. So friends, let us move to question and answer, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much for the wonderful insights. Indeed, right attitude is the thing that you should have to be successful in your life. Add on to that, teamwork and focus is something that really builds your business. Now we have a few questions from our members. We're just starting with one. The first question is, from an electronics business to an amusement park, 2 businesses that stand really apart. What is the thought process behind that?
Yeah, I just mentioned about the beginning of the thought process of starting an amusement park. Now, by that time, I have completed 20 years in V-Guard. By that time, we developed a number of products, starting with the stabilizers, then pumps, water heaters, cable, so many other products. And by that time, we developed a number of managers and engineers. So I thought I can take a totally diversified business. That time we used to travel abroad for holidays. I used to take my children; they were school going. I used to take them to amusement parks like say Disneyland or Universal Studio or similar. So I thought, why can't I start a smaller version in Kochi? So that was the thought process. I never had any idea of amusement parks. So I put a lot of time into it. I made a small team, and we none of us, including me, none of us had a experience. Never had any experience in setting up an amusement park. We selected a very junior architect because he also had no idea about amusement park, how to design amusement park. So we together we traveled with our managers, traveled many places to visit amusement parks, and we finally came out with a smaller version of it. So initially, we spent only 22 crores in Kochi to start the first amusement park in Kochi, but that was a big success. But I can tell you one more thing. Now, when we talk about the diversification, all my consultants, everybody, including our bankers, they simply objected my idea of starting amusement park because nothing but they were saying, what is this? VGAD is growing regularly, growing year by year. Then why can't you grow the VGAD business? Then I said, no, VGAD is growing. That is true. But why can't I think about a different line? Initially, it was very difficult to get a loan for my amusement park. Whereas all the banks are ready to give any amount of money for VGAD because that is a sure shot, that's a success story. So it was very difficult to convince the bankers. It's very difficult to convince the chartered accountants or consultants. But it became a success. Then immediately within 5 years, we started one more in Bangalore and one more in Hyderabad. And the fourth one is planning in Chennai. That is the short answer for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that insight. Diversification is key to any business. Yes. So we're receiving a lot of questions, but I'm taking the privilege of being an MC here, so that I'm asking a question which is my own question. I've noted that you're much more involved in donating organs and such kind of charity works. And you have even donated your kidney, and you simplified it by saying that I have donated to a 60-year-old kidney. But if someone asked me, to be honest, I wouldn't be doing it. What's the real incentive? What was the motive behind it?
That again is, in fact, it's quite accidental in the sense I never thought about donating one of my kidneys even up to the age of 58 or even up to 59. One of my distant relatives had a kidney problem. So that time I was closely watching them because they are distant relatives. So I have no personal sentimental attachment, but as a distant relation, I used to watch them. I used to hear their agonies. They were taking the patient for dialysis, and finally a transplant is needed, and they were searching for a donor because their close relatives that is not matching. So they were ready to pay any amount of money because they were rich. But getting a donor is quite difficult those days, even now. So I thought, is it that complicated? Then I consulted with the nephrologist doctors. They say, if you are healthy, nothing wrong in donating one of your kidneys. If you are healthy, that is important. Then by that time, that patient, unfortunately, that patient died because of some other acute other problems. still, I was discussing with doctors, some of my doctor friends. Then my doctor friends, they discouraged me. What are you talking about? What is the need of, when none of your relative are in need of any kidneys? But I persuaded the same idea. I discussed in my family. They were also objecting. What is the need? Then I said, no. Let me check my health. If I am healthy, why not I can donate one of my kidney. That was the thought process. So then slowly by slowly, I approached the doctors, and they confirmed me that even at the age of 60, I am quite healthy, even to donate one of my kidneys. Then it was donated to a truck driver. Why to that truck driver is nothing, but he was only 42 years age. His wife was willing to donate. They have only one kid, a 6-year-old girl child. His wife was willing to donate, but their blood group were not matching. So the idea was, I will donate to this truck driver. Let she donate to somebody else. And again, the recipient, any close relative, let them donate to somebody else. And the chain goes on. That was the idea. So that truck driver was fortunate. I can't say fortunate because his wife also donated later after 6 months, she donated to somebody else. So there is no, I can't say it's fortunate. I simply donated to this truck driver. Only thing, I am happy that with that old spare part, that truck driver is still driving his truck even after 10 years. Almost 10 years are completed. I am also healthy. He is also healthy, and she donated to somebody else. So I can give a message. I can convey a message to the public. This is possible, provided you are healthy. Many times, many cases, the businessmen, after acquiring a lot of wealth, finally they may be acquiring a lot of other wealth, like say diseases like say hypertension or diabetes or similar. I am lucky that I am physically fit. So that is the message I would like to convey in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was indeed a very noble cause where you started the kidney chain across India, a very, very humanitarian cause. Now we have one question from one of our members, CA Ankur Ranka. The question says, you have a wonderful story on how to overcome weakness by investing in yourself. And we are sure it will guide others to stabilize and shape their future. How you managed to deal with your critics, and how difficult was it to deal with giants who probably have a monopoly in the market? Have you faced ethical or unethical challenges from your competitors?
How do we manage the competition, ethical, unethical practices? Definitely, in my case, from the very beginning itself, I used to follow ethical standards, whether it is dealing with our dealers or paying our taxes. If you pay your taxes, you need not worry about any politician or any IAS officer or any bureaucrats. Whereas if you are evading or avoiding taxes, definitely you will be in their net. Then you will be forced to give bribe. Then you will complain. Politicians are bad or bureaucrats are bad. Whereas, first of all, we have to do our duty. We have to be perfect. So if you pay your taxes properly, then you need not worry about anything. Similarly, in the market also, I never worry about any competition. For example, even in the beginning stages, my focus was I have to sell few number of stabilizers. I had a blind belief that is possible because I believe market is a big ocean. I will get a small quantity, a small share out of it. out of it. For that, you need not worry about market giants or market leaders. Provided if your product is good, if your product is unique, if you can claim something special in your product, definitely you can sell. So, in my attitude, we need not lose our self-esteem. We need not lose our self-esteem, especially when you do business. I can tell you one more thing. We got public issue time. One of our project was a underground cable project. The IPO. It is already included in that investment, underground cables, and we started that underground cables, and later only, we got the knowledge, we had to sell these underground cables mainly to electricity board, whether it is Kerala or whether it is Tamil Nadu or Karnataka. So there again, you have to do some unethical dealings. So that was a big headache for us because we were not able to do that, whereas our distributors were doing in another way, but we were not happy. To cut short the story, we stopped manufacturing underground cables only because there are a lot of unethical practices going on in that line, and it became a big headache for us. We stopped the production, we scrapped the machines, we utilized the factory for some other purpose. That means manufacturing house wiring cables. House wiring cables, we can directly sell to the customers, to the end users. So we need not lose our self-esteem when you do business. That is my thinking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are getting a lot of questions, but due to interest of time, we taken the last question now. It's two questions have been asked similar. So the question is, Kerala is notorious for its labor disputes, and you have been a victim of the same like many other entrepreneurs who have invested there. So could you please explain the right equilibrium if we need to develop investment in Kerala from an employer-employee perspective? This is asked by Krishnan. And we have an add-on question, Mr. Galib Kotatarin. You have earned public applause on your stern stand against trade unions. Where were you, from where you got this courage? Normally business people are afraid of this. Could you please elaborate?
Okay, so everybody talk about Kerala. Now we have a peculiar state in India. We are the first state government elected. They elected Communist Party. First time in all over the world, a Communist Party was elected by election. And so that is Kerala. So we have to accept it. So definitely there were issues. We had some labor problems and we had a lot of drama on it. And just for your information, years back, maybe 35 years back, when I started, after starting just 5 to 7 years, even we had labor problems. Some of our units were shut down. So that time, what I think differently in the sense, I started outsourcing. Till that period, we were manufacturing in our own premises. So when the crisis situation came, when the union, they started agitating, striking, then I thought a differently, outsourcing my product. Nothing wrong in outsourcing. For example, we are arranging raw materials, we are arranging our supervisors, engineers there. We are the design is ours. So quality check is done by our engineers. Everything is managed by our people. So that became a blessing in disguise in my case. From that day onwards, we enlarged that particular area of outsourcing. So what I am trying to say is nothing but, of course, there will be problems everywhere. There will be problems everywhere. Even if, do you think that, for example, Mumbai, do you think everything is perfect? Everybody knows about the underworld and everybody knows about many issues in Mumbai. But still people are surviving there. No? The entrepreneurship is surviving there. So there will be a solution for anything. That is my attitude. And you know, I had many occasions fighting with the union issues. Anyway, I don't want to go into the details. What I want to cut short is nothing but if your intentions are good and if you are courageous, nobody can stop you. If your intentions are good and if you are courageous, nobody can stop you. Then the question is, how can you earn or acquire courage or self-confidence? And there is no other way. Just practice in the sense, encounter situations, encounter crisis situations, encounter challenges, face different types of challenges. Then definitely, automatically, you will become more self-confident. You will become more courageous, no doubt about it. Nobody can stop you. That is my attitude. Friends, since this is the last question, these are some of the thoughts comes into my mind when I address you people. Friends, thank you for a patient listening. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the wonderful briefing on the questions. And we were indeed honored and privileged for you to come here, to come among us and raise the occasion.
Thank you so much, sir. We are proud as a Malayali. We are proud of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So may I take leave with your permission?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our second session of the day. Its title is Abu Dhabi, Gateway to the World. Abu Dhabi is a gateway to the Middle East, Africa, and South Asia. 80% of world population live within 8-hour flight from Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi Investment Office was incorporated for supporting private sector investment in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. His Excellency Dr. Tariq bin Hindi is the Director General of ADIO. There is a saying in Arabic, Arsil Hakiman wala tuwassih, which means send a wise man, don't advise him. Yes, we have a wise man with us who is taking ADIO to the heights.
We are indeed honored to have you, His Excellency Tariq bin Hindi, as guest of honor today, and we welcome you, sir, to the conference. Team, can we have the intro video, please?
His Excellency Dr. Tariq bin Hindi is the Director General of the Abu Dhabi Investment Office. He leads the organization's efforts to grow and diversify Abu Dhabi's economy through private sector investment. He also oversees strategic initiatives that support the Emirates' economic growth and reputation on the world stage. Prior to joining ADIO, His Excellency held leadership roles at various institutions including Emirates NBD, Mubadala and Citibank. He also sits on a number of boards including AXA GCIC and EPG. His Excellency holds a PhD in economics from the Imperial College London and graduate degrees from Columbia University and London Business School.
Abu Dhabi is commonly called as the Arabian Jewel. His Excellency Dr. Tariq bin Handi is known as the face of Abu Dhabi investment. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's an absolute privilege to be speaking here again at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. This has been a privilege for me, and I just want to say I do not know how I can follow on from what the honorable gentleman was saying earlier, and his journey in life and starting the entire cause around donations, particularly, you know, considering the message he sent out by donating a part of his body and what that was able to accomplish. So thank you again. I will try my best to follow on from that in the best way possible. One thing I would like to start with is to really focus on and emphasize the fact that the Indian community, not only in Abu Dhabi, but in all of Abu Dhabi, all of the UAE, has been tremendously positive for the development and growth of our country and of our emirate. I do not believe that we would have accomplished as much of what we've accomplished without the support of the Indian community and the businesses and the experiences and the society and the culture and the contributions that they've made in all aspects of where it is that we are today as an emirate and as a country. So I just wanted to send my thanks that we continue to build and develop this relationship between Abu Dhabi and India and all of the inhabitants of the UAE that are from India that call the UAE home. With that, what I would like to focus on is what it is that we are trying to deliver as the Abu Dhabi Investment Office on behalf of Abu Dhabi. We were established in early 2019 with really a couple of missions, but the fundamental mission being that we needed to simplify the process for any investors who were looking to make Abu Dhabi home, that we were to facilitate that experience from A to Z and make sure that it was as simple as possible. And three, that we were to focus on innovation and use financial and non-financial instruments to help drive that innovation, the adoption of technology, the creation and expansion of businesses in Abu Dhabi into the UAE and into the region, as well as into the wider part of our geographic presence and where it is that you're able to access from Abu Dhabi very simply. Now, we also focus on public-private partnerships and how it is that we can bring the private sector to help in the continued development of Abu Dhabi as an emirate from an infrastructure perspective, but also from an education perspective, from a health perspective, agriculture, so on and so forth. We've identified core sectors. Abu Dhabi has put substantial funding behind those sectors to help develop and expand companies, ideas, and individuals that are looking to grow their businesses and experience different things in Abu Dhabi. One thing I would like to focus on, and actually one thing I would like to highlight, is one of the reasons that I'm speaking at this event today is one of my colleagues, who is one of my core advisors, had recommended that I talk at this event today. And I see the quality of what he brings to the Abu Dhabi Investment Office, and that's my colleague Chandra, and what he delivers and the insights that he provides and so on. And I can only imagine that all of the members of this institute deliver the same and equal quality of work and contribution and insights and strategy to the people that they work with. And for that, I am grateful. Now, what I would like to finally end on, I suppose, is to focus on how it is that we can take what it is that already exists in Abu Dhabi and the ideas and the support that you have provided us and the way that you've helped us develop these businesses, and look at how we can expand it. Every company today is a technology company or needs to be a technology company. Some of them know it, they've accepted it, they understand they need to push the boundaries. Others are not fully aware and they need to embrace that. We as ADIO are looking at how we can support both of those institutions that are at different stages of their development by looking at the companies that we're bringing from abroad and how we're helping to integrate them with what those companies are looking to accomplish. By looking at how it is that we can take what they've already built here in the UAE and help them grow, help them pivot, change course, adjust, but continue to grow and thrive. 2020 has been a very challenging year for many institutions. I think if we look at where we started the year, you know, we were talking about wildfires in Australia and so on, and nobody thought that it could get worse, and it did get worse. But one thing that we noticed was that the community that we have built in Abu Dhabi and in the UAE stuck together. They accomplished things together. They were able to continue to deliver, to provide resiliency to not just the companies, but also to the people that call the UAE home. And this is testament to the fabric that has been created from all of these cultures working harmoniously together to deliver not just on their aspirations, but on the aspirations that the government has, on the support that the government is providing so that everyone can be successful. And if there are issues, we want to hear from you. We want to understand what those issues are. We want to take them to the policymakers and the regulators and help adjust them. We want to continue to make things simple and grow things in a positive manner. With that, I would like to end my introduction and what it is that we are doing and how it is that we are looking to support you and what it is that we're looking from you as well. We want your feedback. We want to understand what we can do better. The government and the ruling family in Abu Dhabi needs to and wants to understand what the community is going through. We want to increase that engagement, and please consider audio as that funnel for that engagement. Anything that you believe we can be doing better as a government, as a country, as an economy, we want to hear that, we want to take that, and we want to launch that, and we want to grow together. So thank you very much. Again, it's an absolute privilege to have spoken to you today. Again, my message is very different to the message that the previous speaker had made. And what I want to end on really is to say that it's absolutely correct. We need to take chances, we need to take risks, and we need to grow together. We want to de-risk that exposure for you and help you thrive and grow. And we welcome any feedback, comments that you may have. And inshallah, the rest of this event goes well. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Dr. Tariq bin Hamdi. It was a privilege to have you and nice to hear the contribution of Indian community to UAE. Thank you so much once again for your valuable time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to the next session. Anu, I have a question for you. What's your thought on differently abled people?
See, first of all, I have to say that we are really blessed to be born in this way without any deformalities or anything. God has kindly been so kind to us so that we are shaped in such a way. Now, many of us know the people who are suffering from this type of disabilities. Maybe we know a little bit about their mobility issues, about their accessibility issues, but have we ever known, have you ever thought about what hopes they aspire, what are their dreams, and what are the daily struggles that they face? There are people who know about these inside out.
Here is a man with us who is an epitome of hope and humanity. He made a prosthetic arm for just $75 when it is more than $10,000. And he was offering this as a charity, free of cost, to the needy. It is none other than Mr. Prashant Gade, CEO of INALI. Team, can we have the introductory video of Mr. Prashant Gade?
Prashant Gade, a 28-year-old maker by profession and innovator by soul. Prashant is the founder and CEO of INALI, which works for the upliftment of people with certain upper limb disabilities. INALI was started by Prashant in 2018 with a thought to help a 7-year-old girl with missing limbs. And the journey continued till date. Through INALI, 2,000 free electronic prosthetic arms have been provided to people living in rural parts of the country. INALI has been recognized by several institutions like Infosys Foundation for the innovation of India's most affordable prosthetic arm, INALI Arm. Prashant currently leads the research and development of INALI and has a vision to create an organization in India which creates affordable but advanced healthcare products. Prashant Gade also received the Infosys Social Innovation Award in 2018, NASSCOM Social Innovation Forum Award in 2019 and James Dyson Award. He was also featured in leading medias including Better India, Logical Indian and Deccan Chronicle.
एक लेडी हमारे पास में आई और हमने उनको हाथ लगा दिया जैसे बाकी पेशेंट को हम हाथ लगाते हैं। तो वो 2 मिनट तक उनके हाथ की तरफ देखती रही और वो रोने लगी। उन्होंने कहा, अब मैं मेरी बेटी के बाल बना सकती हूँ। जब आप किसी के लिए कुछ करते हैं और उसका असर देखते हैं कि वो इंसान की खुशी उसके चेहरे पे दिख रही है, वो ऐसा होता है कि शायद आपको भगवान मिल गए। काफ़ी उल्टा था इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, क्योंकि मुझे लगता था वहाँ पे वो आविष्कार होगा, उसकी बातें होंगी, पर ना वहाँ आविष्कार था ना उसकी बातें थी। बात सिर्फ एक थी कि आप वो 40 नंबर कैसे लाएंगे, आपको एग्ज़ाम कैसे पास करनी है और आपको जॉब कैसे मिलेगी। तब तक कुछ दिमाग में था ही नहीं कि मेरे को लोगों के लिए कुछ बनाना है या करना है। मेरे को तो अपना प्रोजेक्ट करना है। जिस इंसान को मैं पहली बार मिला, वो एक छोटी सी बच्ची थी 7 साल की, बचपन से दोनों हाथ में थी। बस मेरे को लगा कि मुझे कुछ करना चाहिए। मैंने एक कंपनी को अप्रोच किया और कहा कि एक बच्ची है, उसके लिए 2 हाथ चाहिए। उस कंपनी ने अगले दिन मुझे 24 लाख रुपए मांगे। तो सोचा और ढूंढता हूँ ऐसे कितने लोग हैं जिसको ऐसे हाथ की ज़रूरत है। तो इंडिया में सिर्फ हर साल 40,000 से भी ज़्यादा लोगों के हाथ कटते हैं और 85% लोग ऐसे हैं जिनके पास कोई सोल्यूशन नहीं है। रीज़न, वो अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते। तो मन में लगा कि शायद ये वो चीज़ है जो मुझे वो आंसर दे दे कि मेरी लाइफ का पर्पस क्या है। हमने एक ऐसा हाथ बनाया जो कहीं भी और किसी को भी इजीली लग सके। आज कहीं ना कहीं और भी बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग होंगे जिनको ऐसे हाथ की बहुत ज़रूरत होगी। हम गांव-गांव जा के ऐसे लोगों को मदद दे सकते हैं, उनको वो हाथ दे के उसको उम्मीद दे सकते हैं कि तुम तुम्हारी लाइफ में कुछ कर सकते हो, और उन तक पहुंचने के लिए मुझे आपकी मदद की ज़रूरत है।
Prashant Gade, over to you.
Thank you, guys. First of all, thanks to all of you for giving this opportunity to make these things happen and spread the word to many people around the world who might be not aware about certain sort of disability, upper limb disability, especially in India or maybe other part of the world. So let me start with the introduction to INALI. INALI works for upper limb disability, and mostly for people who are from the rural background, who doesn't have any access to any sort of prosthetic care. So how INALI came into the existence? It's all started in 2014 when I was doing my engineering. I actually dropped out from my engineering college just because of a few reasons that we were not able to learn, to explore, and to create which actually frustrated me, and I thought this is not the way I wanted to learn, and I actually left my engineering, and I went to a city in India, in Pune, for looking a job. And while looking for a job, I got an opportunity to join a lab called Fab Academy. So Fab Academy was a lab which works with research projects or different sort of innovations. While working in this Fab lab, I got another opportunity to join a course called Fab Academy. So Fab Academy is a course from Center of Bits and Atom at MIT Boston. Now to complete this course, you must have a project which you need to complete in the 6 months so you can get your graduation done. And like every other student, I was also looking for a good project. And one day I got a chance to meet a guy named Nicolas. So Nicolas was from France, and in an accident, he lost his right arm. But instead of crying, he actually made an arm for himself. He was a carpenter at that time. And I was really shocked and was interested, like, this is something interesting and a different project, with no idea that I have to do something for the society or make something for the people. I started working on this project, and with time, one day, one of my professor asked me, why don't you go out, meet people, and see if you can help them out with this arm. And the first person to whom I ever met in my life, I could say, who would be a differently abled person, was a 7-year-old girl who was born without her both upper limbs. Now, the way she was living was really touchy to me, because not having both your arms at certain small age is a big thing. But still, I was finding that smile on her face and the joy of living. But she was not aware, when she is going to grow up, how the society is going to look at her, how her parents are going to think about, like, who is going to marry this girl who's not having both arms, and different things, which are the major issues in country like India. I wasn't able to sleep at that night after looking at her, and I thought, why not to give 2 prosthetic arm to her? So I thought to approach a company which makes prosthetic arm. And when I approached the company, you cannot even imagine how much they quoted me. They quoted me about, I could say, more than 10,000 US dollars for one arm. So it was nearly 20,000 US dollars for just 2 arms. And in country like India, for a kid who is going to grow every year, his hand size are going to grow, which parents are going to afford $20,000 in every 2 years. I could say 90% of the Indian population are from middle class, and they cannot afford such an expensive prosthetic arm. And I was really shocked with that. So I thought, why not to find how many more people need this? And this is what I found. Nearly about 40,000 people every year miss their limbs. 85% of them are still living without any solution. And the reason was affordability. This 85% are living in with certain reason because they can't afford it. And no one would like to make something for somebody just because they can't afford it. And I don't know why, from the entire inside, I felt like throughout my life, I was searching for the purpose of my life, like why I'm born, what is the reason behind it, what I wanted to achieve in my life. That's not money, because I earned a lot, but I never thought that it's satisfying me from inside. So this work actually gave me the insight, like I can get my answer to my all question, like why I'm born, what is the purpose of my life. So I left my job, I left that course, and started working on the prosthetic arm. But this was not a great idea for my parents, because at that time I was just 22, and my parents was like, this is not your age to do something for the society, you must earn for yourself. And they again put me into another course where if I complete the course, I will get another job. But for me, that was something in my head that I wanted to do something for the people. who are living with a missing limb. So I never attended any class of that course and used to sit in my hostel and used to make that prosthetic arm. But I didn't had a lot of money to reach this number of people. So what I'm going to do? So basically, I started a crowdfunding, put some videos of the hand that I made on the crowdfunding webpage. I didn't got any money, but an NGO actually saw that video and they actually called me out in a city named Jaipur. And they gave me a small funding to design 7 hands. And now this was a big thing for me, even though the amount was very less, but this is the something I felt like this is the start for me. Now it's a big decision of my entire life because my parents wanted me to complete something. But if I leave this thing, they will be totally upset. So what I did actually, I still remember that thing. I clicked the photo of the check that I got from that NGO and sent it to my father saying that, I know I'm going to upset you for not completing what you wanted me to do, but I could upset you, but I won't be able to blame you for my entire life that I failed just because of you. So I basically sent that message, or which my father replied, now whatever happened in your life, you are the only person who's responsible, for which I was completely ready. I shifted to Jaipur, rented a small room in very outskirts because I was not having enough money. And every day I used to walk about 10 miles because I have to save my money. I don't even have a good amount of money to eat properly. So I used to go to that NGO, start creating few designs. Every time I created number of designs, but the director of the NGO used to say, no, we can't afford it. No, we can't afford it. And I remember about 5 months were already passed away. And now I was running out of time and money. I was left with that amount of money that if I pay my house rent, I won't be able to eat twice a day. So I have to think, what should I do? So I thought, why not to go to the director of the NGO and ask him how much he can afford, or which he replied $100. I was completely shocked. I was talking about a hand which is costing about $10,000 and someone is expecting a hand which is in $100. How this thing is possible? But still, I don't have any way to go back to my father and say I failed. So what should I do? I thought, let's take up this challenge. No way to go back. I started thinking like a kid who doesn't know engineering, who doesn't have any idea of the technology. If you give a task to such kid, how's going to do this? So basically, I came up with this thought, how to do more when you have less. So the best thing, what I did, I actually started looking for the stuff which are very close to me, which are locally available, and started observing things like, if I say a few examples, my mother gave me a hot water bag. So what I can do with this hot water bag? Most of the expensive prosthetic arm are having some fingertips, which are silicone fingertips, which gives a good grip, but they're highly expensive. Now, I don't have that much amount of money to make this silicone tip or get this silicone tip, but I do have this water bag. So actually, I cut this water bag, and it has a great grip over it. If you can feel it, it get a great sense. So actually, I cut that and make a fingertip out of it and put it on the fingers of my prosthetic arm. And it gave me a good grip. Apart from this, what I did, I used to observe small toy cars like from JCB, where you have a mechanism to lift something, to lift the materials, and it looks like a finger. So I was having that toy with me, and I started thinking, if I can convert this thing into a finger, can I use the same mechanism which is used in the toy? And I created a few designs which work like a finger and started working more good like an actual prosthetic arm. Apart from that, if we see, our body is having a lot of muscles inside it, and when you talk about your hand, the autonomy is something, we have some tendons like in our hand. Whenever it pulls, the fingers come down and up. So I don't have I could say expensive motors to make this thing happen, but I do have a badminton racket over which I pulled out those tendons inside it, put all those in the fingers of my prosthetic arm, use a motor which wind those tendons and the hand open and close. So that was a basic design that I created at the time. After 20 days, I went back to the director, and the hand which he was asking me to make in $100, I created it into $75, and he was really shocked, and I was really happy that okay, you came up with something which we can actually afford. But I could say, if life is so easy for anyone, things would be different. But it's not that simple that if you make something, it's go viral, or you get a lot of publicity, opportunities and all. It's like every time you have to struggle to make those things. So the director on the second moment asked me, how you're going to make it? You don't have machines. And I was really completely upset that how I'm going to do this. So what I was like, basically I was hopeless. And the next moment, I got a email from a professor in US who actually saw some videos. So when I was working in this NGO, I put it some videos of the patients to whom I was testing my hand on YouTube. Now this professor saw those videos and just emailed me that we are going to organize a conference on biomedical devices. Would you like to come and show us what you have designed? And I was like, who's going to say no? I went to US, gave a talk over disability, what are the problems in India, and how we can solve it, and what are the opportunities that we can actually create for such people, mostly for in any countries like Nigeria, South Africa, or mostly in India, because we have a lot of amputation. So most of the people who were in the conference came to me and asked like what sort of help we can actually help you out. I didn't ask for money, but I gave them my actual situation that I have created a design, but I don't have machines to make these hands. So how I'm going to cater this number of people? Now, these guys went back and they came next day to me and just started saying, we wanted to help you and something is coming with you. And then right on the next moment, they gave me 10 machines for free. And I started crying because like God didn't give me money, but they gave me good people, which actually helped me out. I came back to India, started a company named Inali Foundation. So Inali Foundation is an NGO which is working from 2018. I was doing my research from 2015 till 2018. In 2018, the company was established as an NGO for a non-profit. And from 2018 till 2020, we have given more than 2,500 hands for free across India. And these are the people who never imagined that they can get a hand after the amputation. I still remind some of the events which actually made my life more prosperous in terms of satisfaction, where some of the incident I would like to share. Recently, we got a call from a lady who saw our video on YouTube, and she actually called us and said like, we saw the video, my mother has lost her right arm, and I wanted to know, can she get an arm? The moment I said, yes, you can get the arm, she can get an arm, she actually started crying on the phone and was shouting and calling her mother that, mother, you can get her arm. It's true, it's not fake. So basically, when I asked like why you are crying, she said like, we were not even aware that after amputation we can get an arm. And I was feeling so bad that how lack of awareness is there in our country, where we cannot spread the word that there is an innovation that could change the life of people. Basically, we try to get platform where we speak about innovations that could change the life of a person. And when I talk that when I started, this is something which I was looking for. What was the purpose of my life? Did I got that answer that what is the purpose of my life? When we die, everyone in India, it's a culture that when you die, you cannot take anything with you, even not your clothes. People took off your clothes also. Then what is the reason of earning so much amount of money, having a good house, living a great life? What's the reason behind it? What's your purpose of your life? This question actually struck me every time, but how I got the answer. One day a lady came to us and said like, after giving the hand, she started crying. When we asked like, what happened? Why are you crying? On which she replied, now I can comb the hair of my daughters. And that was so heart touching to me that I got everything in my life. And I got that answer that life is, the purpose of our life is not about what we can take with us, but what we can give back to our society with whatever we have learned. Even if we can send one guy to a school, it's more than enough. Now, Inali is not just an NGO which talks about disability, but Inali is something which works on, I could say, research and development to create new designs and technology for people with certain upper limb disability and lower limb disability also. And I would like to just end this with one few line. Disability is something which need awareness. Any sort of help that you can put us to reach this or spread our word to your connects, please help us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant Gade. I know the attendees or the members would be really enjoying this virtual experience, but I'm sure that we are missing something today. After listening to you, I'm sure that if they have been here attending to you live in real, we all would be giving you a standing ovation. Thank you, Prashant Gade, for such a wonderful initiative.
Thank you. Thank you.
ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter member, ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter itself is truly touched by your initiative, and we would like to announce a contribution of 1 lakh rupees to your cause. And I also earnestly request all the members and those who all are listening to Mr. Prashant Gade, please contribute generously to the extent possible. The details are there online, or you can contact any of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter members, committee members. Anu, let's move to the Q&A, right?
Yes. So we have a few questions lined up for you. The first question is, when you actually got the spark to serve the people who cannot afford the equipment?
I was 22 at that time. I just left my engineering and started working on this Fab Academy and Fab Lab. The moment I could say when I met this 7-year-old girl, and the moment I saw her, I wasn't able to just left after looking at her out. That mostly we did whenever we find someone on our roads who is with certain disability, and we say, "Oh, pity, what should I do?" or "What can I do in this?" But at that moment, I thought, no, I can't leave just saying, "What can I do?" I have to do something. And that was the spark after looking at that girl that I found.
Okay. So we move on to the next question. It's from our chairman. There is a very famous institution for legs in Jaipur. How are you different in running Inali comparing to the Jaipur Food Organization?
Oh, so I've been, when I said Jaipur Food, I was talking about an NGO in Jaipur. So Jaipur was the first one who actually gave us the platform. And we have been working with them from last 5 years. Mostly, we gave with them about 1,700 hands. So Jaipur Foot is something which is not a smart foot, or which doesn't have any incorporation of technology inside it. But when we talk about the hand, let's say a hand is something where it can interact with the human. Let's say how much amount of weight you're lifting up. You don't even know when you talk about the Jaipur hands, but this hand have the sensors inside it, which gives you that the weight lifting capacity is more than what you are required, or you can lift more weight. Apart from that, we try to make it more interactive. Let's say if you're traveling somewhere, you don't have a charger, you can actually connect your phone in your hand and it starts charging. It have all the finger movement, something like this. It open and close. It goes about a week with one single charge. Jaipur foot, the hand earlier Jaipur foot was giving, apart from the lower limb, was a mechanical hand which has a harness kind of thing which goes through your shoulder. You need to pull your shoulder back to open and close. Apart from the hand that we use different sensors like the myo sensors, gesture sensors, where you have a sensor which you put in your ankle joint. With your gesture, it open and close. The second thing, it takes your signal from your brain impulse. Whenever you think to move your finger, the arm actually have some sensors inside it, which takes the signal, give it to the processor, which makes it move. So it's completely have a different technology than what is being used so far in India. Because the Indian arms that have been developed so far are just in, I could say, cosmetic arms.
Okay, now sir, I mean, in the world we are living in today, the values of compassion and love are going down day by day. What will be your message to the youth of today?
Mostly I've seen a lot of people from graduating from good universities or good colleges, they are just running behind money. But still, after getting good amount of money, they are still focusing on something where they can get more good opportunity. But at the end, they are not satisfied. And when we come up about 40 or 45 or 50 or in our 70s, we think what we have done in our entire life instead of earning money. And then they thought, like, what is the purpose of my life? I would just give one single thing: sit for a moment, and when you find somebody in difficulty, try to help him out, and this will become your attitude one day if you try to do the same thing every day. And basically it will change your entire life and the way you think for your life. And this is not just for yourself, it will change the entire country.
Okay, since we are running a little bit short of time, we would like to move on to the last question. So, what are your future plans, and have you ever thought of using your innovative ideas in the business area?
Yeah. So the current the situation is we started an organization named Inali Assistive Tech, which is for profit. So our, I could say, next 5-year goal is to create an organization that works in the sector of healthcare, where we create affordable healthcare devices in every sort of disability. We are also working in virtual reality, where we how you can use virtual reality for different sort of diseases or things like paralysis or Alzheimer's. So to create an industry which change the look of the healthcare in the coming 10 years. And this Inali Assistive Tech would be the main organization which could be change the face of India in terms of healthcare, I could say.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving your thoughts and views. And we are really honored for having you with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prashant Kare. You just don't resonate hope, but also humanity. We all are proud to have you as an inspiration for the young generation for India. Thank you so much.
And so just to add on, we have one more question here. We have a few members asking us if anyone wants to donate, how they can donate. Can you just brief on that?
Yeah, so basically there are two things. I could say on the website you can go and you can find a donate now button. Using that you can directly donate. Either way, if somebody is not from India, they would connect us on our email, which is like prashant@inalifoundation.com. So I can guide the way they can actually donate to our foundation. Either way, we also do camps. So they can support us in our camps where we go and fit this prosthetic arm to many people. So I could say the best way is to connect through email, where we can talk more how they can support in different way.
Thank you so much.
Most welcome.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Anu, what's next with us?
Now, today we have a guest of honor who is very special, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy from the United States, who was elected in November 2016 and for the second time in November 2020 to represent the 8th District of Illinois. Team, can I have the intro video for Raja Krishnamurthy?
Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy was elected in November 2016 to represent the 8th District of Illinois, which includes the west and northwest suburbs of Chicago. Raja was re-elected during the recent US elections. Raja serves on the Overnight Committee, for which he's also the chairman of the Subcommittee on Economic and Consumer Policy, as well as on the House Intelligence Committee. In addition, Raja was selected as an assistant whip and serves on the Steering and Policy Committee. Raja also served as the vice chair of the Illinois Innovation Council and co-founded Inspire, a non-profit that provides inner-city students and veterans with training in solar technology. He graduated from Princeton University with a degree in mechanical engineering. He then graduated with honors from Harvard Law School and clerked for a federal judge before practicing law in Chicago.
A message from Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Hi, I'm Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy. Thank you for the honor of joining you, albeit virtually, for what I understand is your 32nd annual international seminar of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. While I am disappointed I can't join you real time, I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you are doing to provide networking opportunities, professional resources, and technical assistance to chartered accountants of India in Abu Dhabi. As you know, India, the US, and the UAE are close friends and strong allies, and organizations like yours bind all three of us. At a time of great challenge and struggle for our world, it is now more important than ever for countries like India, the US, and UAE to rally around each other and cultivate our bonds of mutual assistance. I want to say thank you to Chairman Ritolia, Vice Chairman George, General Secretary Krishnan, Treasurer Daima, and Professional Development Leader Singhvi for your hard work and dedication to this organization. It is absolutely incredible that ICAI has grown so strong and so fast since your inception in 1984. And I know the Abu Dhabi chapter of ICAI will continue to flourish. Through the service of accounting, your members are most certainly helping to restore economic prosperity around the world. By helping individuals, organizations, and businesses forge a strong financial future, you are all playing a very integral role in the fight against the economic impacts of the coronavirus pandemic and the effects it has had and will continue to have on our global financial future. I want to say thank you for coming together in fellowship. Thank you for helping each other get through this pandemic. Thank you for helping your companies, your clients, your communities, and your respective countries. And I look forward to addressing you again. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank Raja Krishnamurthy. Thank Raja Krishnamurthy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy. That's so sweet of you to send us the video message. We wish you all the very best for your renewed term. Now,
John.
Now it's going to be a very tedious session now. It's very tough task, which is to be performed by our Vice Chairman, CA John George, to thank everyone who is part of this annual seminar. I don't think it's an easy job, but CA John George, Vice Chairman of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, welcome.
Thank you, CA Shafiq. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Chairman of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, past chairman, distinguished guests, speakers, members, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on the conclusion of 32nd Annual International Seminar, theme, Adapt, Embrace and Lead, Conquer the Future. What an apt theme. I believe that the theme selected by the committee is very much appropriate in this current situation. And the learning from all these sessions during these 3 days will be useful in our professional and personal life. When we started thinking about this annual seminar about 8 months back, when lockdown was at the peak, many questions came to our mind. How are you going to conduct this seminar in this pandemic situation? Honestly, in the beginning, we had no idea what should be the format, how we are going to do, how we are going to reach the members, whether members will be interested. Many questions. Organizing annual seminar in a virtual environment was new to us. The committee started to meet virtually to discuss various ways to overcome the challenges. We have recognized the need to adapt, and we have innovated new methods and ways to adapt and embrace the current situation in order to showcase the annual seminar at its best. One of the major challenges was to identify the virtual platform to conduct the seminar. The ICAI committee and the development team has put a lot of hard work to design a platform which gives a real-life conference experience. The fact is, we are working on the platform until the last day. Today, I am happy that a virtual platform gave a fantastic real-time conference experience to participants. Moreover, we were able to give an extra mileage to our sponsors to showcase their brands and products. In true sense, we have adapted and embraced the situation, and moreover, we have taken lead to raise the bar once again by exceeding all expectation and international standards. We have received a lot of appreciation messages from our past chairman, overseas chapter members, our members, delegates, which shows that this annual seminar is a great success in spite of all pandemic challenges in front of us. We are overwhelmed to see the response, and I believe that our members are also feeling proud to be part of this great chapter. My dear members, please post your comments about our annual seminar in the WhatsApp group, including the areas for improvement. First of all, on behalf of the chapter, we would like to thank leaders of this great nation, His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of United Arab Emirates, and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, for the progress and comprehensive development of the UAE, which makes us possible to function as ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. I also take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to all government departments and authorities. I would like to thank our chief guest of our annual seminar, His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan Mubarak Al Nahyan, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence. His Excellency said the chapter has tirelessly promoted accounting best practices and continuing professional development and innovation. His Excellency applauded our efforts for that, and UAE has benefited from our works. Thank you, His Excellency. I would like to thank Guest of Honor, His Excellency Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India. His Excellency had a very busy schedule on the day of the speech, and he was kind enough to find time for talking to us while he was traveling. Thank you, sir, for insight on India growth story and development. I take this opportunity to thank Guest of Honor, His Excellency Pawan Kapoor, Ambassador to India, Ambassador from India to UAE. His Excellency said India's quest to become Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India is not just a vision, but a well-planned strategy. His Excellency also said ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter is supporting the Atma Nirbhar Bharat strategy as well. We also thank our own president of ICAI, CA Atul Kumar Gupta, for being the guest of honor, and we thank you for your message. We would like to thank CA Sanjay Mehta, Chairman and MD, Hindustan Unilever Limited, on topic, how we can conquer the future. Sir, we all thoroughly enjoyed the session and great learning for all of us. As a CA member, we are proud that you are heading the largest FMCG company in India. We also thank Mr. K. Dinesh, co-founder of Infosys, on topic ABCDs of entrepreneurship. Sir, your journey was really inspiring to us. On day 2, we started with a technical session of panel discussion. What an amazing panel discussion. The topic was appropriate to our theme. The panel discussion was moderated by CAPR Ramesh, past Chairman, Deloitte, India. CA Ramesh questions were straight to the point. The panelists were CA TN Manoharan, past President ICAI, CA K. Raghu, past President ICAI, CA Prabhula Chajit, past President ICAI. Thank you all the panelists for sharing your views, thoughts and experience on such an important topic. Recommendation made by the panelists is very much valuable and it will take our profession to the next level. I believe that ICAI leadership will consider the recommendation of the panelists and implement the same. We also thank Mr. Prashant Kumar, MD and CEO of Yes Bank. We are fortunate to hear from you directly how you and your team is working to make this bank successful. Guest of honor on day 2 was CA Nihar Jambusaria, Vice President ICAI. Thank you for addressing our members, sir. Dr. Tirthankar Patnaik, Chief Economist, National Stock Exchange of India, spoke on India macro strategy, and your presentation was really insightful. Thank you, sir. We had a very interesting story of barefoot millionaire, Mr. Sridhar Vempu, founder and CEO of Zoho. He talked about how prestige can be a trap. Your advice is really valuable. Thank you, sir. One of the most inspiring and amazing sessions was led by Mr. Kera, who is an author of international best-selling books. He motivated us to turn setbacks into comebacks. Thank you, Mr. Shivkera, for your inspirational and motivational message. We have so many followers here following your messages, your talks for so many years. We are really happy and we are really inspired. Today, we had a great session from Mr. Kochasip Chittilapalli, founder of V-Guard Industries. He said, before taking next step, improve yourself. Being a founder of one of the biggest group, he was kind enough to donate your kidney who was not known to you before. Sir, your life is a model to everyone. Chief guest was His Excellency Dr. Tariq bin Hindi. The doctor talked about the good relation with India and emphasized the quality of chartered accountants from India with an example. Our last speaker was Prakash Gede, CEO of Inali. We believe that the audience will definitely learn a lot from your experience. We just heard about a message from Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy, Congressman of US House of Representatives. We are expecting him to come live and talk a more duration, but due to the time and he's busy after the election, he just could give a small message. But however, thank you for giving your time for your message. We believe that all participants attended this virtual seminar are enriched with the knowledge and experience shared by the learned speakers. We have one more technical session. This is a much awaited session on equity market, which is close to our heart. Today, we have well-known experts in the panel. The panelists are CA Ramdev Agrawal, Chairman, Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. Mr. Madhu Khela, Founder, MK Ventures. CA Pankaj Murarka, Founder, Renaissance. Today, the stock market panel was supposed to be moderated by Niguj Dalbia, Managing Editor of ET Now. Due to some personal commitment, he has deputed his editor, Mr. Ajay Sharma from ET Now. Thank you, Mr. Nigunj, for arranging an immediate replacement in a short notice. Mr. Ajay Sharma will moderate today's equity market session. All members, please listen. I hope the outcome of this panel discussion will be helpful for you to make what you're going to hear from the Tigers today. Annual seminar is not complete without the entertainment programs. This year we had 3 entertainment programs. Day 1, the live session by Amit Kumar, which was a tribute to Kishore Kumar. And we all enjoyed the old songs. We went to the olden days. Such a beautiful program. And to lighten us with laughter, in between all this tension, we had a show by stand-up comedian Amit Tandon. What a fantastic show. Today, we will be having an entertainment session by poet Dr. Kumar Vishwas. Please do attend by 8:30 p.m. with your family. The event is not possible without the general support of sponsors. And on behalf of Abu Dhabi chapter, I thank all the sponsors and look forward to their continued support. Every year, we used to distribute mementos to sponsors. Due to the pandemic, we are unable to give the same today. However, we will deliver to you soon. Our sponsors are lead sponsors, Burjil Hospital, a part of VPS Group. Platinum sponsor, Emirates Motor Company. Gold sponsors, Lulu Group International, MMJS, Zoho Books. Silver sponsors, Avanik, Barakat Group, Crove, First Abu Dhabi Bank. Premier sponsors are ADMI, ADNIC, Al Nasser Enterprises, Apparel Group, Bank of Baroda, Century Financials, Chartered House, Deloitte, Gargas Insurance, Ideal Management Consultancy, India Palace SFC Group, MC Auditing, Tally, and UHY James. Support sponsors are Aktia, Bekateli, Chappenburg. Our digital sponsor is AGP World. Radio sponsors, Kadak FM. Print sponsor, print partner is College Times. CS Sudhir, BR Sudhir, who has served as a past chairman of Abu Dhabi Charter and a partner of PKF Abu Dhabi, is moving to India for good in the month of Jan 2021. On behalf of ICAI Abu Dhabi Chapter Committee and members, we wish you all the best to CA BR Sudhir and to your family. Thank you, sir, for all your support. Your guidance was very useful for us. We follow your footpaths in implementing our programs. All participants can download your certificates from the link at the bottom of the login panel. I hope all the members have already downloaded it. If not, please download it before you exit. But don't miss the stock market. Don't rush there and download now. There is time. Just listen to the stock market event, which is a very important event to listen to. We will be circulating the brochure through the email with a download link, and you will be able to download the same. The brochure contains a number of articles from members and sponsors, and we request you to go through it, and we are happy to receive your feedback as well. The best article selected by a panel of was selected by a panel of past chairmen. And on behalf of the panel, I would like to declare the winner of the best article and honor the author by a special gift. The selected article is Intelligence-Driven Fraud Prevention by Tushar Vig. Congratulations, CA Tushar Vig, for this award. All ICAI overseas chapters have good relationship between each other, and with proper coordination, chapters are supporting by sharing their experience. Every year, overseas chapter chairman and executive committee members from overseas chapters and officials from ICAI visit us during the annual seminar. This year, they are participating through this virtual platform. I take this opportunity to thank all attending from overseas chapters, from India, from all regions, India's chapters. We thank you for supporting and joining this event through the virtual conference, through YouTube. We are really thankful to you. To organize an event of this scale, a well thought planning and effective execution is required. The planning started over 8 months back after a new committee was elected. And for the last 2 months, the committee was working. Every year, as a token of appreciation for their efforts of the committee members, we used to hand over a memento. In this current situation, we are unable to give it right now. However, we'll be distributing the same. Can you please put the presentation on the screen, please? PDC leader and CA Mohammad Shafiq, committee member of PDC, has been working tirelessly to make this event a grand success. These guys are the guys who are arranging and coordinating everything with speakers, with full coordination from A to Z. And we trusted them, and they are there doing their job fully. And you can see how the event went very well. And thanks to C. Ajay and C.A. Mohammed for the dedication and hard work. C.A. Rajiv Datta. Next slide, please. C.A. Rajiv Datta and C.A. Swati Gupta are team behind the registration of the annual seminar. They are calling the members. They have a lot of members to call, but they dedicate their time. They call almost all the members to register, to request to register. And they have done a wonderful job. They could increase the registration for the annual seminar, increase the membership. And they are the people who are sending you the login details before time. And for the smooth registration, for the smooth login, I really thank them. Thank you, C.A. Rajiv Datta and C.A. Swati Gupta. Next, we have our communication team, C.A. Anand Gupta and C.A. Anu Thomas. They are handling the communication. The communication you receive by email, by regular WhatsApp message, speaker introduction video what you saw, the brochure you are going to receive, the videos is done by this team. They have done an excellent job. Thank you, C.A. Anand Gupta and C.A. Anu Thomas. Social team. The next is social team, C.A. Priyanka and C.A. Ramesh David. They are handling the social activities. They have done many activities during the year, but especially in this annual seminar, they were managing the all entertainment program, the 3 programs. Thank you. They made all arrangements without fail. Everything they are coordinating perfectly. Thank you, C.A. Priyanka Birla and CA Ramesh Devi. Media and Students Affairs, next. CA Rajesh Reddy, CA Shafiq Nile are part of the Media and Students Affairs. They are promoting chapter activities in visual media, print media, social media. You can see wherever you look into the Facebooks, YouTube, the print media, it's all their work. And especially Rajesh was coordinating from the back end between the podium and the speakers. He was doing a fantastic job. Even Shafiq has done a fantastic job. Great job, CA Rajesh and CA Shafiq. The executive committee, PDC team, media team, and the entire team work hard to bring this virtual conference made possible, which has given a real life conference experience. See our XCOM team, the next, who is behind the, can we go to the next slide? CA Neeraj Ratolia, chairman of the chapter, who is the captain of the ship, has done a fantastic job to oversee the smooth function of the event. The best quality of CA Neeraj is he has a practical approach to address the challenges and find an appropriate solution. The success of this event would not have been possible without your guidance. Great leadership. Great job, Neeraj. Thank you. C. Krishnan, NV, our General Secretary of the chapter, he was fully involved in all activities of chapter and coordinating with everyone. He has done an amazing job. Coordinating with the sponsors, he has handled all the areas. Thank you, C. Krishnan. A great job you have done. And C. Rohit Demya, treasurer of the chapter. Apart from his regular treasury work, which is too much. And he has done a wonderful job in licensing the sponsors, coordinating with them. Great job, CA Rohit. We really appreciate from our bottom of the heart. And under pressure, you worked very hard and you brought the results. Thank you very much, CA Rohit Remya. I will to take this opportunity to thank somebody you have not seen. Somebody is behind the team. They are called the AGP team, who's behind working throughout the time. The seamless streaming what you're seeing is because of them. Fantastic job, AGP team. Thank you very much. I thank all members, guests, and invitees for attending the event, for making this event a great success. With this, I conclude my vote of thanks. Thank you, everyone. Now I request CA Krishnan to please come on stage.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being with us for the last 3 days. Mr. C.A. John George, our Vice Chairman of the chapter, who is going to take up the ladder in the next 1 or 2 years as a chairman of the chapter, has put in a lot of efforts to oversee each and every portion of the annual conference, not only annual conference, PDC conference, and social events. He is so minute, each and every part of it, he look into it, ensure that there is nothing has been missed out. He's so meticulous, and okay, these are all the things needs to be done at this point of time. That way, we are blessed to have a full committee who are more engaged in each and every aspect of the task list which has been prepared, and John has ensured that each and everything has been followed by all the committee members and directors in such a way that it is completed on time. Thanks to you, John, for guiding the people, guiding us, and discussing with AGP and other team to have a wonderful seminar, which we have been seeing for the last 3 days. Without your support, we would not have done this much of event at this type of nature. Thank you, CA John George, once again.
Thank you very much.
May I request AGP team to play the sponsor video?
Only one person knows your business best. Only one person understands your dreams and your passion. It's you. Your decisions shape the future of your business. And when you need support on those decisions, you need someone who understands you, a friend, a partner. That's where Creston Menon comes in, the leading UAE-based auditing and business advisory firm. We offer more than the finest financial advice. We go above and beyond the traditional consultant role and mentor you in your journey towards greater success. Precisely what we've been accomplishing for over a quarter century. Knowing the market, knowing your business, knowing you. As part of Creston International, a global network of auditing, business, and management consulting firms, we bring the best practices and expertise from across the world to the UAE. Though auditing and assurance has always been our flagship service, we have established ourselves as one of the leading advisory firms in the region with our wide array of consulting services. We have progressed from traditional advisory offerings like internal audit, market research, and feasibility studies to niche areas like IFRS implementation and advisory, AML consulting, corporate governance, as well as compliance and risk management. Our group entity, MMJS Consulting, has cemented their position as the most sought-after tax consultants in the region. Our technology arm specializes in robotic process automation, RPA, and blockchain solutions. Based in the United Kingdom, Creston is ranked 12th among professional accounting networks globally. 125 countries, 200 member firms, 25,000 professionals. Of course, there's more to business than just numbers. We call it business with a heart. Our CSR arm, Masool, is all about being responsible towards the community. We focus on 4 E's: employees, ethics, engagement, and environment. Ethnic diversity, gender equality, employment opportunities for people of determination. Youth empowerment, going green, awarded super brand status. Result: a super brand that's balanced and well-rounded. Creston Menon, the name synonymous with trust.
Disaster has a habit of striking when we least expect it. You're working hard to build a solid future for your family. Now allow us to keep it safe. Our homeowners insurance packages connect you to the comprehensive coverage you need to stay safe against accidental loss or damage when it comes to your biggest investment. We provide you with peace of mind when it comes to unexpected fires, lightning, explosions, natural disasters, theft, vehicle impact, erosion, and that's just the beginning. Bizarre things happen at the most bizarre of moments, and it's always better to be safe instead of sorry. We do so much more than simply securing your home. We allow you to get on with your life without a care in the world. We'll never fail to be there when you need us the most. Why not get in touch with us today for a free, no obligations quote? Protect your lifestyle quickly, easily, and affordably.
What bothers you most about car insurance? Is it waiting for your car registration to expire, or is it the limited working hours of the customer care team? Well, Al-Wathba Insurance has a solution for you with the Awnik app, where you can get insurance anytime, anywhere. Offering home, motor, yacht, and travel insurance, all at the palm of your hand. With the Awnik app, you get free car registration services, 24/7 roadside assistance, earn Ittihad guest miles, and with the Privilege program, you get discounts from some of the leading brands in the UAE. Save yourself the hassle, get your insurance done through the Awnik app, and enjoy 20% discount. What are you waiting for? Download the Awnik app now.
Talk about pure, fresh, and healthy. What comes to your mind? Mother Nature, of course, because she is rich and bountiful. In today's modern life, every food item is full of preservatives and additives. The goodness of Mother Nature is lost. We at Barakat have made it our mission to bring nature's freshness and goodness back to you so that you can become the healthiest version of yourself. We scour the world to do this, finding the freshest fruits and vegetables, leaving no stone unturned to deliver the promise of fresh. And we've been doing this since 1976. Our 6 state-of-the-art facilities import 124 million kgs of fresh produce a year, which fills about 6,200 containers. We pulp 18.4 million litres of juice every year. Our passionate team of chefs, nutritionists and foodies ensure that you get the freshest, preservative and additives-free fruits and vegetables, freshly squeezed juices, ice pops, healthy salads, ice creams and lots more. All this is delivered fresh every day to restaurants, cafes, hotels, supermarkets, convenience stores, vending machines and kiosks by our fleet of 350 refrigerated vehicles. You can also order it online at barakatfresh.ae with a few taps. This is the world of Barakat, where you can savor nature's freshness in its purest form. Barakat, serving the best of fresh every day.
Once production staff reach our facility, they are scanned for body temperature at the entrance. They proceed to the sanitization area where they get kitted out and go through a thorough sanitization process, including hand washing and wearing the PPE kit. Staff enter the production area where different activities of fruit and vegetable peeling, cutting and chopping take place in fully sanitized conditions. The processed fruits and vegetables are then packed in sanitized containers as per the orders and packed into eco-friendly boxes. Our delivery trucks are washed and sanitized after each delivery route, ensuring that each order reaches you in a completely hygienic manner.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you invest in stock market?
Me? I don't.
Why?
We are into COVID times now.
Okay.
I initially thought of investing in the year 2012.
Okay, then what happened?
US fiscal cliff.
2013?
Federal Reserve stimulus.
14?
14 was the year when the oil prices plunged.
Okay, stop. 2015, maybe Chinese market sell-off?
Yeah.
2016, maybe US election?
Correct.
Or Brexit?
Exactly.
Then what is the right time to invest, man?
Well, I'm not the right person to answer that question, but we do have with us a set of people, 4 wizards of the Dalal Street, to answer this question and probably any questions that come up in stock market.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the most awaited session of the evening. Bull charge, will it last? The panel discussion is moderated by Ajay. Can we have the profile, please? Ajay is news editor, markets at ET Now, and has been part of the founding team of ET Now. He loves tracking markets and finding what makes companies successful. He's a big foodie and loves traveling, but due to COVID, is fully grounded. He has been a business journalist for 1.5 decades. Welcome, Ajay, to the panel discussions. Next, can we have the intro video of C. Ramdeo Agarwal?
Ramdeo Agarwal is the chairman of Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited and the driving force behind the company's approach to investing. As chairman of Motilal Oswal Asset Management, the fastest growing asset management company in India, Mr. Agarwal has created the QGLP investment process and its buy right, sit tight investing philosophy. Mr. Agarwal is an associate of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and a member of the National Committee on Capital Markets of ICAI. He has also been featured on The Wizards of Dalal Street on CNBC TV 18. He wrote the book Corporate Numbers Game along with Mr. Ram K. Piparia. He has also authored the book The Art of Wealth Creation, which compiles insights from 20 wealth creation studies authored by him. Mr. Agarwal has been awarded the Rashtriya Samman Patra by Central Board of Direct Taxes for a consistent track record of highest integrity in tax payments for a period of 5 years, from financial year 95 to financial year 99.
The next panelist of today's show is Mr. Madhusudan Kela. Team, can we have the intro video, please?
Madhusudan Kela is one of the most well-known and seasoned investors in Indian capital markets with an experience of over 27 years straddling both sell-side and buy-side investment mandates. Madhu is currently the promoter of a proprietary investment vehicle started in 2018, MK Ventures, and a member of the board of Aptech Limited, Reliance Securities Limited. At Reliance Group, he was a permanent invitee to all board meetings in the capacity of a senior decision maker and key group resource. Madhu has received several accolades, including the Best Equity Fund Manager, received from the Prime Minister of India. Madhu has been profiled by leading Indian and international magazines, including the likes of Forbes and Asia Money. His views are sought after by the leading business news channels in India, including CNBC, TV 18, ET Now, Bloomberg, BTVI, and CNBC Awaz Zee Business. He is also currently a trustee at Konar Cancer Foundation and an active volunteer for Asia Foundation. Madhu holds a master's degree in management from the Mumbai University.
The third panelist for the day is CA Pankaj Murarka. Can we have the intro video, please?
CA Pankaj Murarka is the founder of Renaissance Investment Managers. A member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, he has over 21 years of experience in equity research and fund management with credible track record of performance over his professional career. Prior to launching Renaissance, Pankaj has been associated with Axis Mutual Funds as CIO, managing over 3 billion in Indian equities. He was part of the team that set up Axis Mutual Fund in 2009 and over the years built it into one of the leading AMC in India on back of excellent investment performance. Some of the other funds managed by him include Axis Equity Fund, Axis Focus 25, Axis Small Cap Fund and SISF India and SISF India Opportunities Fund. He was recognized by Outlook Money as the leading fund manager with 5 years of track record of consistent performance in the year 2015.
Right. Thank you very much, the Abu Dhabi chapter of ICAI for arranging and hosting this wonderful chat. I always enjoy chatting with these three luminaries of the market with whom they are regular contributors on ET Now, our channel. And I have personally learned with for almost 1.5 decades. And in fact, as they say in Hindi, Pratyakshu Praman ki zarurat nahi hoti hai. So Madhu, Ramdev and Pankaj in the last so many decades have actually, walked the talk, and they're not only practitioners of investing, but great human beings, and I've learned personally a lot. So I'm sure in the next 1 hour, you guys will really learn a lot from their rich experience. Today, the theme of the discussion is bull run raging. Will it last? So let me start by with Madhu. Madhu, you've seen many cycles, right? Between the three of you, almost 2.5 to 3.5 decades each. Every cycle, is different, and there is time, shelf life of this, as they say. Are we in a young bull market right now, or is it already reached the stage of raging? Because at least I find a lot of skeptics still there. What are your initial thoughts on the stage of the cycle, of the market cycle?
So, Ajay, thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much, the Abu Dhabi chapter, for having me here. It will be a fantastic hour of discussion with Ajay. So I would say that, if you have to score a century, we have not yet scored the half century, if that answers the question. As I say, this is still a very pretty much young bull market. If you see, markets were 12,000, and then this COVID happened, and then suddenly the world thought that the world is going to be different, and it is going to collapse, and this COVID is going to take a long time for the recovery. And we suddenly went to 7,500, and the markets are looking more normal now. I think COVID is now got more acceptable, and people know that while we sympathize with with so many people who are dying, but it is not threatening for the existence of the world. So you have basically come from 12,000 to 12,700 in last 12-18 months. But that's about broadly about Nifty, Ajay. But if you look at below Nifty, there are so many companies, there are so many sectors which, in my opinion, are at a very, very early stage of a bull market. And I would think they have a really long way to go before we say that this bull will get tired.
Right. Fair point. Ramdev, an honest admission, in March, April, were you also shaken, given the fact that you have seen so many cycles, and even me personally, you've told me how many times the business and your morale, everything rose from the ashes, and again you continued the journey. Were you quite badly shaken yourself, the way market got into a grip of a massive correction?
Ajay, I was a bit surprised, not shaken, in the sense that this COVID thing, it was very difficult to understand. It was a healthcare problem, health issue, and that because of lockdown and all, it got transformed into economic issue, and it was very, very global. None of the countries were spared. So the breadth and the seriousness of the problem was pretty deep, but it was not economic problem. It was not business cycle issue. So, but then I have seen three booms and busts. Booms are irrational, and the bust is equally irrational or even more irrational. So in 92, we saw Harshad Mehta bull run, and then it collapsed. 2000, we saw dot-com bull run, again collapsed. 2008, we saw the global credit boom, and then collapsed. And now this was the fourth one for me. So I had a little feeling that, yes, it is going to collapse, but I didn't know that it is going to happen so quickly. And but once it collapsed, good that collapsing got over. and the fear was bigger than the COVID itself. So I was pretty reconciled to, kind of a 50-60% drop both time in my portfolio. So I was pretty reconciled. Of course, you don't feel good, but I was reconciled.
Did you manage to any degree, did you manage to benefit from that? Did you, in the 5 or 10% vicinity of the exact bottom, did you manage to buy the dip?
Ajay, unfortunately, I was always running a 100% invested portfolio. So I went down with the full load, and good thing that I didn't sell anything on the way. And I was 100% invested. In fact, 1 or 2 weak companies, weak banks and all, we changed over to slightly better one. But I was 100% invested. In fact, the what portfolio went down was slightly lower in quality, and what came up was a much better quality as per my estimates.
Sure. Pankaj, tell us your experience. The reason is that we have to take a step back to understand the situation and understand the environment so that we can discuss the way forward. I will not use the word forecasting because in market forecasting doesn't apply, but intelligent analysis and probability analysis is possible. You tell me, you've been you've been working at some of the most wonderful places to work for, including rare enterprises in your rich career, and now a profession, you're running your own outfit, managing other people's money. So did you get a lot of calls of what's happening, what happens to your portfolio, this, that? Tell us your experience.
Sure, Ajay. So quite candidly, I was completely numbed and shell-shocked when this whole crisis was unfolding, because as investors in my last 22 years of experience, I've dealt with a handful of financial crises, and I've read about many more of them in books, but I had never read about it seriously, because the last one we saw was a century back. So I think in that sense, 2020 is really a historical year, because I don't think so anyone alive has seen a healthcare crisis. Yeah, but I think, having said that, I must say, it might sound a bit odd, but I must say that I turned complete 180 degree on markets quite early in the cycle, right in April. And for me, the trigger point, actually, if you really ask me, was the actions by the US Fed. Because when I really saw that, meaning all the programs that they announced cumulatively, all of that added up to much more than what they did in the last 10 years, since the global financial crisis of 2008 until we embarked on this crisis. So the kind of firepower that the US Fed unleashed, meaning what they did in last 10 years was something like about $4.5 trillion of liquidity. And in this April, they announced something like $7.5–8 trillion in terms of what they were willing to put on the table. So it was very clear that the Fed is there, out there, to bring all investors and business out there, because they don't want to deal with the consequences of the crisis. And for me, that was the turning point. It took quite a bit of courage, because initially in April, I think there was a very high degree of skepticism around. But I think gradually, as people started getting better understanding of the whole crisis, I think the mood started turning far more positive. So I think I completely agree with Madhu, and Ramdev is always bullish. I know he doesn't take market calls, but I completely agree with Madhu that this bull market is very nascent. We are in a very early stage of this bull market. More importantly, apart from market cycles and economic cycles, I think what this year really tells us is this year marks the triumph of science and humanity. Because historically, all of us know as healthcare analysts that it takes anywhere between 5 to 8 years to produce a new drug or a new molecule. If a handful of pharma companies globally can produce a vaccine in a matter of 10 months or 12 months, I think that's really incredible. That effectively tells us that any future health crisis cannot be as threatening to the world and the society and humanity as this has been, because as human beings, we have triumphed over healthcare crisis. So I don't think so the world will ever see healthcare crisis going forward, because the pharma companies know now how to deal with it. Just to give you a context, AIDS is a disease. It's been around for more than 2 decades, and we still don't have a vaccine for it. And we have a vaccine, we are very close to having a vaccine for COVID, which is just about 10 months or a year old.
I think the urgency for this one was way higher. In fact, I was also talking to my family just this afternoon that usually takes 5 years average. This one, so many companies are coming out with, and the visibility for vaccine is there, which gives hope. That is way stronger than the vaccine itself. Madhu, let's start. Let's get your take on how did you come to grips with what happening. And see, in your earlier avatar, very long, you get a good, rich experience of managing other people's money with different places, and of course running organizations. Now it's a family office and completely skin in the game. How did you tackle? When did you get more grip on the situation, or started looking for attractive ideas? Or tell us your experience last 6 months.
So I think Pankaj stole some of my words, because when we saw this liquidity, the market, at the end of the day, it is all about money on the table. And if the money on the table is so large, if you're talking of $7-8 trillion of money, and this was also supported this time. I think RBI in India has done an incredible job in terms of handling the crisis. Along with the government, they pumped in so much money, and you see, and the effect of that you are seeing, Ajay, even today. So I think early on, only maybe in April, May, one became very sanguine that yes, this crisis of COVID may last, but markets are not going to go down meaningfully. And you have to start looking for stock-specific opportunity. And Ajay, personally, I was very lucky to have understood this pharma boom coming in. And fortunately, we could read that very correctly, because pharma as a percentage of the overall market cap had become 2.5%, and it was like a laggard sector. And in this kind of environment, even an average person can tell that pharma sector, because people will look for safety, people will look for protection of their capital, and also demand for drug in general is going to be very, very high. So we were very lucky. So that gave the initial boost in April, May. And then since then, I don't think there is any looking back.
Sure.
I am so excited about these markets right now, because we can still see at 13,000 index. Otherwise, you will be very short of idea. I am really short of money. I have too many ideas right now, but there is not enough money as we run the family office.
Madhu, in fact, I think, a point I want to see, the previous cycles learnings give you confidence and accuracy of attacking the next cycle's opportunities. And you have actually studied the pharma sector 15 years back. So I think those learnings would have come in handy over here. You acted fast. Probably.
Exactly. We played the pharma cycle last time from 2009 to 2014, I would say, beautifully. Ajay, at that time in 5 years, where the markets went down, the pharma market cap went up from 1 lakh crores to roughly 9-10 lakh crores. It was like a 10 bagger between 2009 and 2014. So that, as you said, we had the experience, and fortunately we got the right time this time.
Sure. I will scratch that point a little more later, because pharma is such a big space. What exactly to look for and what are the opportunities without talking stocks, I'll get to you. But Pankaj, the point of liquidity which you made, in fact, if in the last 15 days, the way FI are buying on average 3,000, 4,000 crore is any sign, does it strengthen the point which you're making, or it may be a medium term you would see peter out? Because isn't it too much? 4,000 crore almost every day for last 20 days.
See, from a short-term perspective, we can have some reversal of flows on a very short-term basis and all of that. But one thing I fundamentally believed for the last 10 years, some point of time in my career, I used to work with Merrill. And at that point of time, I got a perspective. In India, Ajay, actually, if you look at it fundamentally, we are constrained by our ability to absorb capital. What we get in terms of global capital is just, few drops from an ocean. China, in India, we get 40 odd or 50 odd $billion of FDI, and the economy gets overheated. China gets 5x of that, or 10x of that, 7x of that, every year, and they've been getting that kind of a money for the last 20 years. So I think the money that's waiting on the sidelines to get into India is constrained by India's ability to absorb that money. And there's no dearth of money that's wanting to get into India. Also remember the fact that I think when you look at it from a slightly more medium term to longer term horizon over the next 10, 15 years, I don't think so. There exists an investment opportunity an investment opportunity which is as exciting as India. So probably, I don't think so. Fund flow into India is a constraint. In fact, the constraint is otherwise.
Sure. Ramdev, let's shift focus and talk about the other engine of the market, which this time is humming very nicely, and that is earnings. Second quarter earnings did gave a pleasant surprise to many. How was your reading? Do you see this momentum to gather pace, the earnings side?
Yeah, see, one is that market had deeply corrected. For any bull market to start, you need to have a full correction in the market. So this COVID provided that deepest possible cut in the market. So that sowed the seed for a bull run, because all the weak players, they got kind of driven out, or they booked the profit and went away. So booked the profit or loss, whatever. But they are out of the market. All the weak-hearted people, they are out of the market, and only robust guys with a new face or new money or a lot more confidence are back. So for any bull market to sustain, the clearance sale is very important. For the new offerings to happen, like new set of fresh apparels to come for Diwali, you need to clear the old stock. So that clearance sale has happened from the market. Second, there is a clearly K-shaped recovery in the economy. So what is happening is, half the companies are doing very well and half the companies are going down the tube. So clearly the best and the biggest have survived and they have thrived. And not only thrived in terms of winning the businesses from the weaker ones, they have also cut the cost deeply. So the cutting of the cost was a complete surprise to the market, that you can have savings, at least for the quarter, of 3-4% in the businesses. And that has happened because sales marketing expenditure, which used to go in flying or corporate travel, hotels or conferences, these were all completely eliminated. So clearly, in all the marketing-oriented companies, and every company has their own travel and cost. So that has been completely eliminated. So maybe it is not permanent gain, but that has really surprised people. And second is the pent-up demand. For first 3-4 months till about July, there was, economy was clearly running at 10-20%, 30%. So all the products, they started being picked up. If you have not bought a car, from August onward, there was a massive pent-up demand. So we knew that pent-up demand is going to come, and but then the pace at which it came, and that happened because of low cost of money, massive liquidity and low cost of liquidity. So there are multiple factors working out there in terms of giving a V-shaped recovery, and V-shaped recovery to the companies which are winning. And then the earnings came, which was a margin expanded, and there was a surprise. So clearly, the earnings, the quality of earnings and the earnings growth for Q2 September quarter has been a clear surprise to me. And in many places like on auto or cement, even the volumes which are coming for September, October has been quite a breathtaking in terms in many cases. So so clearly it's a very, very robust and vicious recovery. And will it? Will the government be smart enough to build on this queue? What is important? This is not going to last on its own. You have to support it, and you have to support it not by monetary. Monetary, you're done. So now the turn is of the government to open the fiscal gates, which they'll be doing today, or in next few months, and the next budget will be there. So my sense is government will build on this particular recovery.
Ramdev, but still, if you talk of the earning estimates, some of the initial work, which is numbers which have poured in, including Motilal, seem to be suggesting that people are building in very decent earnings growth for frontline, as well as their own universe of 200 companies, say average they track 15, 18, 20% for next 3 years, depending on who you're talking about. You think that's a fair estimate?
Last 3-4 years have been very disappointing by all this. Exactly. They will start the year with the 25% earnings growth. Then every quarter they'll keep cutting down, and finally it becomes flat. So that has been the situation. But this time it looks, if the government builds on the fiscal, builds on the current recovery, then I think for next 3-4 quarters, I think there will be earnings upgrade in the marketplace. So yes, what they have estimated right now, they might turn out to be even the earnings might actually turn out to be better than that.
Sure. Madhu, as you said that the frontline index movement may actually mask what is the real thing happening in the market. There are 5,500 companies listed, and some 500 odd companies have above 100 crore PAT. Some 350 have, above 50 crore. And there is the action, a lot of action happening there. You must have spoken to a lot of interesting managements, not talking about companies, but what did they tell you? How did they navigate through? Because there are some very smart entrepreneurs which navigated this entire bad patch also very smartly, cutting costs, this, that.
Ajay, I want to just add to the question which you asked Pankaj about this FI flow, whether it is going to last, whether it is too much. तो भाई पहले आप ये समझ लो आपको जानना क्या है. Are you looking कि ये 7,500 करोड़ का निफ्टी 7,500 वाला निफ्टी 13,000 हो गया है? Can it come to 12,000? Will there be some dip in the FI inflow? It is entirely possible. And trust me, neither Pankaj, nor Ramdev, nor me, nor Warren Buffett knows actually what is going to happen in the market after 12 months. And 90% of the time, let me tell you, all the experts have gone wrong. Either we guys have over projected or under projected. Only thing which we can tell you with our experience is what is the direction. So I want to make this point clear, FII or no FII. Trust me, ये पैसा आने वाला इधर. And we are in a trajectory wherein you will attract money. If this Nifty falls to 12,000, there will be lot much more quality money which is sitting on the sideline that may come in. So as far as the direction is concerned now, and the other point which I want to mention, Ajay, is there is a difference between risk and volatility. Sometimes there is a risk and sometimes it is volatility. So when we know it is a volatility, it should be your friend. And if you can see it is really risk, then it should be your enemy. So I think any fall, in my opinion, will be volatility and it should be your friend. If you're wanting to invest money in the stock market for a long period of time, and if the stock prices fall, you should be feeling happy about it, that it has given you the fall. So I just wanted
in fact, sure. In fact, Madhu, what interesting point you brought forward. In this fall, it is the novice investors and a lot of new investors which actually benefited from it, because the rush of new accounts opening and they bought a clutch of stocks, mainly large cap. So this was one of the times when people actually bought the fall. Retail guys.
But this is the point, Ajay. If we look at it from a historical perspective, we can get excited कि 50 लाख नए इन्वेस्टर आ गए. अरे 140 करोड़ आदमी का दोस्त है यार, 50 लाख आदमी आ गए तो क्या हो गया? I am saying it was unfortunate that these people were not participating, and now whatever COVID, lack of work, attractiveness of investing opportunity, lack of other opportunities, these people have come. Now, how do we know that this number will get, it is 50 lakh is too much, or it will go to 5 crore? Who can tell us today?
Sure.
Right? And so going by our past, we can all get excited that yaar 50 lakh ho gaya, itna euphoria ho gaya, itne sab retail investor aa gaye, it looks like a peak. But only we will know after 4 years whether it was 50 lakh was peak or 50 lakh was bottom. Right? Sure. So the question which you asked, see, I am talking to a lot of companies these days, and I really thrive in these kind of markets, you know, so I call them bear market survivor. So Ajay, this bear market is not only Corona. Mid cap और small cap में तो 4 साल से bear market चल रहा है. We peaked out in 2018 and we are in 2021. तो 3-3.5 साल से bear market चल रहा है. And when you talk to many of these guys, they have done incredible work here. And whoever has survived, they are really looking optimistically at their future. So even mid-sized companies, they have cut costs beyond what they could think they will be able to do it. And whoever has survived in the game, I think they will make a lot of money. And abhi tak kya hai? The other point is that everyone has made such a big hue and cry about this debt. Sub analyst, pura investor call, all media, कोई भी result आता है debt कितना घटाया? अरे 4% ब्याज है यार, क्यों घटाऊंगा debt? But you know, for 10 years that rhetoric has worked, that you invest in great quality companies which do not have debt, the promoters who do not have debt. For 10 years that worked. And people have got actually used to it. I am telling all my friends, borrow money here and invest. If you can't borrow money at 4-5% interest rate in this kind of market, what kind of entrepreneur you are?
In fact, HPCL management told us that, Mr. Surana of HPCL, when I asked him, you have 28,000 crore debt and you're doing buybacks. So he exactly told me this answer, which you said, that my cost of borrowing is 3.5-4%. So,
Ajay, that is what precisely I'm trying to tell. The debt, in my opinion, trust my judgment, 6 months down the line, it will not be as bad a word as it is today, as it was 6 months back. So I'm not saying that you go and buy all leverage companies for 5:1 debt equity. No, none of it. If it is debt taken in a right proportion, and if your business profitability is significantly higher, so what I can sense already, a lot of people who are absolutely close to making capex, they are thinking now, I need to put some money to capex, whatever cash flow which we are generating, and if we can get money at 5-6%, there is no harm in putting capex. So maybe you will be at a very early stage of some kind of investment cycle picking up in the private sector. Third important point, Ajay, because of the bankruptcy laws and because of what has happened, you have had 10 lakh crore rupees of bad loans in the system in the last 6-7 years. Lot of that is getting auctioned, and it is getting auctioned at throwaway prices. So there will be tremendous equity value for either these companies who have survived or people who are buying those assets at throwaway prices. And you are seeing a lot of, I don't want to name a specific group, but you are seeing a lot of big industrial groups actually making a lot of acquisition, and it is getting reflected in their stock prices. So all I am saying, this is all pointing out, you have if you don't invest in equity, what do you do with your money? If you are living in India, ICAI Bank 4% ब्याज देता है. Property market में 13 साल से पैसा बना नहीं. Gold is already 5 times higher than what it used to be. People don't want to invest in diamond, नकली diamond आने वाला बोलते हैं. So what do you do with your money? It is not that India has stopped saving money.
True.
And if my competition is 4% annual, I am sure in equity we will make much more money than 4% annually.
But in fact, Madhu, from the Middle East, a lot of investment flows used to go from NRIs of Middle East towards premium real estate in India. But last so many years, the experience has been so bad. I think real asset allocation is happening in the favor of equities in last couple of months.
Ajay bhai, 13 साल हो गया real estate में पैसा नहीं बना है. We saw the peak of real estate in 2009 and we are in 2021.
Whereas real estate stocks...
The flat which I sold in Sumer building, I visited a friend 3 days back. The price at which I sold in 2008, the prices are still lower than what it used to be in 2008.
So, Madhu, I'll come to, how your portfolio is positioned, and you've spoken about pharma. I'll come to it a little bit later. Ramdev, where are the opportunities in this market? Where do you think earnings, you called so many sectors right in the past. Some of your favorite have been autos, telecom has been very good one. After going through your research, what sectors look good for 2-3 year run in terms of growth as well as healthy profit growth?
See, if you look at the total corporate profit spectrum, the largest profit making sectors are actually 4 or 5. Your IT, pharma, consumer, automotive, and private sector banks. These are the 5 sectors which have survived and made significant. most of the money has been made by these 5-6 sectors. Now, of course, you have to allocate bulk of them here only. And then now one or two sectors which are emerging new, that is private sector insurance. Insurance is a very large industry and very consolidated industry. Unlike banks are also consolidated, but it can be even more consolidated than banks. And it's a sunrise industry for private sector insurance. So the next 8-10 years could be a very long road for this industry. And it's a very good quality business. It's not risky business like banking. Here it is not lending. Here people give their money, savings in the insurance. So more like asset management company, very, very asset light. and very profitable and very highly growing. Prices are reasonable. So I would think that will be one good sector to be not only invest but also overweight in the sector. Then you have cyclicals like automotive, which saw the brunt of demand collapse. Now that's coming back very rapidly. Then one sector where a lot of reforms have happened recently during the COVID time is the agro sector. Government has been putting a lot of money in the rural India, and now with the monsoons, bumper monsoon, you have a lot of agrochemicals and even now fertilizer companies. I mean, government has recently, you might have seen, one of the largest amount of money has been released, 65,000 crores for a one sector in a resource constrained year. So you can imagine how important is that sector. So I think, so like this, you have to find one or two ideas. I mean, if you can get, since I'm fully invested, if I can get 2-3 incremental ideas in a year, I think it is good enough for me. So that's how I keep looking for one new story. And here I think agro has thrown one or two stories. Auto is really very exciting. And then you have the conventional pharma, IT, all those things are already there.
No, quite specific. Insurance has been a beneficiary and people are understanding the importance of insurance. So good growth if numbers are coming in agro. There's a PLI scheme also which has come in. Pankaj, what are you incrementally looking towards in your portfolios and researching? What themes, ideas? You're a mid-cap specialist yourself.
Before I talk about the sectors, Ajay, I just want to make one broader point.
Sure, please go ahead.
I think the next 5 or 10 years that we're going to experience as investors and as businessmen is going to be unlike anything that we have experienced in the last 50-60 years in the global history. Quantitative easing, which central banks have been doing, is a very recent phenomenon. It's just about 10-12 years old. Yeah, the last 10 years has been an era where central banks have been pumping money, but governments have been exercising fiscal consolidation. So they've been withdrawing money or they've been exercising fiscal prudence. Irrespective of whether that's right or wrong, now because of COVID, governments have been pushed to the wall. And today what we are seeing, the firepower that's being thrown at economies, businesses and markets is a combination of central bank liquidity and fiscal profligacy, if I may say so, from governments. So the combined power of loosening of fiscal deficit targets or injection of money by governments through fiscal stimuli and monetary stimuli, I think it's going to be a very deadly combination for financial assets specifically. So I think my view is this bull market that we're going to see, my view is probably it's going to be the most ferocious bull market that I would have seen in my career of last 25 years.
No, that's an important point. You mean the gist of what you're saying is that all the viewers who are watching us and people who have interest in investing, this is one of its kind in their lifetime which will come. So make it count. Don't let it go waste, is what you're saying, is it not?
Absolutely, because I don't think so. We have ever had an environment in the last 50 years or 100 years where we've had a combination of fiscal stimuli and monetary stimuli working together anywhere globally, and especially in the large economies, the G5 economies or the G20 economies. But today we have the same thing working across all the G20 economies. So the impact of that, I think all of us, including we as panelists who are bullish, are grossly underestimating the impact that will have on financial assets. So the point, before I get on to sectors, the point I want to make is, doesn't matter. Just buy stocks or buy financial assets, you will do well. Coming to stocks.
Point taken.
Coming to stocks, I feel one thing where India has really reached an inflection point, and I feel very excited about, is I think this whole internet economy in India. I think the internet economy in India is just evolving. It's very nascent, and we've seen globally that the growth in internet businesses is really explosive. You get a J-curve growth if you get it right. Just look at, we all using Zoom as a video app. Yeah, between 1st January of 2020 and until in the first few months of pandemic, so until 30th April, the customer base went 6x in a matter of 4 months. What they could not achieve in 10 years, they achieved in 4 months. I think India's internet economy is just taking shape. This pandemic has accelerated this whole shift to digital economy. So one sector where I would really think investors, there's a potloads of money to be made for investors over the next 15, 20 years in India, is this whole internet economy in India. And I feel really...
So how do you play? Pankaj bhai, the point is that there are only a collection of 5-7 stocks listed, which are really internet plays, which are real internet plays, and they are very expensive. Don't you find them very expensive?
So I think there are about 8-10 of those companies which are listed, but I think there'll be more and more of these companies which will get listed, because as these companies achieve critical mass, they'll need capital, and it's a matter of time before all of them visit public markets. Meaning, both the IT services, I started my career as an IT analyst way back in 97. The IT services sector was still small. Infosys was a mid-cap those times. So a lot of these internet companies are mid-cap, but I don't see any reason why they should not be some of the leading companies of India, large caps over the next 20 years out. Valuations, how does it matter? Go back to 99, 2000, Infosys used to trade at 100 PE. A lot of these, this whole internet companies, the valuation matrix has been, the pyramid has been convoluted. If you look at how US companies are valued, the more losses these companies make, the higher they are valued at this point of time. I'm not saying whether that's justified or not, but you look at all of these internet companies, be it the Ubers of the world or the Airbnb, who could have thought in the worst possible time, where hospitality and the hotels business is the worst impacted, Airbnb is getting IPO'd and investors are falling hand over fist to participate in the IPO. Now, what does it tell you? That their business model is robust enough, they'll survive this crisis. And when you look at their business model from next 15, 20, 30 years, it's a very exciting business. And probably this crisis is an opportunity to buy it at a valuation which is lower than what it would have been before the crisis. So I think valuations might look expensive from a short-term perspective, traditional metrics, but a lot of these investors today are looking at these companies from a slightly more different metrics. I'm not saying that that's justified or not. That's a question where the jury is still out. But I don't think the valuation is a constraint where the best of the growth is yet to come.
Okay, no, fair point. And one can have a slice of that. One may not have a very concentrated part of the portfolio, but a slice of internet in your portfolio can be good. Ramdev spoke about insurance and agro. Madhu, let's talk about pharma. You've researched the space so well. You've got skin in the game. How do you, if someone is listening to us right now among the viewers who's also like that, what is the right way to play pharma? Because the noise decibel levels on API are very high, but actually some say it is better to have a collection of plays. Aapka kya view hai? How to play pharma sector next 3 to 5 years?
So, Ajay, please put all relevant disclaimer on our behalf, on behalf of Ramdev, because we are all public people, and so this is not a strict advice to be acted upon. It has to be researched on your own. So I would say, when you take a pharma company, a pharma sector, first of all, a section of the market believes that ये pharma में जो तेजी हुआ, it is because of COVID. So let me dispel that first. My understanding is COVID may have added to 10-20% of the profitability, but it is not because COVID के पहले भी pharma companies थी और COVID के बाद भी pharma companies रहने वाली. So that is one. Second, you have to, when you are investing in a pharma company, what I have learned is you have to look at really margin of safety, because you can't buy a very, very expensive company, because when the regulatory challenges will come, you don't know, right? And in the past, whenever people have lost 30, 40, 50, 70% money in any pharma company, it is because of the regulatory challenge. Whether it was a Sun Pharma at some point of time, or whether it was a Ranbaxy at another point of time, or ICAI Laboratories, they were all very good companies, but because they faced regulatory challenges. So whenever you are working, whether you are working with an API player or a generic player, you have to know what is the track record of this person in handling regulatory challenges. And let me tell you, there has been a little bit of tailwind, because last 8 months, FDA inspectors have not traveled, and there has been a FDA audit in that sense. So we have to be very careful which are the plants which are going to get inspected. So it's not a generic gyan which you can give that you buy X pharma company or Y pharma company. I think it's a very, very interesting subject, and you have to have a detailed understanding of what you are getting. At this point of time, I see no euphoria in the sector, even after such a rise. I think a lot of these profits are sustainable. A lot of the mid-sized pharma companies are also generating a lot of cash, and that is what they are deploying. They're not borrowing money, and they're not over-leveraging themselves. So I think there is still an opportunity on a stock-specific basis. And that is what my view for the broader market, Ajay, also is, because you asked that question to Ramdev and Pankaj, and I'm sure you will ask me also, that where do we see opportunity? So भाई मेरे बुफे लगा हुआ है, अपने को टिकट मिल गया है, अपने हाथ में प्लेट है, अभी काकड़ी खा के पेट भरना है तो काकड़ी खा के पेट भर ले, or else you have the full choice of what you want to eat. And I am so fortunate. I don't have a problem of Ramdev Agrawal who has to think of investing 40,000 crores. I have a small amount of money, so I can possibly move a lot of companies and I can execute. So if you are an individual investor, and a lot of the chartered accountant friends of mine, they invest their own money. This is a thriving time. The advice of Warren Buffett will be different. The advice of Ramdev Agrawal will be different. You have to do what will suit you. If you are an individual stock picker, go and buy those mid-sized companies which are being bear market survivor, wherever we can get great management, and wherever you can see there is execution capability, and wherever you can see that these companies are going to last for 3 to 5 years. When I am investing now, Ajay, I am remembering my days of Reliance Mutual Fund of 2003 and 2005. Companies are really, really available cheap, trust me.
Wow. Madhu, we'll not talk about size of portfolios here. I know you're being humble, so I don't want to embarrass you. But so basically the idea, Madhu, from you is that the सबसे बड़ा risk market में अभी ये है next 3 to 5 year view लेके that you are not adequately participating. That could turn out to be a bigger risk.
रिस्क नहीं लेना सबसे बड़ा रिस्क है.
बड़ा रिस्क हो जाएगा.
अपने बैंक में पैसा अगर रह गया, ये बुल मार्केट बाजू से निकल जाएगा, अपने को लगा अपना पैसा सेफ रह गया, वो 4% ब्याज में कुछ घर में आने वाला नहीं है. तो रिस्क नहीं लेना सबसे बड़ा रिस्क है. You have to take calculated risk
and participate.
And you have to take risk which will suit your appetite. You have to take risk and have a period of time. See, what did I learn? See, we had a 200 bagger, Ajay, from the time we invested in Jindal Steel and Power. We invested at 300 crore market cap, and the market cap went to 70,000 crores at the peak. 60 to 70,000 crores. What is my regret today? I did not buy enough. And I did not hold it for a long period of time as much as the stock deserved to be held. Right?
Madhu, please allow me the liberty to ask you a stock specific question. It will not be about buying or selling, but your learning from divis, did you apply them in later cycles?
I am trying to, my friend, which is why I am saying, अभी खरीद के बैठ जाने को है, और खरीद के क्या बैठ जाने को है, ये किसको नहीं पता चलेगा. सब पंडित फेल हो जाएंगे, मैं तेरे को बोल रहा हूँ इस बार. और ये सारे पंडित फेल हो गए. हमारा सबका किसी का बोलती बंद था मार्च अप्रैल में, बॉस. सबका मैं बोल रहा हूँ, barring none. Because none of us could anticipate that the markets are going to come back so fast. And what lies ahead of us now, आपको एक छोटा example देता हूँ. You are looking for opportunity. Government has come and told that we want to give 2 lakh crore rupees of PLI. Right? ये तो मेरा मधु केला का opinion नहीं है. ये तो hard fact. PLI can at best be 5% on a manufacturing. तो 2 lakh crore का PLI के लिए you require 40 lakh crore rupees of turnover.
Correct.
That 40 lakh crore rupees of turnover has to happen in the next 5 years. If this PLI has to get fully exhausted, do you think it got fully discounted by the market, that 40 lakh crore rupees of incremental turnover, which is going to come in 10 sectors?
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
You answered yourself, myself.
Barely electronic companies, barely few of them.
I am saying whether it is a raging bull market or we are at the early stage of the bull market. You have answered yourself.
Very good data point. Very good data point. In fact, people are still working on that. Which sector, what kind of PLI, what kind of companies. We are talking to many of these companies. They are still working on it. Abhi to discount hi nahi hua hai. Fair point.
And these events which are happening, have you ever heard in my investing career a PSU company buying back their own share? It has not happened in India in last 70 years. Are you hearing Apple is coming in India in a big way? Has this event happened ever in India? So ये बहुत सारा prediction अजय मैं all I'm trying to say ना बहुत सारा prediction हमको अभी समझेगा नहीं कि क्या होने वाला है. I can only go by my experience, and I can see we are at a very early stage of some of these mid-size and even large-size companies, and there is a lot of potential which lies ahead. And I repeat my sentence: at this point of time, the biggest risk is that you will not take risk.
No, I'm sure a lot of our viewers understand that point. We have all three of you have really driven that point very well, actually, that please do have adequate positioning in the markets. We are setting for next 3 to 5 years of bull run, structural kind of.
But having said that, let me tell you, don't borrow money. You still have portfolio allocation and be prepared. कितना भी हम तेजी का बात करके जाएंगे, index can correct 10, 15, 20% for reasons which are completely unknown to us today. So we have to be prepared for that.
Sure. Okay, great. So I'm getting a message. In fact, 5-7 of them. I'll pose one question each with all of you. There's a question coming in from Praveen Kumar asking, sir, is this bull market getting into a bubble territory or some kind of a steeper drop or not? Madhu, you want to take that? People are scared looking at frontline.
I've already taken that. मेरे को तो किधर बबल नहीं दिखता है बस.
Sure.
मुझे तो पानी का भी बबल नहीं दिखता है, पैसे का नहीं. So I think you may have some sectors which are overvalued. And when we talk about learning, I want to talk about one important thing. And with due respect, Ramdev ji is sitting here. See, what always works in the last 10 years, my experience is that over the next 10 years, that will not necessarily work. So what worked for last 10 years is absolute quality, buy at any P multiple, buy only quality companies, and essentially buy companies which do not have debt. Now this has worked as a textbook from 2009 till 2020. I don't know whether this is what is going to work for the next 10 years.
In fact, the point on pharma, really loved the way that day we saw $6 billion worth of purchase from Buffett also coming in for pharma, including some API names. So there's serious allocation towards healthcare happening even globally, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think the wisest man in the world is telling that there is no bubble here.
True. So next question is coming from Amit Pasari. Is there a risk of second wave of COVID, and if it happens, how can it affect the markets? Ramdev ji, can you take that question for us? Is there a risk? Is that a big risk in your view?
Yeah, risk is definitely there in many parts of the world like US, Europe. It is raging. The second wave is raging. Even in Delhi, I believe it is a second round of spike, and Mumbai is still not fully open. So the second round of spike is clearly it's not a apprehension. I'm quite sure there is a very high probability that it could happen. How serious it will be, that is because authorities now know. Most important thing is that now doctors know how to treat that. I mean, how to handle COVID patients. There is an infrastructure available, and people are also, the fear is very low, and doctors know how to treat all the symptoms. So yes, there will be second this thing, and there could be a mild lockdown here and there, but I don't think there is going to be lockdown. I don't think there is going to be complete shutdown of the economy anymore, and I don't think the fear of COVID is going to spike. See, the markets spook not because of COVID. It is because of fear of COVID. In March 23rd, when actually the lockdown happened, that was the bottom of the market. In fact, day one of the lockdown was the all-time bottom of the market. So it was all fear. And even government succumbed to the fear. And they locked down the country, and what all happened later on. But as the fear subsided, and Corona actually became biggest. I mean, right now we have the highest number of cases all over the world. But the fear is lowest. So it is the fear which drives the market. All the markets in the world are all-time high. And US is literally in the midst of the biggest crisis in Corona, but the markets are all-time high and it's not budging to go down. It's just not going down. So clearly, my sense is yes, there is a good possibility of this thing, but please don't hesitate to invest in fact, use that opportunity. My chance market becomes fearful, it gives correction. That is a God-sent opportunity for you to enter the market.
Ajay, if I may just add one point on Corona.
Sure, go ahead.
What we have to see is the death rate. You know, we should not monitor only the number of cases. What we have to see, how much more testing is happening, how many more cases are there, and what is the mortality rate. So if you see, fortunately, the mortality rate across the world is falling, which means maybe the strength of the virus itself has become weaker, or as Ramdevji rightly pointed out, you know, doctors and the medical fraternity have understood how to treat this virus.
Sure. Another one coming from Praveen Kumar. Pankaj, I'll ask you to take this one. Praveen is asking, how is India looking right now versus global economy in recovery, etc., for next 2-3 years?
Okay, I'll give a slightly broader answer, Ajay. We have studied, as students of history, we have studied historical timelines in terms of, before Christ and after death. We studied history in that context. I believe COVID and healthcare crisis marks a very significant event for the world, and the world post-COVID is very different, and which is why I would like to split the world into pre-COVID and after COVID. All I can say is, at the end of this COVID crisis, India, on a relative basis, will exit the crisis stronger than what it was or where it was when it entered the crisis. So India will be amongst the few countries who will exit the crisis relatively stronger with a much more stable macroeconomic fundamentals than where it was when it entered the crisis on a relative scale. So I think, and the other good thing is, despite the crisis, I think government of India has done a few structural reforms. So they've continued the journey of structural reforms in terms of what they've done with agri reforms, labor reforms, and so on. My view is, the last 5 years, India's growth has been below potential growth. But I think the next 5 years, not only India's potential growth rate will go higher, but probably India will exceed its potential growth rate. I don't see any reason why. Meaning, I'm pretty optimistic and hopeful that probably in the next 4 to 5 years, India can actually achieve double-digit growth and sustain that for a long period of time.
Wow, that's very interesting. In fact, yeah, to give the government its due, there indeed has been very good handling, a good combination of RBI and the government in the last couple of months to tackle that. All right,
Ajay, that point needs to be really emphasized.
Sure. Madhu, please add your closing comments on that.
Has done an incredible job. If you see last 1.5 years, and finally we are seeing some privatization also happen. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that if we sell a few public sector companies on strategic basis, we have had reforms which we have been waiting for 70 years. There is no noise about labor reforms. There is no noise about real agriculture reform. There is no noise about the mining reform, which has happened in this period. As I told you, the manufacturing whole sector, I think the government has done quietly but a fantastic job in the last at least 6 to 9 months since the COVID time.
Ramdevji, you want to take a view on that? The way the government very slowly, gradually, but then one after the other, including RBI, tackled this entire crisis?
Yeah, I mean, the monetary response has been fantastic. In the given resource-constrained kind of situation, they have been very, very, what I would say, prudent in terms of, they have been very liberal in the monetary side. And clearly, because of the lockdown, their revenue base was very, very weak. So they were stingy to start with. Then IMF pressure, and when they're seeing the world is gone completely loose in terms of fiscal side. My sense is that in the second half, the fiscal push will be much better. And starting April, that is the next year budget, when they will have the fully recovered economy, hopefully, you will have a lot more fiscal space. So going forward from here, you'll get a lot more help. I mean, the world is awash with the liquidity. India is awash with the liquidity. India is awash with very low cost money. I mean, in 4.5%, you get as much money you want. And AAA corporates are getting it 3.5%. And that's why you see the interest cost has been slashed all across this is unprecedented, I'm telling you. And that is one tonic. That one thing alone, low interest cost and ample liquidity, is a huge boost for all kinds of durables and everything. Now, the moment fiscal thing is opened up, what will happen is government expenditure on the infrastructure will start. So one side you have the private demand for the housing and real estate and automobile and all. And other side, government will give push on the infrastructure side. These two will generate a lot of demand, and that PLI and other things which are being done. So all put together, there will be massive aggregate demand in the economy. And starting from here, I think we'll see a very good corporate response, because corporates don't need for investment. They don't need anything. They need they need low cost money and strong demand. In fact, strong demand is more important than even the cost of liquidity. But this time in 21, 22 or next 3-4 years, both are going to, the demand is going to be there and very strong balance sheet will be there. So I think it's a good mixture, explosive mixture, which is building up.
Right. In fact, that point of India getting the bonanza of low crude oil prices and the savings there gets underappreciated.
I'll tell you this, first time after a long time, we have current account surplus. And our forex balance this yesterday, was $572 billion. Every week it is going up by $4 billion. And the best of the, the biggest of the stimulus is yet to happen. So this forex build-up is going to continue through the next quarter, or at least next 1 year. So my sense is we are in a very, very comfortable situation in terms of crude price, which is sub 50. It may go up, but I think we are in a comfortable situation. And our exports, one of the backbone of export is our software export, which is also booming. So I don't know whether you are aware, but since it is a Middle East chapter of ICAI, India's software export is much bigger than Saudi Arabia's oil export.
My goodness.
Yeah, we export about $150 billion of software this year. Next year will become 165, 170. So, but Saudi Arabia's oil export, because of the lower oil price, must be closer to 100 or 110 billion dollars, which is 160, 170.
I know that we are running out of time. I want to tell the organizer, if you get 3 bullish people and if you allocate only 40 minutes, the story can happen. So before we close, I will tell you one of the biggest reform happened on Friday when now the RBI is selling that they will give licenses to corporate.
Yes.
Your
NBFCs.
channel only broke this story.
Yes.
And now we are hearing the public sector banks will be sold and all the large size NBFC companies would be given licenses to become a bank. Ajay, my friend, this is what we have been waiting for 70 years. And
Correct.
always remember, India में reform तभी होगा जब crisis होगा. Because we live in a democracy. जब crisis होता है तो कोई political leader कुछ ऊंचा नहीं करते हैं and the reform goes through very smoothly. And I think the government has really taken note of that and they have pushed so many things. एक हफ्ते का स्ट्राइक नहीं हुआ बॉस पूरे हिंदुस्तान में मिला के इतना बड़ा लेबर रिफॉर्म हो गया और किधर हेडलाइन भी नहीं है.
Fair point. You're right. I mean, the way government has worked is, I think it's not factored into the market as you started by saying, जो हुआ है, वो बाजार में, if you're looking only at the frontline indices, you're missing the action. It's not even started to get reflected.
But it's unfortunate now, my friend, that people are still looking for that 1000-point correction. कि अगर फ्लो खत्म हो गया, कुछ हो गया, यूएस में कोई लफड़ा हो गया, 1000 पॉइंट घट जाएगा. अरे जो नहीं आया अंदर उसको तो खुश होना चाहिए यार, 1000 पॉइंट घट जाएगा तो लेने का अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगा ना.
No, I'm sure our viewers today listening to this 1 hour chat would have got a very good brief of what lies ahead. We are in a very early young bull market, and the biggest risk actually would be to not participate in it or participate in a half-hearted manner and then look back and regret later. That's the gist of this very interesting chat, which I loved having with Ramdev, Pankaj and Madhu, and answering the questions. With that, MC, I'm handing it over to you. Thanks so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, the panelists. I'm sure that all the attendees have gained a lot of knowledge and insights from your expertise. We are getting a lot of response and feedback across the globe. We got a feedback right now from Australia where it's still early morning and they're still watching and listening to you all. So that's the energy and the interest of the chartered accountant community across the globe. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking a weekend and sharing your most valuable time with us. Thank you so much, Ajay Sharma, CA Ramdev Agrawal, Mr. Madhu Kela, and CA Pandesh Moraka. Thank you for your time. Now let's move to the next. Thank you. Thank you. Now we are going to announce the most engaging attendee of the day. Here we have two winners. The first one is Mr. Ankush Raika and the second one is Gitika Gudicha. So congrats to all of you. And we have decided to give one more prize as a lucky winner, and that goes to Mr. Galib Kotatalian. Congratulations to all the winners. Just make a note that you can download the certificate from the platform. I think that will be remembered. You will be cherishing that forever, as this is the first ever digital edition of annual seminar of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. Right, Hanu?
Yes, of course. Now we are moving into the final session of this virtual mega event. We promise you it will be engaging and entertaining. Let's listen to the person who is known to weave magic out of his words. The poet who went beyond the stereotypical norms of the poetic function and made it into a performer's stage. Stay tuned. Meanwhile, let's have the sponsors video, please.
ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter extends its heartfelt thank you to all the sponsors for their commitment and contribution to the chapter. As we continue to grow as a chapter, please know that partnerships with our sponsors are vital to the success of the chapter. You are truly appreciated. Presenting our proud sponsors. Lead sponsor, Burjeel Hospital VPS Healthcare. Platinum sponsor, Emirates Motor Company. Gold sponsors, Lulu Group International, MMJS Consulting, Creston Menon, Zoho Books. Silver sponsors, Al Wathba National Insurance Company, Barakat Group, Crow, Pay It, powered by First Abu Dhabi Bank. Premier sponsors, ADMMI, ADNIC, Al Nasser Enterprises, Apparel Group, Bank of Baroda, Century Financials, Chartered House, Deloitte, Gargash Insurance, Ideal Management Consultancy, India Palace, MCA Auditing, Tally, UHY James. Support sponsors, Actia, Baker Tilly, Chappan Bhog. Digital partner, AGP World. Radio partner, Karak FM. Print partner, Khalij Times.
मिश्रा जी, अरे नए मैनेजर के बारे में सुना है?
काम अब यूं हो जाते हैं। अरे नए मैनेजर के साथ काम करना बहुत आसान है, बिल्कुल हमारे हिसाब से ही चलता है। हाँ यार, मस्त है।
The new manager is superb, yeah. Understands exactly what we need.
ये आपने अच्छा नहीं किया सर। कलेक्शन सब मैं मैनेज करूं, गोडाउन से मैं कोऑर्डिनेट करूं, रिपोर्टिंग पे सब काम मैं करूं। एक हफ्ते छुट्टी पे क्या गया, आपने मुझे प्रमोशन देने की बजाय नया मैनेजर रख लिया। वाह सर, वाह वाह, मतलब वाह।
ओनर कौन है? यह है हमारा नया बिजनेस मैनेजर।
नया टैली प्राइम, जो आपके बिजनेस को समझे, संभाले और बनाए आसान हर दिन।
Talk about pure, fresh and healthy. What comes to your mind? Mother Nature, of course, because she is rich and bountiful. In today's modern life, every food item is full of preservatives and additives. The goodness of Mother Nature is lost. We at Barakat have made it our mission to bring nature's freshness and goodness back to you, so that you can become the healthiest version of yourself. We scour the world to do this, finding the freshest fruits and vegetables, leaving no stone unturned to deliver the promise of fresh. And we've been doing this since 1976. Our 6 state-of-the-art facilities import 124 million kgs of fresh produce a year, which fills about 6,200 containers. We pulp 18.4 million litres of juice every year. Our passionate team of chefs, nutritionists and foodies ensure that you get the freshest, preservative and additives-free fruits and vegetables, freshly squeezed juices, ice pops, healthy salads, ice creams and lots more. All this is delivered fresh every day to restaurants, cafes, hotels, supermarkets, convenience stores, vending machines and kiosks by our fleet of 350 refrigerated vehicles. You can also order it online at barakatfresh.ae with a few taps. This is the world of Barakat, where you can save your nature's freshness in its purest form. Barakat, serving the best of fresh every day.
Once production staff reach our facility, they are scanned for body temperature at the entrance. They proceed to the sanitization area where they get kitted out and go through a thorough sanitization process, including hand washing and wearing the PPE kit. Staff enter the production area where different activities of fruit and vegetable peeling, cutting and chopping take place in fully sanitized conditions. The processed fruits and vegetables are then packed in sanitized containers as per the orders and packed into eco-friendly boxes. Our delivery trucks are washed and sanitized after each delivery route, ensuring that each order reaches you in a completely hygienic manner.
कहा था कि हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे सम्मानीय सदस्य पूर्ण रूप से सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग का पालन करें और हम पूरा प्रयास करेंगे कि वे सोशली डिस्कनेक्टेड ना रहे। तो आपको सोशली कनेक्टेड रखने में ICAI अबू धाबी चैप्टर द्वारा इस 32वें वार्षिक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार का आयोजन किया गया है और मुख्य रूप से इस एंटरटेनमेंट सेशन का। तो आज के हमारे विशेष अतिथि है प्रख्यात एवं यशस्वी कवि डॉक्टर कुमार विश्वास जी, और मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता और हर्ष का अनुभव हो रहा है उनका परिचय देने में, हालांकि वे किसी भी परिचय के मोहताज नहीं है। तो संक्षेप में मैं उनके बारे में कहना चाहता हूं। डॉक्टर कुमार विश्वास जी के फेसबुक पर 65 लाख फॉलोअर्स है, ट्विटर पे 85 लाख फॉलोअर्स है और उनके यूट्यूब वीडियो के 30 करोड़ से भी अधिक व्यू आ चुके हैं। डॉक्टर कुमार विश्वास जी म्यूजिकल फॉर्मेट में अपने शो के साथ आने वाले पहले कवि हैं। वे भारतीय टेलीविजन मेगा शो, इंडियन आइडल, कपिल शर्मा शो और सारेगामा पा के स्टेज पर विशेष अतिथि के रूप में आमंत्रित है। जॉन अब्राहम वाली मूवी परमाणु के लिए उन्होंने गीत लिखा है और कुछ मूवी के लिरिक्स उन्होंने लिखे हैं जो अभी रिलीज होने वाली है। आज तक पर केवी सम्मेलन और ABP न्यूज पर महाकवि और वंश की एंकरिंग की है। उनकी कुछ विशेष मान्यताएं हैं जो मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि कैलिफोर्निया की विधानसभा ने डॉक्टर कुमार विश्वास को हिंदी के विश्व स्तर पर एक मजबूत पहचान दिलाने में उनके प्रयासों के लिए सम्मानित किया है। गूगल हेडक्वार्टर कैलिफोर्निया ने युवा मुद्दों पर एक विशेष अतिथि व्याख्यान के लिए डॉक्टर कुमार विश्वास जी को आमंत्रित किया है। स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी, कैलिगरी यूनिवर्सिटी, विक्टोरिया यूनिवर्सिटी और लॉर्ड थ्रॉप विश्वविद्यालय ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने अतिथि व्याख्यान के लिए डॉक्टर कुमार विश्वास जी को आमंत्रित किया है। डॉक्टर कुमार विश्वास जी हमारे बहुत प्रिय हैं और कई वर्षों से मैं उनको सुनते आया हूं और उनके मुक्तक मुझे बड़े पसंद है। तो मैंने सोचा आज उनके स्वागत में, उनके आदर के लिए और उनके सम्मान के लिए मैं एक छोटा सा उनका ही मुक्तक है जो पढ़ना चाहता हूं आज की सिचुएशन पे। कोई ऑनलाइन कहता है, कोई वर्चुअल समझता है,
बहुत अच्छे।
कोई ऑनलाइन कहता है, कोई वर्चुअल समझता है, मगर डिस्टेंस की बेचैनी तो बस ऑडियंस समझता है। तुम मुझसे दूर कैसे हो, मैं तुमसे दूर कैसा हूं, ये तेरा दिल समझता है या मेरा दिल समझता है। तो आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा डॉक्टर कुमार विश्वास जी को ICAI अबू धाबी चैप्टर के 32वें वार्षिक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार में। कुमार जी, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। द फ्लोर इज योर्स।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रमेश जी, और आपने मेरी कविता का समसामयिक संदर्भों में उपयोग किया, इसके लिए मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ। सबसे पहले तो पूरे भारत के जो जितने भी लोग हैं उन सब की ओर से आप सभी अबू धाबी के भारतवंशियों को और आपके माध्यम से जो भी लोग सुन रहे हो, ये त्योहारों का जो पर्व चल रहा है, त्योहारों का जो सीजन चल रहा है, इसमें आप अपनी मिट्टी से, अपनी जमीन से दूर एक हिंदुस्तान की खुशबू को बचाए हुए हैं। इसके लिए मैं आप सबका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। आप सबको पता है कि छठ पर्व चल रहा है, बहुत ही भीषण और बहुत ही तपस्या का एक व्रत होता है जिसे हमारी मातृशक्ति करती है और दुनिया उगते हुए सूरज को प्रणाम करती है। लेकिन ये भारत है जो दिन भर हमारे लिए जलता है, जो दिन भर हमको रोशनी देता है, उस सूरज को भी, उस अस्तांचलगामी सूरज को भी धन्यवाद बोलता है कि आप दिन भर हमारे लिए जगे, आपने हमें रोशनी दिखाई, इसके लिए हम आपका धन्यवाद बोलना चाहते हैं। ये केवल भारत की संस्कृति का एक महालेख है। तो मैं छठ की भी आपको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। दूसरे, मैं आप सभी इस संस्था के तमाम लोगों के माध्यम से और एक भारतीय कवि होने के माध्यम से अबू धाबी के जो शासक हैं उनको मैं बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने हम सब भारतीयों के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में आप सबको एक बेहतर माहौल उस देश में दिया है जीने का, अपनी भाषा, अपनी संस्कृति और अपनी सोच को जिंदा रखने के लिए अवसर दिया है। वहां के शासकों ने, वहां की सरकार ने, वहां की व्यवस्था ने आप सब लोगों को इस बात की आजादी दी है कि आप सब लोग अपने धर्म, अपनी मान्यताओं, अपने संस्कारों का पालन कर सके। इसलिए मैं वहां के शासकों का भी बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और ये कोरोना काल है जिसमें हम जुड़ रहे हैं और हमारी मुलाकात दुबई में रमेश भाई और तमाम लोगों के साथ हुई थी, और तब ये तय हुआ था कि एक कार्यक्रम हम इस तरह का रखेंगे। तब ये तय हुआ था कि हम जाकर रखेंगे, अबू धाबी जाएंगे और वहां आप सब लोगों के साथ मिलेंगे, लेकिन अब वो संभव नहीं हो पाया। आप सब चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट जितने भी हैं और आपके माध्यम से जुड़े हुए हैं, पिछले 6-7 सालों से तो हमारे देश में आप ही का जलवा है, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स का जलवा है। मोदी जी ने ऐसी व्यवस्था कर दी है कि मतलब आपके अलावा कुछ चल नहीं रहा है। जीएसटी का ऐसा हाल है कि समझ में आना बंद हो गया। पहले तो सर्विस टैक्स साथ दे देते थे हम, जीएसटी पहले तो 3 साल में समझ में आया, फिर जीएसटी की दरें बदल दी। तो मैंने अपने सीए से पूछा, मैंने कहा भाई ये नई जीएसटी में क्या हुआ है, जरा पढ़ के बताओ। बोला भाई साहब पहली 3 साल में समझ में आई थी, फिर बदलती है। मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि इससे तो पकौड़े का ठेला ही लगा लूं मैं कम से कम। तो हमने तो आंख बंद करके आप ही लोगों पर भरोसा कर रखा है, भाई जो आप बता दोगे हम दे देंगे। सबसे बढ़िया काम आपका है, तो इसलिए आपको बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। और मेरा एक दोस्त है चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है, वो थोड़ा सा करता है। अच्छा ये अब सिंघवी साहब आ गए हैं, पहले वो दिखने लगे हैं मुझे, बहुत अच्छा, ये भी अच्छा है। बीच बीच में अपने सारे साथियों के एक एक करके दर्शन हो जाएंगे तो ये भी अच्छा हो जाएगा। अच्छा बिल्कुल, फिर तो कवि सम्मेलन जैसा ही वातावरण हो गया ना कि बीच में कोई आता है फिर बीच में उठ के जाता है, ये भी अच्छा है, ये बहुत अच्छा है।
माहौल जरूरी है,
बिल्कुल नहीं, बहुत जरूरी है, बहुत जरूरी है। चलिए अच्छा है, तो मैंने स्वयं को ही कर दिया है। तो आप सबका बहुत स्वागत है। मैं आइए, कोरोना काल में आप सबको भी बड़े बड़े अनुभव हुए, तो बहुत ज्यादा अनुभव हुए।
फिर वो अगर
जो हमारे साथी जो इस समय सुन रहे हैं, अगर वो अपना माइक बंद कर लें। कितने बजे आप माइक बंद करती हैं, ऐसे इनके लैपटॉप का भी कर दें, उनको सुविधा हो जाएगी, क्योंकि आवाज अगर एक ही आए तो बेहतर है, तो बहुत अच्छा होगा। तो कोरोना काल में बड़े बड़े एक्सपीरियंस हुए, मुझे लगता है आपको भी हुए होंगे। हमको तो बहुत ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस हुए, लोगों को जिंदगी में बहुत एक्सपीरियंस हुए। लोग घरों में रहे, पहली बार लोगों को पता चला कि जिस पत्नी को जैसा समझते थे वैसी है नहीं, अच्छी महिला है, अच्छा समय बीत रहा है। और मैंने तो कवि सम्मेलन में आदत पड़ गई थी, 9 महीने अब होने जा रहे हैं, आप समझिए 16 मार्च को मैंने 15 मार्च को आखिरी प्रोग्राम पढ़ा था चेन्नई में, और अब मतलब पूरे 9 महीने, मतलब 9 महीने, आप बार बार 9 महीने को ना सोचेंगे इसके बाद कुछ पैदा होने वाला है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ, अभी तक भी वही समय चल रहा है। अगले 2, 4, 5 महीने में पता नहीं क्या चलेगा। एक तो हमारा मूड बनाने के लिए लोग वैक्सीन की रोज दवाई की सूचना आती है, ये 3रे चरण में पहुंच गई, वो 4थे चरण में पहुंच गई, वो किसके चरणों में पहुंची हमें पता नहीं चल रहा है। हमें बस ये पता चल रहा है जैसे ही डिप्रेशन आता है, जैसे ही कोई खबर आती है, सबसे पहले खबर आती है वैक्सीन बन गई, वैक्सीन बन गई, वहां बन गई। आदमी सोचता है चलो बस 4-5 दिन और निकाल ले, इसके बाद वैक्सीन बन जाएगी। फिर आ जाता है कि दूसरी वेव आ गई, तीसरी वेव आ गई, चौथी वेव आ गई, जिस समुद्र में वेव आती है। तो कोरोना में बड़े बड़े अनुभव हुए लोगों को। कोरोना पूरी दुनिया में उसने आतंक मचाया, पूरी दुनिया को पता है कोरोना कहां से आया, बस उस देश को नहीं पता जिसने भेजा था, वो भी कहता है कि कहां से आया, जबकि पूरे देश को पता है, पूरी दुनिया को पता है कहां से आया। लेकिन कोरोना जब भारत आया, तो भारत आते ही कोरोना को पता चला कि वो गलत जगह पर आ गया है, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तानियों ने उसकी हालत ऐसी कर दी है कि पूरी दुनिया ने गंभीरता से लिया उसको, भारतीयों ने उसकी वो हालत करी। खास रूप से अभी बिहार के चुनाव में तो बड़ा आनंद आया। मैं बिहार के चुनाव देख रहा था, रैली में 10-10 हजार आदमी एक के ऊपर एक चढ़े हुए, दिल्ली से गई हुई एंकर उनसे बात कर रही है, बोले हाँ आप ऐसे रैली में इतने इकट्ठे हो गए, और यहाँ नहीं है कोरोना वोरोना, ऐसा कोई नहीं है। अब दूसरे ने कहा आप मास्क नहीं बांधे हुए, हम थोड़े बीमार हैं, हमको कोरोना थोड़ी है। बोले दूसरा कोई छींक देगा, हम सांस रोक लेते हैं 15 मिनट, अब वो 15 मिनट सांस रोक लेते हैं, बताइए। तो बिहार ने अद्भुत काम किया। कोरोना जब भारत आया तो सबसे पहले तो उत्तर प्रदेश में उसका बड़ा जुलूस निकला। जब वो कानपुर पहुंचा तो उसे दुनिया भर में गले में पारदर्शी पदार्थ मिला था, पहली बार कानपुर में उसको लाल रंग का पदार्थ मिला, और ऊपर से आवाज भी निकलती मिली कि तुम कौन हो बे। तो कोरोना कंफ्यूज हो गया कि ये कौन सी आवाज निकल रही है। और बिहार झारखंड में तो कोरोना का जुलूस ही निकल गया, क्योंकि कोरोना खुद को पुरुष मानता था। बिहार झारखंड में पहुंचते उसने देखा कि महिलाएं कोरोना माई की पूजा कर रही थी कि कोरोना माई से मुक्ति कैसे मिले। तो उसको अपनी आइडेंटिटी का क्राइसिस हो गया कि मैं आदमी चला था, औरत में कहा कन्वर्ट हो गया। तो आप सब लोग जो मैं जहां भी बैठे हैं, एक तो मुझे आपके चेहरे दिख रहे हैं, तो आप वहीं से ठाके लगाते रहे, वहीं से तालियां बजाते रहे। मतलब ऐसा अजीब सा हाल हो गया है ये वर्चुअल प्रोग्राम में कि पता ही नहीं चलता है कि मैं खुद से बात कर रहा हूँ कि कैमरे से बात कर रहा हूँ। मैं तो अभ्यास करने के लिए रात को 2-3 बजे अपनी लॉबी में खड़े होकर रोज जोर से कविता पढ़ता हूँ, तो मेरा गार्ड और कुत्ता दोनों मुंह उठा के देखते हैं कि इस आदमी को हो क्या गया है। ये चुपचाप घर में आता था, चुपचाप सोता था, हो क्या गया है। तो इसलिए आप जहाँ कहा देखिए, रोहित जी ने ताली बजाई, अच्छा ये बढ़िया आदमी है, दायमा है, तो मतलब फिर तो इनके अंदर वो चौधराहट तो जिंदा होगी निश्चित रूप से, जो चौधरियों में होनी चाहिए। एक ही काफी होता है दायमा, तो पूरा हल्ला मचाने के लिए, तो पूरे ग्रुप में चलिए। जहां जहां जो लोग हैं वो थोड़ा सा मुझे दिखाई देते रहेंगे कि हाँ कुछ कुछ कर रहे हैं तो अच्छा होगा। मेरे ऑफिस में भी जो 3-4-5 लोग हैं वो भी ऐसे बैठ गए कि रोज का काम है यही बात बोलनी है क्या आप सब लोग थोड़ा जागृत रहिएगा, थोड़ा बहुत प्रसन्न रहिएगा। कोरोना ने भारत में जो गति की और पूरी दुनिया में की, लेकिन एक बात मैं बता दूं, आप जिस देश से गए हैं ना उस देश में आपदा को स्वीकार करने और उसे अवसर में बदलने, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा आपदा अवसर में बदलो। प्रधानमंत्री ने जैसे ही कहा कि आपदा को अवसर में बदलो, तुरंत ही हिमाचल प्रदेश से खबर आ गई कि पीपीई किट में घोटाला कर दिया वहां के 2-3 नेताओं ने। बाद में प्रधानमंत्री ने फोन करके कहा कि ये क्या, बोले साहब आपने तो कहा था अवसर में बदलो, हमें अवसर मिला, आपने बदल दिया अवसर में। तो अलग अलग तरीके से अवसर बदला, लेकिन भारतीयों के अंदर तो पुरानी ताकत है कि वो आपदा से कैसे लड़ते हैं। आपदा कई बार परेशान हो जाती है। इस बीच में आपने देखा होगा इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर के नाम पे कितना काम हुआ। व्हाट्सएप पे जो ज्ञान उतरा कि आप कोरोना से कैसे बचोगे, अगर सारा ज्ञान मिला लिया जाए तो मुझे लगता है कि पेड़ पौधों का उपचार हो जाएगा। कोई कह रहा ये खा लो, कोई कह रहा वो खा लो। हमारे स्वामी रामदेव जी की दवाई तो इतनी पॉपुलर हुई कि उन्होंने अपनी भैंसों के लिए जो चारा रखा था लोग उसे भी इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर समझ के ले गए। यार स्वामी जी की गाय है, कुछ ना कुछ तो खाती होंगी, कुछ ना कुछ तो होता होगा। मतलब जिसे देखो वो आपको ज्ञान दे रहा था, ये घोल के पी जाओ, मिट्टी पी जाओ, हल्दी पी जाओ। अच्छा आदमी बता भी रहा था कैसे पीनी है। अगर दाईं तरफ की नाक चल रही है और बाईं तरफ की बंद हो और उस समय अगर हल्दी पियो तो इम्यूनिटी तेज बढ़ती है। अचानक इम्यूनिटी ऐसे होने लगी कि इम्यूनिटी पता नहीं कैसे बढ़ती है। आदमी कंफ्यूज। एक तो घरवालियां सुबह सुबह कुछ कुछ घोट घोट के पिलाने लगी, अब आप उसमें कर भी नहीं सकते, साहब इसमें स्वाद नहीं, अच भी नहीं है। सुबह सुबह पत्नी कुछ ना कुछ घोट के लिया, बोलो लो पी जाओ। अब बच्चे तो अपना चला लेते थे कि हमें नहीं, पर हम तो पति हैं तो हमें तो पीना ही पड़ता था। तो इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर। मेरा कुत्ता बड़ा कंफ्यूज है पिछले 8-9 महीने से। उसको पहले जब मैं आता था तो वो बहुत उछलता था, आगे पीछे उछलता था, उसको लगा आगे आ गया, 7-8 दिन का प्रोग्राम करके आ गया। अब उसे पता है आदमी ऊपर रहता है नीचे रहता है। वो सुबह उठो तो वो ऐसे करके देखता है, हाँ तो ये गया नहीं गई यार, बहुत दिन हो गए, फिर सो जाता है। वो उसके दिमाग में लगा रहता है कि यार ये आदमी यहीं पर है। तो हम सब ने कोरोना काल में बड़ा संकट झेला, लेकिन फिर भी मैं आपको बता दूं भारतीय जीवन मूल्य में आपने देखा कि पुराने जमाने में दूरदर्शन प्रारंभ होता था, जब शुरू होता था तो एक गोला घूमता था ना दूरदर्शन में, बहुत लोग अपन लोग देखते रहते थे, 6 बजे आता था। क्या दूरदर्शन का समय था, मतलब हम इतने दीवाने रहते थे टीवी देखने के लिए कि कृषि दर्शन देखते रहते थे। रबी की फसल में चैपा लग जाने के बाद कितने ग्राम नाइट्रिक एसिड डाल के किसान भाइयों का डालो। हमारे दूर दूर तक कोई पौधा नहीं हुआ हुआ था, एक तो गमले में तुलसी उगी हुई थी और हमें लगता था ये तुलसी के बारे में बताएगा कि इसमें क्या डालना है, और अपन ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में उसको देखते रहते थे। तो जब वो शुरू में गोला घूमने में आता था तो वहां एक चीज लिखी आती थी, आपने देखा होगा, आपको याद आ जाएगा पुराने लोगों,
सत्यमेव जयते।
हाँ क्या बात है, ये कौन बोला? सत्यम शिवम और सुंदरम। अच्छा इसमें ये सुविधा है कि आदमी, मैं तो तैयार होकर बैठा हूं, कोई लेट के देख रहा है, कोई किसी स्थिति में देख रहा है।
सभी अपनी सहूलियत से देख रहे हैं।
हाँ सब अपनी अपनी सहूलियत से देख रहे हैं। और जिन्होंने ये बात कही उन्होंने खुद ने अपना कैमरा बंद कर रखा है। मुझे लगता है वो ज्यादा ही सहूलियत में है।
नहीं कैमरा चालू है।
ये बढ़िया दोस्त है। अच्छा और जिन्होंने बात की उन्होंने अपना कैमरा बंद कर रखा है। बहुत अच्छा। मुझे लगता है किसी को ज्यादा सहूलियत मिल गई, उसने पूरा ही कैमरा खोल लिया सब कुछ। तो ये देखिए उसमें लिखा रहता था सत्यम शिवम और सुंदरम, है ना, आपको याद है? आजकल तो आप ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म पे जो प्रोग्राम्स देखिए तो उनको देखने पे लगता है कि इनके ऊपर लिखवा देना चाहिए फूहड़म फुलिशम वलगरम। शिवम और सुंदरम। आज मैं बातचीत शुरू कर रहा हूं। सबसे पहले ये क्यों होता था सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम? अमेरिका में और पश्चिम में एक नई थ्योरी चली है जिसका नाम है इको एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी। दुनिया में जो कुछ भी है वो स्वीकार कर लो, उसे पैदा। अच्छा बहुत अच्छा, राजीव भाई क्या तो बच्चे भी सुन रहे हैं। ओह बहुत अच्छा, राजीव जी का बच्चे, बहुत बढ़िया। नहीं बहुत अच्छा, राजीव ने ताली बजाई, बच्चे ने ताली बजाई कि घर में कुछ बड़ा हो रहा है, आज कोई आदमी बाहर से लाए हैं, बड़े खुश हो रहे हैं। अच्छा चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट से इनको पता है कि दुनिया से पैसे लेते हैं, इसे दिए हैं जिसे सुन रहे हो।
पूरा वसूलेंगे।
तो हंसी लो जैसा भी है, लेकिन आप लोगों ने बड़ा जो प्रयोग किया मेरे साथ, आपने राजीव जी के माध्यम से और जयंत जी के माध्यम से और हरीश मिश्रा हमारे दुबई वाले हैं उनके माध्यम से, उससे मैं पता मुझे लग गया आप सबके बारे में कि आप अपने क्लाइंट्स का बहुत ध्यान रखते होगे, उनकी बहुत बचत कराते होगे, जो कि आपने इस प्रोग्राम को कराने में जो मेरा आर्थिक शोषण किया उससे मुझे अंदाजा हो गया कि निश्चित रूप से आप अपने क्लाइंट्स की भी काफी बचत करते होंगे। मैं बिल्कुल अनुभव इसका पाया। अच्छा, क्या है ना, देखिए साहब, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम। तो अमेरिका में और पश्चिम में इस समय चल रहा है इको एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी, दुनिया को स्वीकार करना। एक तो कोरोना, आप बिल्कुल मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ होकर आनंद में बैठिए, आज की शाम आनंद की है। कोरोना ने इतना डर पैदा कर दिया ना, आदमी कुछ भी नहीं छूता उसके बाद भी फुसफुस करके हाथ मलता है। मतलब कई बार तो रात में सोते समय घरवाली से छू जाओ तो आदमी उठ के फुसफुस करने लगता है, यार अपनी घरवाली है भाई, ये जो भी होगा साथ ही हो गया होगा, लेकिन आदमी उसमें भी करता रहता है। अच्छा, कोरोना में ये भी पता चला कि लोगों के एक दूसरे से रिलेशन कैसे हैं। भारत के बड़े महत्वपूर्ण परिवारों में पति को हो गया, पत्नी को नहीं हुआ। यहां तो ऐसा हो जाए कि पति को हो जाए पत्नी को ना हो, या पत्नी को हो जाए पति को ना हो जाए, तो मोहल्ले में चर्चा हो जाए, ये सब वर्मा जी को हो गया लेकिन पत्नी को नहीं हुआ, हम तो पहली ग्रह लड़ाई चल रही है। तो सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, इको एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी, बात वहीं खड़ी है जब 15 मिनट से खड़ी है, वहीं आ रहा हूं। इको एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी का मतलब है प्रकृति में जो कुछ है उसको स्वीकार कर लीजिए, उसको मान लीजिए। ये अमेरिका कहता है अब, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान वालों, अबू धाबी में रहने वाले भारतवर्षियों, गर्व करिए इस बात पर कि आप जिस देश में पैदा हुए, जिस देश के प्रतिनिधि आप हैं, उसने हजारों हजार साल पहले ये कहा था कि प्रकृति में जो कुछ है सबको स्वीकार करिए। मैं आज आपको चुनौती देता हूं, आज रात के बाद आप अपने परिचितों से व्हाट्सएप पे कहीं भी पूछिए और पूछकर बताइए कि हिंदुस्तान के किसी सांस्कृतिक महाग्रंथ में क्या यह लिखा हुआ है कि इस जंतु को, इस जीव को, इस पौधे को नष्ट करना मनुष्यता के हित में है, यह चीज नष्ट होनी चाहिए। एक भी चीज के बारे में नहीं लिखा हुआ है। दुनिया की हर गंदी से गंदी चीज, दुनिया की हर घातक से घातक चीज, दुनिया की हर अनुपयोगी चीज भारतीय सांस्कृतिक दर्शन ने आवश्यक बताई है कि प्रकृति के संतुलन के लिए सब आवश्यक है। बिच्छू जो काटता है उसको कहा गया है कि भगवान शंकर की सेना का महारथी है, इसको मत मारिए। सांप, उसको कहा गया है कि भगवान शंकर के गले में पड़ता है, इसको मत मारिए। यहां तक कि हमारी मूर्खताओं का जो प्रतीक है गधा, जबकि अच्छा मुझे गधे ने कभी अप्रभावित नहीं किया, मैं गधे का बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं, खासतौर पर उसका धैर्य जो है, जिस तरह से वो सड़क के किनारे एक तरफ मुंह करके खड़ा रहता है, समाधिस्थ, जिस धारणा में खड़ा रहता है, बड़े बड़े मतलब बड़ी समाधि के बाद ये आती है कि ऐसे निर्लिप्त कुछ भी होता रहे लेकिन परम प्रेम के साथ खड़ा रहता है। उस गधे तक को भी हमने सम्मान दिया है। शीतला माता की पूजा के बाद गधे को खिलाया जाता है, गधे की पूजा के। कुत्ता, उसको हमने धर्मराज युधिष्ठिर के पीछे चलने वाले साक्षात धर्म के रूप में माना है। यहां तक कि महिलाएं सुन रही हैं, आपको बचपन याद दिलाऊं मैं आपका, रेप्टिलिया एक प्राणी है सामान्य घूमने वाला, छिपकली, कितना अजीब सा प्राणी है, वो भी अगर सिर पर गिर जाए तो हमारे भारतीय गांवों में महिलाएं कहती हैं जिस लड़की के सिर पे गिर जाए ये रानी बनेगी, जिसके हाथ पे गिर जाए कहा जाता है इसे चूड़ी मिलेगी अपनी ससुराल से, जिसके पैर पे गिर जाए सब कहा जाता है इसे अपनी सास से पाजेब मिलेगी, क्योंकि हम उसे मारना नहीं है, क्योंकि मच्छरों के लिए वो आवश्यक है। तो ये जो चेन है, जो इको एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी है, ये भारत के कण कण में है। और इसीलिए ध्यान रखिएगा, इस कोरोना काल ने हमको ये समझने का अवसर भी दिया कि प्रकृति के एक सामान्य बेटे होने के कारण, मनुष्य होने के कारण हमने दूसरों का कितना हिस्सा कब्जा रखा है। जब कोरोना शुरू हुआ तो आपको याद होगा भारत में पशु पक्षी बाहर निकल आए थे। हमारे नोएडा में मॉल के सामने विल्ड बीस्ट आ गए, नीलगाय आ गई, हमारे यहाँ रायपुर में काला जो तेंदुआ है वो दिखाई देने लगा, हमारे मुजफ्फरनगर में हिरन बाहर आ गए। तो अक्सर मुझसे लोग कहते थे कि साहब ये बाहर आ गया। मैं सदा से इस बात को मानता हूं कि वो हमारे इलाके में नहीं आए, हम उनके इलाके में गए। जब कभी खबर छपती है, जो जहां बैठा हो अच्छी बात हो तो उस पर भी आपका मैं मन चाहूंगा, आपकी दाद और आपकी तालियां मुझे सुनाई देंगी। देखिए, मैं जब खबर छपती है ना, बंबई के बाहरी इलाकों में तेंदुआ देखा गया तो ये खबर ही गलत है। वस्तु स्थिति यह है कि तेंदुए के इलाके में बाहरी बंबई घुसी। आजकल मैं अपने जब खेत पर रहता हूं तो वहां मैं कुछ ना कुछ चीजें पोस्ट करता रहता हूं। पिछले दिनों मैंने एक सांप का वीडियो पोस्ट किया जो मेरे खेत में, अरड़ के खेत से निकल कर, पिछले दिनों मैंने एक सांप का वीडियो पोस्ट किया जो मेरे खेत में, अरड़ के खेत से, किसी ने वो सांप एक साथ नहीं चल सकते, कोई जिसने खोला है वो बंद कर ले। तो मैंने एक वीडियो पोस्ट किया, उसमें एक सांप निकलकर दूसरी तरफ जा रहा था, तो किसी ने मुझे कहा कि आप बहुत ध्यान रखिए, आपके खेत में सांप आ गया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, शुक्रिया आपको, मुझे गॉड ब्लेस यू कहिए। और ये भी अच्छा है कि आप मुझसे दूर बैठे हुए हैं, हालांकि ऐसी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है जैसे आप सोच रहे हैं, सब कुछ ईश्वर का मंगल कृपा है। तो सांप निकल आया, तो किसी ने मुझे लिखा, कुमार जी आपके खेत में सांप आ गया, आप जरा बच के रहिए। मैंने कहा नहीं, आप गलत कह रहे हैं, मेरे खेत में सांप नहीं आया है, सांप के इलाके में मैंने खेत बना लिया है। ये तो इसका इलाका था ही, यहां तो वो रहता ही था। किसी ने मुझसे कहा इसे मार दीजिए, आपको नुकसान पहुंचा सकता है। मैंने कहा दुनिया का एक भी जीव जंतु नहीं है जिसे अगर असुरक्षा ना हो, जिसे आपको यह ना लगे कि आप उसे मार दोगे, नुकसान पहुंचाने वाले हो, वो मनुष्य के ऊपर हमला कर दे। मनुष्य अकारण पहला अकेला जंतु है, अकेला जीव है जो अकारण ईर्ष्या करता है, अकारण लड़ता है, अकारण आक्रमण करता है। दुनिया का कोई जीव जंतु किसी के ऊपर अकारण आक्रमण नहीं करता, जब तक कि भूख ना लगे उसके लिए वो दूसरे जानवर को मारता है, आदमी को नहीं मारता। तो सत्यम मतलब दुनिया में जो कुछ भी है सत्यम जो है उसे स्वीकार करते हैं, पहली चीज सत्यम। दूसरी शिवत्व, यानी कि आप किसी को मारकर खाएं ये विकृति है, वो अपना खाए हम अपना खाए ये प्रकृति है, लेकिन दूसरा खा सके इसकी चिंता करके खाएं ये संस्कृति है। सत्यम अर्थात शिव, दुनिया के मंगल के लिए, दुनिया को अमृत मिल सके, जो विष अपने कंठ में धारण कर ले, उसे कहा जाता है शिवत्व में, सत्यम शिवम। और तीसरा है सुंदरम, जो सत्य है और जिसके अंदर शिवत्व है वही सुंदर है। द ट्रुथ, द ब्यूटिफुल एंड द बेनोवलेंट। तो सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, ये तीन धारणाएं हैं जो महत्वपूर्ण रूप से हम सबको ध्यान रखनी है, हम सबको पता होनी चाहिए। तो आप जो अबू धाबी में बैठे हुए लोग हैं, आप जब जो हमारे जितेंद्र वैद्य के माध्यम से, भाई मित्रों के माध्यम से जो सब लोग मिले हैं, आप सबसे भी सादर अनुरोध है कि इस कोरोना काल में इस बात पर विचार करिए कि हमने कितना हमें चाहिए था और कितना हमने ले लिया है। मैं आपसे अक्सर कहता हूं, टैक्स के दोस्तों से अक्सर कहता हूं, टैक्सेशन के लिए भी आप अपने प्राच्य इतिहास में जाइए। आपने देखा होगा, मैंने 2-3 वर्ष पहले, 4 वर्ष पहले कहा था, वो बात बड़ी वायरल भी हुई। किसी ने, मैं एक दिन शाम को खड़ा हुआ था तो 2-3 दिन बाद बजट आने वाला था, तो मुझसे किसी ने पूछा कि बजट कैसा आएगा, कुछ अंदाजा है? तो मैंने कहा कि भाई सरकार को बजट राम की तरह लेना चाहिए टैक्स। तो उन्होंने कहा राम की तरह टैक्स लेना चाहिए, तो राम कैसे टैक्स लेते थे? तो मैंने उनको बताया, और ये चर्चा हमारी रमेश दवे जी से भी हुई थी, जब हम दुबई में थे, एक बार मिले थे कॉफी पीने के लिए, तब भी इसे चर्चा हुई थी। टैक्स कैसे लेना चाहिए? जैसे सूरज टैक्स लेता है ऐसे लेना चाहिए। गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी ने कहा है कि ऐसे टैक्स राम लेते थे। जब भरत पहुंचे हैं राम से मिलने के लिए और रात्रि में दोनों भाई बैठे हैं चित्रकूट में, तो राम ने भरत से कहा कि और आप राज्य कैसा चल रहा है, क्या तुम मंत्रियों पर भरोसा करते हो? उसने कहा जी भाई साहब। भरत ने कहा मंत्रियों के अलावा किन पर भरोसा करते हो? तो उन्होंने कहा मैं किस पर भरोसा करूं? तो राम ने कहा जो लोग सरकार से वेतन ना लेते हो और जो राज्य व्यवस्था से सीधे लाभार्थी ना हो, लेकिन विषय के विद्वान हो, राजा को एकांत में बुला के उनसे जरूर बात करनी चाहिए। कितनी बड़ी बात है। आज मुझे आप एक राजा ढूंढ के ला दीजिए, एक प्रधानमंत्री, एक मुख्यमंत्री ढूंढ के ला दीजिए, कौन काम करता है उनके यहाँ? मैंने भी सरकार चलाई है, देखी है, 5 से 2 बार सरकार बना के देखी है। कौन काम करता है? कौन आपका सलाहकार है जिसको आप वेतन देते हैं? वो अपना वेतन बचाएगा कि सलाह बचाएगा? इसीलिए श्रीमद् वाल्मीकि रामायण में मारीच रावण से कहता है सुलभा पुरुषा राजन सततम प्रियवादिना। हे रावण, हे राजा, ऐसे लोग तुझे बहुत मिलेंगे जो सततम प्रियवादिन है, लगातार अच्छी बात कहेंगे। क्या बात है, क्या आपने बढ़िया है, क्या बढ़िया शानदार, क्या छवि है आपकी, है ना। लेकिन अप्रिय से पथ्य से, अप्रिय हो लेकिन जरूरी हो, पथ्य हो, पचने वाला हो, स्वास्थ्य के लिए अच्छा हो, समाज के लिए अच्छा हो, देश के लिए अच्छा हो। अप्रिय से पथ्य से वक्ता श्रोता च दुर्लभ है। इसका वक्ता भी दुर्लभ है और इसका श्रोता भी दुर्लभ है। तो रामचरितमानस में हे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स लोगों, आपके बारे में कहा गया है कि कैसे टैक्स लिया जाए। आप तो क्या करते हैं, आप तो बीच के सेतु हैं सिर्फ। सरकार कहती है टैक्स ले लो। अच्छा मुझे ये बताओ भाई, टैक्स वालों सारे के सारे, मैं बड़ा सामान्य कवि आदमी, मुझे टैक्स व्यवस्था पता नहीं रहता, पर मेरे को समझ में नहीं आती कई बार। जैसे मैंने 100 रुपए कमाए तो भारत सरकार मुझसे कहती है कि भाई इसके 33 रुपए दे दो। तो मैं कहता हूँ जी 33 क्यों? क्यों? बोले तुमने बहुत मेहनत की, बड़े प्रतिभाशाली हो, इसलिए 33 दे दो। कम प्रतिभाशाली होते तो 10 रुपए लेता मैं तुमसे। मतलब मैं प्रतिभाशाली हूं, मैंने ज्यादा मेहनत की तो 33 दे दो। चलो जी साहब, आपका विचार है, 33 ले लो। अब मैंने उन्हें टैक्स दे दिया। मैंने कहा ये किस लिए? बोले इससे सड़क बनेगी, पुल बनेगा, अस्पताल बनेगा, शिक्षा होगी, स्वास्थ्य होगा, सुरक्षा होगी। मैंने कहा ठीक है भाई, 33 रुपए तो बनते हैं, सोसाइटी के नाम पर दे दिए, स्वास्थ्य होगा। उसके बाद मैं गाड़ी खरीदने के लिए गया तो मैंने लड़कों से कहा भाई गाड़ी कितने की आएगी ये वाली? तो बोले जी तो 1 करोड़ रुपए की आएगी। तो मैंने कहा ले जाओ 1 करोड़ का चेक। बोले नहीं, 1 करोड़ 18 लाख रुपए दीजिए। तो मैंने कहा 18 लाख किसके? बोले इसमें रोड टैक्स है। मैंने कहा तो 33 रुपए दिए थे मैंने उसके। बोले नहीं नहीं वो ये अलग से है, ये अलग से पैसा लिया जाता है। मैंने कहा चलो ये भी ले लो यार 18 लाख रुपए। तो मुझे लगा अब शायद मुझे सड़क पे चलने की आजादी मिलेगी, मैंने 2 बार पैसे दे दिए। इसके बाद मैं गाड़ी लेके जैसे ही निकला नोएडा से और मैं नेशनल हाईवे पे चढ़ा तो थोड़ी देर बाद जाली लगा के 15-20 आदमी मिल गए, बोले 500 रुपए दे दो। मैंने कहा किस बात की? बोले सड़क है। मैंने कहा उसके देखे आया था मैं तो। बोले नहीं 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 ये अच्छी सड़क है, इसके 500 अलग से दे दो। तो मैंने 500 रुपए दे दिए। तो भाई साहब जब आपने अच्छी सड़क के पैसे लिए और जब मैं हाईवे से मथुरा नीचे उतरा और सड़क टूटी फूटी मिली और गाड़ी नाचने लगी, तो वहां भी तो एक आदमी खड़ा कर दो तो 200 रुपए देके कहिए खराब सड़क है 200 रुपए वापस ले लो, खराब सड़क है 200 रुपए वापस ले लो। ये क्या चक्कर है भाई आपका कि आपने यहां भी ले लिया, यहां भी ले लिया और यहां भी ले लिया? तो टैक्सेशन समझ में नहीं आता। तो क्या कहा राम ने भरत से? कहा कि टैक्स ऐसे लो बेटा, हे मेरे छोटे भाई है अनुज, जैसे हम सूर्यवंशी हैं, सूर्यवंशी तो उन्होंने कहा टैक्स ऐसे लो जैसे सूरज टैक्स लेता है, जैसे सूरज पानी सोखता है। आप सब ध्यान से सुने इस बात को, क्योंकि पता नहीं आप में से कौन सा कब कहां किसी बड़े पद पर पहुंच जाए और सरकार को सलाह दे कि सरकार को कैसे टैक्स लेना चाहिए। राम के नाम पर हम सब बहुत सम्मोहित हैं, हम चाहते हैं राम राज्य आए। बापू तो पहले से चाहते थे राम राज्य की अवधारणा, पढ़ने योग्य लेख है बापू का, आप जरूर पढ़िएगा। सूरज जैसे टैक्स लेता है ऐसे टैक्स लो। कैसे? उन्होंने कहा कि सूरज पानी सोखता है, और पानी कैसे सोखता है? औकात के अनुसार सोखता है। समुद्र का ज्यादा पानी सोखता है, नदी का कम सोखता है, तालाब का और कम सोखता है, गिलास का और कम सोखता है, यहां तक कि अंजुरी में पानी लेकर खड़े हो जाओ तो अंजुरी का पानी भी सोखता है। लेकिन सूरज पानी सोख के अपने घर नहीं ले जाता, पानी को सोखता है, भाप बनाता है, आकाश में बादल का निर्माण करता है, और जिस रेगिस्तान में या जिस प्यासी जमीन को पानी की जरूरत होती है वहां ले जाकर बरसा देता है।
वाह।
तो सूर्यवंशी राजा का काम है कि वो समाज की औकात के अनुसार टैक्स ले। अब आप चौपाई सुनिए, क्या लिखते हैं गोस्वामी जी? बरसत हर्षत सब लखें, जब बरसता है पानी बादल सब लोग हर्षित होते हैं, प्रसन्न होते हैं, सब देखते हैं। करशत लखे न कोय, और जब निकालता है पानी को तो कोई देखता नहीं है। तुलसी प्रजा सुभाग से, तुलसीदास जी कहते हैं प्रजा के सौभाग्य से भूप भानु सो होए, राजा को सूर्य के समान होना चाहिए। यानी कि टैक्स ले तो पता ही नहीं चले कब टैक्स ले लिया, चुपके से ले ले। और टैक्स के बाद जब फ्लाईओवर का निर्माण करे, सड़कों का निर्माण करे, अस्पतालों का निर्माण करे, तो लोगों को पता चले कि क्या सरकार है, क्या शानदार निर्माण किया है, कितना अच्छा काम किया है। तो टैक्सेशन के बारे में कभी आपको, और मेरी चर्चा भी हुई थी ये सब सारे मित्रों से, और मैं आपसे आश्वस्त करता हूं कि कभी विशेष रूप से 2-2.5 घंटे के लिए प्राचीन वांग्मय में टैक्सेशन कितना होता था। आपको आश्चर्य होगा, बुद्धकालीन समय में टैक्स की पूरी परंपरा बुद्ध ने अपने आप बनवाई थी। आप बौद्ध जातक की कथाएं पढ़िए, बृहत कथा मंजरी पढ़िए, कथा सरित सागर पढ़िए, उसमें बाकायदा कहानी है। एक बार एक भिक्षुक जो था, जो बौद्ध मठ में रहता था, उसने बाजार से कुछ पैसे उधार लिए और वो मर गया। जिससे पैसे उधार लिए थे वो सेठ जी पहुंच गए। पहले तो ऐसा भी नहीं होता था कि लंदन चले जाओ, लेकिन तो वहीं रहना पड़ता था। हाँ, मैं अभी पीछे लंदन प्रोग्राम करने गया था, सुरेश कुमार जी को आनंद आया इस बात पे। मैं लंदन प्रोग्राम करने के लिए गया था तो वहां सारे लाला इकट्ठे हो गए थे, सारे बड़े बड़े थे जितने भी, लक्ष्मी भाई साहब, लक्ष्मी मित्तल जी, अनिल अग्रवाल जी, गोपी, हिंदुजा वाले, सब लोग आए थे मेरे प्रोग्राम में। तो बड़ा आनंद रहा। 3-4 दिन मैंने अलग अलग जगह प्रोग्राम किए। तो मुझसे लक्ष्मी मित्तल जी कार्यक्रम के बाद कहने लगे कि यार कुमार, जब तू लंदन आता है तो बड़ा मजा आ जाता है, और तू ना बस अब लंदन ही आ जा, यही रहा कर। मैंने कहा बस भाई साहब भारत जा रहा हूँ, पीएनबी लोन दे दे, फिर परमानेंट यही आ रहा हूँ। तो पहले तो ऐसा भी नहीं था। तो वो जो बौद्ध भिक्षु था वो उधार लेके वो दिवंगत हो गया, उसकी देह शांत हो गई। तो लाला पहुंच गया वहां को पीएनबी तुरंत कि भाई मेरे पैसे लाओ। तो उन्होंने कहा था वो तो मर गया भाई, बौद्ध भिक्षु के आगे पीछे कोई नहीं, परिवार नहीं, कुछ नहीं, कैसे करें। तो उसने कहा भाई मेरे पैसे तो दो, बौद्ध मठ में पैसे का मुझे क्या मतलब, मेरे पैसे दो। तो ये बात बुद्ध के पास पहुंची। बुद्ध ने उस व्यक्ति को बुलाया और बुद्ध ने पूछा कि आपसे जो पैसे लिए थे ये उस भिक्षुक ने निजी काम में लगाए कि बौद्ध मठ के काम में लगाए। तो पता चला कि आधे पैसे निजी काम में लगाए और आधे पैसे बौद्ध मठ के काम में लगाए। अब फंस गए। बुद्ध ने अपनी शास्ता दी, शास्ता कहते थे उस समय नियम को, बुद्ध ने अपनी शास्ता दी और कहा कि जो बौद्ध मठ में पैसे लगे उसे तो मठ दे, और जो इस व्यक्ति के पैसे लगे हैं, जो लोगों में इसने खुद ने खर्च कर दिए, वो इसके मित्र मिलके दे। और ये हो जाने के बाद भगवान बुद्ध ने एक व्यवस्था तय की। आप सब जो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं अबू धाबी के, मैं आपसे निवेदन करता हूं कि जब कोरोना काल समाप्त हो जाए, मैं इस पर आकर प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ बोलूंगा। आश्चर्य होगा आपको कि बुद्ध के समय में बौद्ध परिषद में ऋण देने के नियम तय हुए। जैसे आज होता है कि इन चीजों के लिए ऋण मिलेगा, इन चीजों के लिए नहीं मिलेगा, बैंक भी करती है ना, सरकार भी करती है। उस जमाने में तय हुए, बुद्ध के जमाने में, आज से हजारों वर्ष पहले, जिसमें जो चमड़े का काम है उसके लिए नहीं मिलेगा, जो मछली पकड़ने का काम है उसके लिए नहीं मिलेगा, इसके लिए इतने पैसे पे मिलेगा, इसके लिए इतने पैसे पे मिलेगा। बौद्ध मठों ने अपने कोष में कैसे किसी भिक्षुक को ऋण मिलेगा, अगर उसे कोई काम करना है, समाज का काम करना है तो कैसे मिलेगा और वापस कैसे आएगा, इसकी एक स्थिति तैयार की। और जरा कलेजे पर हाथ रख के बताइए, बैंकिंग कब शुरू हुई यूरोप में? आज से 200 साल पहले, 250 साल पहले। और हमने कब शुरू करी? 2000 साल पहले। इसीलिए मैं कहता हूं, दुनिया में मत मान के चलिए कि पूरी दुनिया में जो चमक रहा है वही सबसे अच्छा है। सूरज आपके आंगन में भी है, बशर्ते कि आपके पास वो आंखें हैं कि आप अपने घर के आंगन को, अपने सूरज को जुगनू ना समझें। हमारी आदत हो गई है कि हम दुनिया के दूसरी दुनिया में जो कुछ हुआ है उसे देख देख के, जैसे मैं एक बार गया तो एक सेमिनार में ज्ञानियों ने हमसे कहा कि साहब वो रिपब्लिक पहली बार ग्रीस में आया, यूनान में आया, लोकतंत्र। अब देखिए, मैं आपको ऐसी बात सुनाता हूं जो आपको बहुत अद्भुत लगेगी। कहते हैं लोकतंत्र विदेश में आया, भारत में तो लोकतंत्र नहीं, राजतंत्र था। आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि 2200-2400 साल पुराना एक कवि है कालिदास, उसकी तिथि के बारे में थोड़ी लड़ाई है कि वो 2200 साल पुराना है कि 2400 साल पुराना है। कालिदास की तिथि संशुद्धि जो है, इस पर चर्चा चलती रहती है। कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि इतने 100 साल पुराना है, कुछ कहते हैं 1500 साल पुराना है, चर्चा उस पर लगातार। लेकिन यह तय है कि हजारों वर्ष पुराना एक कवि है। उनका एक ग्रंथ है अभिज्ञान शाकुंतलम। आपने पढ़ा होगा कि राजा दुष्यंत जंगल में गए, वहां कण्व ऋषि की पालिता पुत्री शकुंतला उन्हें पसंद आ गई और उन्होंने उसके साथ गंधर्व विवाह कर लिया। शकुंतला प्रेग्नेंट हो गई और उन्होंने अपनी एक अंगूठी निकालकर शकुंतला को दी थी। जब वो चले गए वहां से तो वो घर जाकर भूल गए कि वो शादी कराए। अक्सर बड़े लोग भूल जाते हैं, तो वो भी भूल गए। लोग तो कहते हैं शाप था उन्हें, लेकिन वो भूल भाल गए होंगे, जो भी है। अब उनकी समझ में नहीं आई। तो उसके बाद वो शकुंतला प्रेग्नेंट हो गई, कर्ण लौटे तो कर्ण ने देखा कि यार ये तो गलत बात हो गई। तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई जाके राजा दुष्यंत के दरवाजे पे बोल के आओ कि भैया आप ये बिटिया के साथ क्या कर गए, आपने शादी की थी, स्वीकार करिए। दोस्तों, मैंने जब वो पहली बार कहानी पढ़ी तो मैं उस एक वाक्य पे अटका रहा 1-2 दिन तक। मुझे लगा कैसा देश रहा होगा हमारा। अब आप सब लोगों के लिए बड़ी ऐसी बात बता रहा हूं जो आपको किसी ने नहीं बताई होगी। आधी रात यानी कि तीसरा प्रहर, उसमें लिखा है रात्रि के तीसरे प्रहर 2 वनवासी और 6-7 महीने की प्रेग्नेंट शकुंतला और उसके साथ माता गौतमी, कैंपस की वार्डन, एक कोई बुजुर्ग प्रोफेसर महिला, वो पहुंची कहां? राजा दुष्यंत के महल, देश का सबसे बड़ा आदमी, उसके दरवाजे पर। और बाहर खड़े हुए प्रतिहारी से बोला, प्रतिहारी समझते हैं, होमगार्ड, उससे बोला क्या ये राजा दुष्यंत का महल है? होमगार्ड ने कहा हाँ जी राजा दुष्यंत का महल है। तो गौतमी ने कहा कि क्या हम उनसे मिल सकते हैं? रात का तीसरा प्रहर मतलब 3 बज रहे होंगे। चोर इसी समय घुसता है क्योंकि आदमी बेफिक्र सोता है, ऐसा समय जब सब सो रहे हैं। तब उसने पूछा क्या हम उनसे मिल सकते हैं? तो कालिदास ने एक वाक्य इस्तेमाल किया है, अभिज्ञान शाकुंतलम में पढ़िए। कालिदास कहते हैं प्रतिहारी ने बोला माता गौतमी से, जब उसने पूछा कि क्या मैं मिल सकती हूं, तो बाहर खड़ा हुआ सिपाही बोला, होमगार्ड बोला, अविश्रमोयम लोकतंत्रस्य सर्वाधिकारः, दिस इज योर कंटिन्यूअस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट टू मीट योर एम्परर एट एनी टाइम। आप बता दीजिए किसी एक विधायक से आपकी औकात है कि बिना किसी चमचे या चिंटू के मिलने, किसी एमपी से मिलने की औकात है? देश का सबसे बड़ा आदमी 2000 साल पहले रात में उसे जगाने की हिम्मत है, बाहर खड़े होमगार्ड के, और कह रहा है कि राजा है, 24 घंटे का नौकर है, घंटी बजाओ बाहर निकल के आएगा। ये था हिंदुस्तान, ये था गणतंत्र। लोग क्या कहते हैं? गणतंत्र विदेश से आया, हमारे यहाँ तो राजशाही थी। क्योंकि भारत को आदत पड़ गई है, हम लोगों को आदत पड़ गई है। मैं अक्सर देखता था जब मैं एमए बीए की तैयारी कर रहा था, इंजीनियरिंग के मास्टर बीए के पेपर देता था, तो अंग्रेजी थोड़ी ठीक ठाक थी, हिंदी भी थोड़ी ठीक थी, तो मैंने 4-5 काल्पनिक नाम बना रखे थे आचार्यों के। और जब मुझे समझ में नहीं आता था तो मैं अपना 3 लाइन का वाक्य लिख देता था उसमें, और नीचे उनका नाम लिख देता काल्पनिक आचार्य का, आचार्य पुरुषोत्तम चतुर्वेदी। थे ही नहीं पुरुषोत्तम चतुर्वेदी, पर वो वाक्य इतना अच्छा। या क्या करता था इतिहास में, अंग्रेजी में कोई नाम लिख के, अंग्रेजी में बहुत अच्छा वाक्य लिख के उसके नीचे लिख देता था द फेमस यूरोपियन हिस्टोरियन कार्ड फिलिप, अब ढूंढते रहे कार्ड फिलिप कहाँ है, सामने वाला कहता था गुरु कार्ड फिलिप का लिखा है, इसमें कोई बड़ी बात होगी, बहुत बढ़िया। तो ये हमारी आदत पड़ गई है कि विदेश से आया है तो बहुत अच्छा है, बाहर से बोला है तो बहुत अच्छा है, बाहर वाले आदमी ने बोला है तो बहुत अच्छा है। जबकि हमारे मशहूर शायर राहत इंदौरी जो स्वर्गीय हो गया, उनका शेर है, न किसी राहबर न रहगुजर से निकलेगा, हमारे पांव का कांटा हम ही से निकलेगा, इसी गली में वो बूढ़ा फकीर गाता था, तलाश कीजिए खजाना यहीं से निकलेगा। आपके माँ बाप, आपके पूर्वज, आपकी किताबें, आपका संस्कार, जितना आप उन लोगों के पास बैठेंगे आपको उतना पता चलेगा, उतनी नई बात पता चलेगी। मैं अपने गांव जाता था, मेरे ताऊजी खेत से आते हुए मुझे बता देते थे दोपहर के समय जून में, बाई तरफ देख के, भाई आज तो राम जी बरसेगा, राम जी मतलब बादल, आज तो राम जी बरसेगा। तो मैं कहता था कि ताऊ राम जी क्यों बरसेगा? बोले भाई वो चिड़िया धूल में नहा रही है, वो धूल में नहा रही है या पानी में नहा रही है, इसके माध्यम से पता चलता है किधर से बरसेगा। ना तो वो न्यूयॉर्क इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सिस्मोलॉजी में प्रोफेसर थे, ना उन्होंने कोई मौसम विज्ञान के ऊपर रिसर्च की थी, ना उन्हें IIT ने स्कॉलरशिप दिया था, खेत में हल चलाते थे और बता देते थे कि ऐसा होगा। मैं बार बार इस बात को कहता हूं कि अनुभव से आई हुई चीजें दुनिया में काम करती हैं। तो आप सब लोग जितने भी हैं, आप सब बहुत मन के साथ इस बातों को सुन रहे हैं। दूसरा मैं बताऊं आपको, कोरोना काल ने एक बात और सिखाई है हमको। कोरोना काल ने हमको यह भी सिखाया है कि हमारे पास कितना है और हमें कितना रखना चाहिए। प्रकृति का अगर नियंत्रण आपने खराब करा तो प्रकृति आपका बदला लेगी। जैसे घर में माँ होती है ना, 4-5 बच्चे हो, माँ ने एक सामान ला के दिया, खाने की कोई बहुत अच्छी चीज ला के दी, चॉकलेट ला के दी, कोई फल ला के दिया, और जो सबसे बदमाश बच्चा उसने सारा सामान ले लिया, छोटे भाइयों को दिया नहीं, मारपीट दिया। तो माँ का क्या काम है? माँ आएगी, सबसे पहले उसे समझाएगी, उससे छीनेगी, सब में बराबर बांटेगी और 2 थप्पड़ लगाएगी। तो ये जो नोएडा की मॉल के सामने विल्डबीस्ट निकले थे, ये जो रायपुर में काला पैंथर निकला था, ये जो सारे जानवर बाहर निकल आए थे, ये माँ के वही बच्चे हैं जिनका हिस्सा इस मनुष्य ने कब्जे में कर लिया था। इसलिए ध्यान रखिए, भारत अकेला देश है जिसमें अपरिग्रह को धर्मसूत्र बनाया गया। जितना है, राजा हर्षवर्धन के बारे में आपने सुना है, साल भर में एक बार राजा हर्षवर्धन प्रयाग जाते थे और अपना राज्य का उनके पास जितना था वो सब दान कराते थे। और आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि प्रयाग में जो साधु ने मिल जाता था, उससे कहते थे कि आपके पास एक जोड़ी कपड़े और है क्या? उससे कपड़ा डाल लेते थे और अपना जो कपड़ा पहन रखा होता था राजा का, उसे भी दे आते थे और फिर उस कपड़े में निकलते थे। कितनी जबरदस्त हिंदुस्तान की चेतना। टैक्स देखिए आप, राजा हरिश्चंद्र की ड्यूटी लगी है मणिकर्णिका घाट पर, और उनके मालिक डोम राजा ने उनसे बोला है कि भाई जो भी आएगा दाह संस्कार करवाने, उससे कपड़ा लेना है कफन का, या उससे पैसे लेने हैं। और उनका खुद का बेटा रोहिताश्व का शव आया है, मां शैव्या लेके आई है, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, जब तक तुम मुझे कपड़ा नहीं दोगे मैं शवदाह नहीं करने दूंगा। ये टैक्सेशन है, ये इनकम टैक्स अफसर की ईमानदारी का खेल है। जहां खड़ा किया गया वहां अपना काम कर रहा है। जो मैं बार बार कहता हूं ना, चाहे डॉक्टर्स हो, चाहे इंजीनियर्स हो, जो मुल्क के लिए काम करता है, जो आप अबू धाबी में बैठ के काम कर रहे हैं, जो आप पहुंचाते हैं लोगों तक बात, ये बड़ी बात होती है। मुझे लगता है मैंने काफी देर तक आपको ज्ञान और चीजें कही हैं। हमारे रमेश भाई के पास कोई सरप्राइज सेशन है। आजकल मैं सरप्राइज से बहुत डरता हूं क्योंकि मुझे बहुत मिले हैं जीवन में, लेकिन फिर भी रमेश भाई कुछ सरप्राइज लेके आए हैं, तो वो सरप्राइज प्रकट कर दें ताकि मैं फिर आगे कुछ एक आध कविता सुना पाऊं। रमेश भाई हैं, सरप्राइज लेने चले गए, या हो सकता है कि वो यही सरप्राइज हो कि मैं मिलूंगा नहीं। कहाँ है रमेश भाई? देख नहीं रहे रमेश भाई? कहाँ रमेश भैया?
मैं यहाँ हूँ, बोलिए।
यही सरप्राइज था मुझे लगता है। हो सकता है कि वो यही सरप्राइज।
सर थोड़े मुक्तक आप सुनाएंगे?
वो तो सुनाएंगे, तो सरप्राइज कर दिया रमेश जी। रमेश जी दीजिए, सरप्राइज क्या था
जी? सरप्राइज हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ी बात यही है सर, आप यहाँ पर आए हो।
अच्छा, ये तो तय हो गया था, इसमें क्या सरप्राइज था?
रमेश जी खुद सरप्राइज लग रहे हैं।
मुझे सरप्राइज लग रहा है सर, आपने मुझे सरप्राइज में डाल दिया।
अच्छा, मुझे कहा गया था कि रमेश दवे जी को सरप्राइज देंगे,
तो फिर वो बंद करना पड़ेगा।
मुझे लगता है नीरज जी देंगे।
हाँ, नीरज जी आने वाले थे।
चेयरमैन साहब देंगे सरप्राइज।
चेयरमैन साहब, यस सर।
हाँ, चेयरमैन साहब दे देंगे। चेयरमैन साहब तो होता है ये सरप्राइज दे दें कि आज के इस कार्यक्रम में प्रसन्न हो गया, मैं पेमेंट दोगुना करता हूँ।
कुमार भाई, मैं मेरा है सरप्राइज। मैं बस एक मिनट में आ रहा हूँ। आप कुछ कंटिन्यू कीजिए। 1 सेकंड।
अच्छा, सरप्राइज आपका है? सरप्राइज लेने के लिए गया मैं। बहुत अच्छा
सरप्राइज लेने गए सर हम। तब तक थोड़ा सा और हम थोड़ा कुछ आगे बढ़ते हैं।
चलिए तो मैं आपको एक मुक्तक सुना देता हूँ। अब मैं काफी बार प्रारंभ करता हूँ, उसके बीच में सरप्राइज आ जाएगा।
मुक्तक के लिए हम बेचैन है।
जी, मैं आपको सुना देता हूँ, सुनिएगा। पहली मुक्तक मैं सुनाता हूँ। अब आप जहां कहीं भी हैं, आप अपनी भंगिमाओं से पता, एक तो यार ये बड़ा जो हमने सिखाया था कवि सम्मेलन में, हाथ उठा के तालियां बजाएं, आगे से पीछे तक बजाएं, प्रधानमंत्री सीख गए, हम यहीं रह गए घर में, बताऊंगा पूरे बिहार चुनाव में। अच्छा देखो, इस बार 2 चुनाव बहुत चर्चित रहे, बिहार का और एक वहां का, अमेरिका का। वो आदमी भी बहुत गलत हारा बेचारा, डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प। अच्छा मनोरंजन होता रहता था, जब भी देखो, जब कभी डिस्कवरी देख लो या डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प देख लो, मतलब ठीक ठीक से लगता था कि अच्छा कुछ हो रहा है। वो हार गया, बताइए अब आदमी। अब जॉय बिडेन आ गए। और बिहार में बड़ा अजीब वो हुआ कि टीम किसी और की जीती, मैन ऑफ द मैच कोई और ले गया। तेजस्वी यादव मैन ऑफ द मैच रहा, टीम की जीती। प्रधानमंत्री जी गए और उन्होंने फिर रामचंद्र जी और भारत माता दोनों से अनुरोध किया कि चुनाव फंस गया है, दोनों आए और आखिरकार फिर विजय प्राप्त हुई। तो मैं आपको पहली 4 पंक्तियां सुना रहा हूँ, निवेदन करता हूँ, सुनिए। अमेरिका में बहुत अच्छा हुआ। देखिए दुनिया बदल रही है साहब। लोग कहते हैं ग्लोबल वार्मिंग नहीं है, मैं कह रहा हूँ है ग्लोबल वार्मिंग। बिहार के चुनाव शांतिपूर्ण हुए और अमेरिका में जूता बजा, क्योंकि पहले उल्टा हुआ करता था, बिहार में जूता बजता था, अमेरिका में आराम से होता था। देखिए आप, बहुत बढ़िया हो गया। लेकिन डोनाल्ड ट्रंप का हारना मुझे बहुत जबरदस्त दुख पहुंचाया, और मुझे लग रहा है कि इसमें जॉय बिडेन के साथ साथ उनकी धर्मपत्नी की भी मेहनत है। उन्होंने भी काफी मेहनत की कि कैसे इससे पिंड छुटे। वो भी एक अद्भुत ही आदमी है। लेकिन डोनाल्ड ट्रंप, अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति की जो पत्नी है उसे फर्स्ट लेडी कहा जाता है, इनके बारे में ये भी नहीं कहा जा सकता। 4 पंक्तियां पढ़ रहा हूँ, सुनिएगा। ये कल तक समझ में आएगी, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, आराम से हंसेगा, कोई जल्दबाजी नहीं, आराम से हंसेगा। चलिए पहली 4 पंक्तियां सुना रहा हूँ, सुनिएगा। कि किसी के दिल की मायूसी जहां से हो के गुजरी है। लोग हाथ उठे, दिख रहे हैं कि किसी के दिल की मायूसी। वो जो सरप्राइज लेने गए वो आ जाए तो बता दें मुझे।
वो यही है।
सरप्राइज
एंजॉय कर रहे हैं सर।
यही सरप्राइज था कि आप पढ़ेंगे तो एंजॉय करेंगे। कि किसी के दिल, वो एक आदमी जो था उसे ये शक था शादी के बाद कि मेरी पत्नी जो है वो अपने पूर्व प्रेमी से है, उसको ये शक था। तो उसको लगता था कि कुछ ना कुछ गड़बड़ है। तो एक दिन वो आदमी दोपहर को अचानक आ गया और उसे लगा कि मेरी पत्नी का पूर्व प्रेमी आया हुआ है, लेकिन उसने हर तरफ देखा, कहीं आदमी मिला ही नहीं। तो उसे बड़ा दुख पहुंचा कि उसने अपनी पत्नी पर शक किया, वो हृदयघात से मर गया। तो जब वो स्वर्ग जा रहा था तो रास्ते में 3-4 आदमी स्वर्ग और जा रहे थे। तो दूसरे से बोला, भाई साहब आप जवान आदमी, आप कैसे मरे? बोले साहब मैंने अपनी पत्नी पर शक किया, वो बड़ी अच्छी महिला थी और मुझे लगा उसका प्रेमी आया हुआ है, और मैंने पूरा घर ढूंढा, प्रेमी कहीं नहीं मिला, मैं ग्लानि से मर गया, हृदयघात से। तो दूसरा वाला जो साथ जाला था बोला, अबे भले आदमी, सब जगह ढूंढा, फ्रिज खोल लेता तो ना मैं ठंड से मरता ना तो शक से मरता। तो मुझे लगता है कि सरप्राइज एलिमेंट लंबा हो गया नीरज जी का। वो कहाँ सरप्राइज देने के लिए चले गए, वो यही बैठे हैं। सुनिएगा, 4 पंक्तियां सुनाता हूँ निवेदन करके। कि किसी के दिल की मायूसी जहां से हो के गुजरी है। 2 बार सुना लिया, जब तक वहां नहीं करोगे यही चलेगी सरप्राइज के टाइम तक। हाँ यही सरप्राइज है।
जय हो।
किसी के दिल की मायूसी जहां से हो के गुजरी है, हमारी सारी चालाकी वहीं पर हो के गुजरी है। तुम्हारी और मेरी रात में बस फर्क इतना है, तुम्हारी सो के गुजरी है, हमारी रो के गुजरी है।
वाह वाह वाह
वाह।
अब ये लाइव प्रसारण में एक दिक्कत और हो गई है, ताली बजवाने वाले भी पैसे से लेके आओ।
मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा इसमें कुछ क्या आ रहा है क्या नहीं आ रहा है।
क्योंकि वहां तो आपका दिख रहा है कि ताली बजा। अच्छा कुछ लोग तो क्या है, कैमरा, इसमें बड़ा आसानी है। पहले बार मुझे पता चला, पहली बार जीवन में, मैं इतना मतलब इतने दिनों से शोज कर रहा हूँ, मैंने 5000 शो कर लिए। पहली बार मुझे पता चला कि कुर्ता कितना महत्वपूर्ण है और पजामा कितनी मूर्खतापूर्ण आविष्कार बेवकूफ था जिसने पजामा बनाया था, वो कौन आदमी था जिसने पैंट बनाई थी। जैसे आज मुझे आते ही नीरज जी ने कहा कि आप बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हो, अभी ने क्या पता कि मैं कितने प्रतिशत अच्छा लग रहा हूँ।
कुमार सर, अगर आपकी इजाजत हो तो एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ।
जी जी जी।
कि धोती ने कहा पजामे से कि हम दोनों बने हैं धागे से।
बहुत अच्छे।
धोती ने कहा पजामे से कि हम दोनों बने हैं धागे से, फर्क सिर्फ इतना है कि मैं खुलूं पीछे से और तू खुले आगे से।
बहुत अच्छे। डायरेक्ट टैक्स और इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स।
आप मेरी आवाज सुन पा रहे हैं अभी?
चलिए चलिए अगली पंक्ति सुनाता हूँ, सुनिएगा, निवेदन करता हूँ कि तुम्हारे पास हूँ लेकिन जो दूरी है समझता हूँ, तुम्हारे पास हूँ लेकिन जो दूरी है समझता हूँ, तुम्हारे बिन मेरी हस्ती। हाँ, बीच में कौन बोला कि तुम्हारे पास, अच्छा यहाँ ये भी सुविधा है कि बीच में कोई बोल ले, लाइव प्रोग्राम में तो हिम्मत नहीं किसी की बोलने की कि तुम्हारे पास हूँ लेकिन जो दूरी है समझता हूँ, तुम्हारे बिन मेरी हस्ती अधूरी है समझता हूँ, तुम्हें मैं भूल जाऊंगा ये संभव है नहीं, लेकिन तुम्ही को भूलना सबसे जरूरी है समझता हूँ।
वाह 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 वाह। कुमार भाई, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है ICAI अबू धाबी चैप्टर की तरफ से।
आ गए।
मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
जी बिल्कुल आ रही है नीरज जी।
तो बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं मैं आपका अबू धाबी चैप्टर की तरफ से, और आपने हमारा आमंत्रण स्वीकार किया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हम लोग की दिल तमन्ना है यहाँ सारे सदस्यों की कि आप कभी अबू धाबी में आपको हम लोग लाइव देखें, और इस साल कोरोना की वजह से ये नहीं हो पाया है। अगर आपकी इजाजत हो तो मैं आपको कुछ शब्द देना चाहूंगा और आपसे 2 पंक्तियां उसको सुनना चाहूंगा। ये हमारे सदस्यों की तरफ से एक स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट है, तो क्या मैं शुरू कर सकता हूं आपकी इजाजत से?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल नीरज जी, बिल्कुल शुरू कर सकते हैं। और बहुत बहुत मैं आपसे वादा कर रहा हूं, आज ही प्रॉमिस कर रहा हूं, मैंने पहले भी प्रॉमिस किया था, ये लाइव प्रोग्राम होना था, लेकिन जैसे ही कोरोना काल समाप्त होगा तो मैं सशरीर जिसे कहते हैं ना, आपके सम्मुख उपस्थित हो जाऊंगा और हम लोग वहां पर बाकायदा इस कार्यक्रम को करेंगे। और जो मैंने कहा है कि टैक्सेशन और भारतीय दर्शन, इस पर मैं अलग से एक शो करूंगा। चलिए अब हम ये आप जो कह रहे हैं ये भी आप बताइए, मुझे जो समझ में आएगा मैं बोलूंगा।
हम लोग जरूर इंतजार करेंगे इस चीज का, और ये दिल तमन्ना है सभी लोगों की आपको सुनने का, यहाँ पे आप साक्षात यहाँ पर आए और जरूर हमें संबोधित करें, ये हमारा बिल्कुल तमन्ना है। तो पहला शब्द मैं आपको जो देना चाहूंगा, मुझे पता है कि आपको कुछ शब्दों से बहुत ज्यादा प्रेम है, और खासकर परिवार, शिक्षक, माँ, इस तरह के शब्दों से आप बहुत ज्यादा अटैच्ड हैं। तो मेरे शब्द पहले जो शुरुआत हो रही है वो परिवार है।
क्या बात है, वाह। परिवार एक ऐसा शब्द है जो आदमी के समाज से जुड़ने की पहली सीढ़ी है, और चंद्रमा तक जाने के लिए भी आपको पहला कदम जरूरी है। दुनिया की कोई भी यात्रा करनी है, अगर परिवार में आपसे, देखिए परिवार सेल है, कैंसर सेल में होता है, शरीर में नहीं होता। तो ध्यान रखना, आप जो बो रहे हैं आपको वही समाज में वापस मिलेगा। परिवार आपके जीवन का सेल है। अगर आपको अपना व्यापार, और एक बात फिर बता दूं, जितने भी लोग सुन रहे हैं, आप विदेश में रहते हैं, भारतीयता की तरफ जुड़े हुए हैं, बहुत पैसा कमा के, बहुत दिनार कमा के, बहुत दिरहम कमा के, बहुत रियाल कमा के, आप बच्चों को कार तो दे सकते हैं, लेकिन संस्कार तो परिवार ही दे सकता है।
शिक्षक,
अगला शब्द
दूसरा क्या? शिक्षक।
शिक्षक, दुनिया की पहली शिक्षक है मां। आप किसी आदमी को बोलते हुए देखें तो समझ लेना उसके आचार विचार से कि इसकी मां ने इसे कैसे शिक्षा दी है। इसलिए कुछ भी बोलने से पहले, कुछ भी करने से पहले सदा ये ध्यान रखना कि आपके ये करने से केवल आप प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं पा रहे, आपकी मां, आपके पिताजी प्रतिनिधित्व पा रहे हैं। वसीम बरेलवी का एक शेर है, लोग मुझसे कहते हैं कि आप चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स के बीच में, इंजीनियर्स के बीच में, भाजपा के नेताओं के बीच में, कांग्रेस के नेताओं के बीच में कुछ भी बोल देते हो और नेता ताली बजाते रहते हैं, खुश होते रहते हैं। इसका कारण क्या है? जरा जरा सी बात पे नाराज हो जाते हैं। मैंने सीएस के बारे में कितना सारा बोला अभी इसका कारण यह है, वसीम साहब का शेर है, कौन सी बात कहां कैसे कही जाती है। वे सब जानते हैं कि भगवान नाम का नाम ही अंतिम सत्य है, सब जानते हैं, राम नाम सत्य है, सब जानते हैं, पर किसी शादी में बोल दीजिए आप तो लोग आप ही क्या कर देंगे। आ गया। तो वसीम मरली का शेर है कि कौन सी बात कहां कैसे कही जाती है, ये सलीका हो तो हर बात सुनी जाती है।
बहुत अच्छे, बहुत अच्छे।
नीरज जी, ये भाषा के साथ भी होता है। जैसे उर्दू में एक शब्द है कातिल, आप आज जाइए और भाभी जी से कहिए ड्रेस में कि आज आप बहुत कातिल लग रही हैं, तो बड़ी खुश हो जाएंगी। लेकिन इसी को हिंदी में बोल दीजिए कि आज बड़ी हत्यारी लग रही हो, तो हो सकता है सिद्ध नहीं कर दो। जी,
चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट।
चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, बहुत बहुत बढ़िया। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट मतलब आप ये मान के चलिए कि मोदी जी के 15 लाख, जिनकी उम्मीद तो बहुत है पर पता नहीं है कि कहाँ है कहाँ नहीं है। उत्तर प्रदेश में तो देखिए साहब 15 लाख आ गए, आ जाएंगे। कैसे आएंगे? योगी जी जब शासन में आए तो उन्होंने अयोध्या में 3 लाख दिए जलाए, अगले साल फिर 3 लाख दिए जलाए। तो मुझे भाजपा का एक नेता कह रहा था, बोले देखो भाई साहब पहली साल 3 लाख दिए, मैंने कहा दिए। बोले अगले साल 3 लाख दिए, मैंने कहा दिए। बोले ऐसी गति से 5 साल देंगे, 15 लाख दिए कि नहीं दिए, भाइयों बहनों दिए कि नहीं दिए। मैंने कहा हाँ भैया हम भी ताली बजा दीजिए। नीरज जी आपकी आवाज नहीं पहुंच रही, नीरज जी आपकी आवाज कम हो गई, आप अपनी आवाज खोल लीजिए। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बोलते ही मेरे तक आवाज आनी बंद हो गई भाई। हाँ नीरज भाई अभी भी नहीं आ रही, मुझे लगता है उनका शायद माइक नीरज भाई का दबा रह गया शायद।
You can open it here or you give this.
आपको, आप में से किसी को नीरज भाई की आवाज आ रही है?
नहीं सर, नहीं आ रही है उनकी आवाज।
हमें भी नहीं आ रही है। हाँ पर आपके तो ये प्रेसिडेंट है, आप तो लिप सिंक।
1 मिनट हम लोग कनेक्ट कराते हैं।
के साथ बिल्कुल लगी नहीं प्रोग्राम हो रहा है, मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं लग रहा, ऐसा लग रहा है घर में बैठे हुए बातचीत चल रही है बिल्कुल। हालांकि जैसा पेमेंट था उससे लग गया था कि प्रोग्राम नहीं हो रहा है, ऐसे ही है। लेकिन अब तो बिल्कुल नहीं लग रहा है कि प्रोग्राम हो रहा है।
सर अपनापन है।
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, यही बिल्कुल ऐसा ही कह के सब कुछ होता है। इसी चक्कर में मैंने करवा चौथ पे कई लाख के हीरे खरीदे।
अब मेरी आवाज आ पा रही है?
बिल्कुल आ रही है, अब आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
चलिए, यहाँ थोड़ा टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस हुआ है कुछ यहाँ पे, जो मुझे भी मेरे समझ के बाहर है।
कोई दिक्कत नहीं, दिलों के भी दूरियां नहीं होनी चाहिए, माइक वाइक में होती रहती।
मैं ये कह रहा था कि हम लोगों ने यहाँ ये एनुअल सेमिनार आयोजित किया है, तो हमारे ये तमन्ना है कि आप सेमिनार से कुछ कह सकें।
देखिए साहब, आपने तो बहुत अच्छा है कि आपने टैक्सेशन पे सेमिनार आयोजित किया है, भी किया है। मैं तो विश्वविद्यालय सेवा में रहा था, वहाँ सेमिनार बड़ी अद्भुत चीज होती थी। वहाँ मतलब गरीबी की रेखा पे चर्चा शुरू होती थी और शाम को रेखा की गरीबी पे खत्म होती थी। वहाँ बड़े अलग अलग तरीके के विचार होते थे। एक तो क्या है, हमारे टीचर थे, उन्होंने सेमिनार में बोलने का मुझे एक गुर समझाया, आप भी समझिए। विश्वविद्यालय के सेमिनार में उन्होंने कहा कि सबसे अच्छा सेमिनार का वक्ता वो है जिसे खड़ा होते समय यह पता नहीं हो कि बोलना क्या है, और बैठने के बाद श्रोताओं को पता नहीं चले कि इसने बोला क्या था। इसका जो परमानंद है वो सबसे अच्छा है। जी हाँ भाई नीरज भाई,
कर्म भूमि।
हाँ ये बड़ी अच्छी बात है। देखिए आप सब लोग जहां रह रहे हैं ना, आप लोग कितना गौरव हमारे लिए पैदा करते हैं आपको पता नहीं है। मैं लंदन में कहीं जाता हूं और मैं अंडरग्राउंड में घूम रहा होता हूँ कुर्ता पजामा पहन के या ऐसी जैकेट पहन के, तो मेरी बगल में बैठा हुआ ब्रिटिश नागरिक, जर्मन नागरिक, यूरोप का कोई आदमी मुझसे पूछता है फ्रॉम विच कंट्री यू आर, तो मैं कहता हूँ आई एम फ्रॉम इंडिया। वो कहता है इंडियंस वेरी गुड इंजीनियर्स, वेरी गुड चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स, वेरी गुड डॉक्टर्स। तो आप में से हर आदमी जो अबू धाबी में है, उसका नाम रमेश जी, रोहित जी, नीरज जी, राहुल जी कुछ भी हो सकता है, लेकिन जब वो अबू धाबी में चलता है तो उसके पीछे पीछे पूरे हिंदुस्तान की पहचान चलती है। आप जब अच्छा करते हैं तो हम जैसे लोगों को सामान्य, अगर मेरे को तारीफ मिली है, आपको मैं आश्चर्यजनक बात बताऊंगा कि मैंने फ्लोरेंस में कैथेड्रल घुमाने के लिए एक गाइड लिया, और वो गाइड जो था वो इटालियन गाइड था, तो उसकी अंग्रेजी में थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम थी। कैथेड्रल घुमाना था उसको, और लियोनार्डो डा विंची और माइकल एंजेलो की जो गैलरीज थी वो घुमानी थी। तो उसको थोड़ी देर बाद एक पाकिस्तानी लाहौर का एक लड़का मिल गया, और मैंने कहा यार ये घुमा देगा, बोले नहीं पैसे तो मुझे देने पड़ेंगे। तो उसने मेरे पैसे ये इटालियन ने ये कह के छोड़ दिया, दिस इज नॉट एथिकल, वी कैंट लीव, बट यू इंडियंस आर गुड पीपल। तो ये जो आखिरी वाक्य था, ये 200 यूरो की बात नहीं थी, ये वहां रहने वाले हिंदुस्तानियों के व्यवहार पर उस देश के एक आम आदमी की मोहर थी कि हिंदुस्तानी अच्छे लोग होते हैं, हिंदुस्तानी बढ़िया लोग हैं।
बिल्कुल जी, नैतिकता
नैतिकता काल और गति के अनुसार चलती है। एक अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी थे जिन्होंने एक, जैसे स्कूल के हम विद्यार्थी हैं राजनीति में, हम तो कहते हैं हम अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी स्कूल ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स के विद्यार्थी हैं, जिन्होंने एक वोट के लिए ये कह दिया था कि अगर इस वोट की खरीद से सत्ता को लेना हो तो मैं ऐसी सत्ता को चिमटे से छूने से मना करता हूं। और आजकल तो बड़ा अद्भुत हो गया है। मैं आजकल पार्टी के भक्तों से यही कहता हूं, आपके साथ भी कई होंगे पार्टियों के जो बहुत समर्थक होंगे, उनसे भी मैं कहता हूं भैया इन नेताओं के चक्कर में एक दूसरे से रिलेशन मत बिगाड़ो व्हाट्सएप पे लड़ लड़ के, फेसबुक पे, इनका पता नहीं है। आप राजस्थान मध्य प्रदेश में देखो, ग्वालियर में 30 साल गद्दार गद्दार कहते रहे, पिताजी ने गोद ले लिया, आप चाचा चाचा कहते हैं, तो बड़ा गड़बड़ हो जाता है। मतलब आदमी गाली बकता रहता है। हमारे तो एक ऐसे नेता थे कांग्रेस के जो पूरे टाइम हमारे सामने 5 साल बहसों में बैठते थे रॉबर्ट वाड्रा को बचाने के लिए। अगली बार चुनाव हुआ तो भाजपा से लड़ गए, तो भाजपा के एक नेता पुत्र के ऊपर ऐसा ही आरोप लगा, तो मैंने चैनल वालों से कहा उन्हें बुला लो, उनको अभ्यास है बचाने का। कई बार तो अभी तो हमारे यहाँ मध्य प्रदेश के चुनाव में सिंधिया जी ने बोल दिया कि दोस्तों अहंकार को धूल चटानी है और हम सबको इस तारीख को पंजे पे मोहर लगानी। फिर किसी ने कहा पंजे, हाँ फूल पे मोहर लगानी, कमल के फूल पे। तो इन नेताओं के चक्कर में पर्सनल रिलेशन मत बिगाड़िए। आप विदेश में रहते हैं, आप ये मान के चलिए कि एक एक आदमी हिंदुस्तानी है, आपका खून का रिश्ता है, भाइयों से भी वो रिश्ता नहीं है जो आप एक दूसरे का रिश्ता है। तो आज इस चैम्बर के सारे सदस्य अपने अध्यक्ष नीरज जी के सामने और मेरे इस कार्यक्रम के बाद इस बात की कसम खाइए कि हम एक दूसरे से असहमत रहेंगे, हम एक दूसरे से बहस कर लेंगे, हम एक दूसरे से खूब चर्चा कर लेंगे, कॉफी पर कर लेंगे, चाय पर कर लेंगे, कोई और व्यवस्था हो तो उस व्यवस्था पे कर लेंगे, लेकिन हम इन राजनेताओं के कारण और इनके चक्कर में एक दूसरे से रिलेशनशिप खराब नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि ये आपस में खराब नहीं करते हैं।
मंजूर है। मातृभूमि,
ये कहां से आपने रिसर्च करी है? मतलब काफी बड़ा सरप्राइज ढूंढ ढांड के लाए हैं। देखिए नीरज जी के चेहरे पे देखिए ऐसी प्रसन्नता है जैसे कोई बदमाश बच्चे को 12वीं का इम्तिहान दिला रहे हैं, बेटा आप आए हो तो मैथमेटिक्स के मामले।
आपके सामने मैं क्या बोल सकता हूँ कुमार भाई।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, बहुत अच्छा है। बहुत ये ऐसी कर करके आपने इतनी देर से मेरा किया है। क्या चलिए, मातृभूमि मतलब देखिए सबसे पहला जन्म चाणक्य जब एक अपने विद्यार्थी को उसकी मां से मांगने के लिए गया यवन सेनापति के सामने, बड़ा अद्भुत प्रसंग है। तो उसकी मां ने कहा कि मेरा तो एक ही बेटा है और मैं कैसे दे दूं। तो चाणक्य ने कहा कि मां देख, तू मना कर देगी तो नहीं जाएगा, लेकिन मुझे ये बता दे कि अगर कल तेरा कोई अपमान करे तो ये लड़का हथियार उठाए कि नहीं उठाए। मैं हथियार उठाऊं कि ना उठाऊं, और तू तो मर जाएगी, लेकिन तू भी मरने के बाद मिट्टी बनके जिस जमीन में मिलेगी, आज उस जमीन का अपमान यवन कर रहे हैं, बता मैं हथियार उठाऊं कि नहीं उठाऊं। और उस मां ने कहा कि तू इस बेटे को ले जाए, जो भी काम में आता हुआ है। तो मातृभूमि जहां आप पैदा हुए हैं, जिस जगह पर पैदा हुए हैं, उसका पानी, उसकी हवा आपकी नसों में घूमता है, तो उसका एहसान है, वो जिस तरह भी चुकाया जा सके। जहां आज पूरा देश पूरे लाभ पर है, जो जहां पर है वतन के काम पर। बताइए
कुर्सी।
ये कैसा सवाल लाया, कुर्सी। देखिए हमारे यहाँ हिंदी में 2 प्रत्यय होते हैं, एक सु और एक कु। जैसे होता है सुपुत्र, अच्छा पुत्र, सु, कु लगा दो कुपुत्र। तो सरस यानी कि जो मीठा रस हो, अच्छा रस हो। और कुर्सी में तो शुरू में ही कु लगा हुआ है, जिसका रस बुरा हो वो कुर्सी कहलाती है, कुरसी। हमसे कोई पूछ रहा था कि साहब वो आपने भी तो राजनीति करी थी। मैंने कहा जी हाँ हमने करी थी, बाद में हमारे साथ हो गई। तो मजा लेना चाहिए आपको, देखिए इसमें चिंता नहीं करनी चाहिए। तो नीरज जी, ये तो आप बेहतर समझ रहे होंगे कुर्सी का क्या मजा है। क्या पूछ रहे हैं आप जी? क्या अब क्या पूछा आपने? अब क्या बात की? कुर्सी के बाद तो बहुत
मित्रता।
हाँ मित्रता, ये बहुत जबरदस्त है। ये दुनिया की ऐसी वो है। देखिए राम ने कहा हनुमान से, तुम मोहि प्रिय भरत सम भाई। मैत्री जो है ना, वो पूर्व जन्म के संस्कार से आती है। वो एक जन्म नहीं चलती, वो कई जन्म चलती है, अगर आप इसमें भरोसा करते हैं। और मित्रता किसी के साथ भी हो सकती है। राम की मित्रता कैसे के साथ है, कृष्ण की मित्रता कैसों के साथ है। कृष्ण के द्वार पर जब सुदामा पहुंचे हैं तो आप देखिएगा ना, उनका जो वर्णन किया है नरोत्तम दास ने, शीस पकान जगा तन में और उपाने के नहीं नामा, द्वार खड़ो द्विज दुर्बल, देखत हो चकिसो वसुधा अभिरामा, पूछत दीन दयाल को नाम, बतावत आपनो नाम सुदामा। बस इतना सुना कृष्ण ने कि बाहर कोई आदमी खड़ा है जी, वो ऐसा कह रहा है जी, और ऐसा बात है। और पागलों की तरह कृष्ण भागे और 2.5 मुट्ठी तंदुल में उन्होंने 2.5 लोग का शासन दे दिया। और आधे फिर तंदुल पर, आधे चावल पर रोका रुक्मणी ने कि अब रहोगे कहां। इसे कहते हैं मित्रता। जो हमारे एक कवि है राजेंद्र राजन, उनकी एक लाइन है कि वो जिनके दिल पे लगती है, उनकी बड़ी अद्भुत लाइन है, वो जिनके दिल पे लगती है वो आंखों से नहीं रोते, वो जिनके दिल पे लगती है वो आंखों से नहीं रोते, जो यारों के नहीं होते किसी के भी नहीं होते। आप ऐसा कोई आदमी देखें जो अपने दोस्तों का नहीं हुआ तो समझ लेना कि इस आदमी में कहीं कमी है, इस आदमी में कोई समस्या है।
विश्वास।
कौन सा वाला जिसे कम पेमेंट दिया वो वाला? एक भरोसा, एक बल, एक आस विश्वास, तो उस गाजी ने लिखा है। देखिए बहुत अच्छा सवाल पूछा आपने नीरज जी। 2 शब्द है, एक है भरोसा और एक है विश्वास। आप विश्वास बहुत चीजों पर करते हैं, लेकिन विश्वास जब दैवीय हो जाए, विश्वास जब परख लिया जाए तो भरोसे में बदल जाता है। ये मैं आज ऐसी बात बता रहा हूं कि शायद मैंने कभी नहीं बोली है, किसी शो में नहीं बोली है। ये 2 शब्द है, भरोसा और विश्वास। आप विश्वास करते हैं कि भगवान है, लेकिन भरोसा नहीं करते। आप भगवान को सिर झुकाते हैं और कहते हैं भगवान मेरी व्याधि हर लेना, पर फिर भी आपको लगता रहता है कि होगा कि नहीं होगा। लेकिन जब विश्वास भरोसे में बदल जाए तब मीरा जहर पीती और बच जाती है, क्योंकि उसे भरोसा होता है कि कान्हा ने भेजा है तो अमृत ही होगा। जैसे मैं आपको एक छोटे सा किस्सा सुनाता हूं, आखिरी चर्चा करता हूं। बहुत ही बढ़िया बात से आपने समापन किया, अद्भुत आनंद आ गया। एक नट एक बार, ये सुनिएगा, आपने नहीं सुना होगा, एक नट एक बार एक करतब दिखा रहा था एक गांव में। तो वो एक रस्सी बांध रखी थी उसने करीब 20-25 फीट पे, उसके ऊपर चलता था, सामान लेके चलता था, उछलता था, आंख बंद करके चलता था, बार बार चढ़ता था, बार बार उतरता था। बहुत सारे लोग गांव के इकट्ठे होकर देख रहे थे। फिर उस नट ने क्या किया, अपने छोटे से बच्चे को उठा लिया और उस बच्चे को लेके चलने लगा, और बच्चे को उछालता उछालता चलने लगा, छोटा बच्चा, और नीचे उतर आया। और नीचे उतर के उसने गांव वालों से पूछा कि मैं इस रस्सी पर से गिरूंगा क्या कभी, आंख खोल के, अगर मैं चलूं, आंख बंद करके चला? तो गांव वालों ने कहा नहीं नहीं नहीं, हमको विश्वास है तुम कभी नहीं गिरोगे। उसने महिलाओं से पूछा, माओ, चाचियों, ताइयों, अगर मैं इस रस्सी के ऊपर चला आंख खोल के तो मैं क्या गिरूंगा? तो औरतों ने कहा नहीं नहीं, हमें पूरा विश्वास है, तुम तो आंख बंद करके चले, बच्चा गोद में उठा के चले, बिल्कुल नहीं गिरोगे। तो उसने वहां खड़ी औरतों से कहा, अपने में से किसी का एक बच्चा दे दीजिए, मैं बच्चा लेके आंख खोल के चलना चाहता हूं। सब औरतें अपना मुंह पीछे करके खड़ी हो गई, सबने अपना बच्चा समेट लिया, सबने मैदान छोड़ दिया। तो उस नट ने कहा, मैं आपको यही बताना चाहता था, आप मुझ में विश्वास करती हैं, भरोसा नहीं करती। हम भगवान में विश्वास करते हैं, हम इस बात पर भरोसा नहीं करते कि इंसानियत की है तो इंसानियत मिलेगी। हम इस बात पर भरोसा नहीं करते कि हमने नीचता की है तो नीचता मिलेगी। जिस दिन आप इस अंतर को मिटा लेंगे उस दिन परमानंद आना शुरू हो जाएगा। घर फूंक के तमाशा देखेंगे जैसे हम देख रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कुमार भाई। आई मीन हमारा ये सेमिनार का समापन आपके थ्रू हुआ, आपके कार्यक्रम के थ्रू, बहुत ही अच्छा। और
मैं आपको सच में बताऊं, वैसे नहीं कह रहा समापन के कारण, मैंने इस बीच में लगभग कुछ नहीं तो 2-3 दर्जन वेबिनार्स किए हैं और मैंने जूम पर शोज किए हैं, बड़े बड़े शोज किए हैं, लंदन में किए हैं और नाइजीरिया का एक सेशन किया था, अमेरिका के कुछ साथियों का किया, शिकागो में। लेकिन इतनी पारिवारिकता जो है ना कि मजा आ रहा है, बात हो रही है और इसमें बीच में आपके जो ईयरबड्स हैं उनके भी प्राण पखेरु उड़ गए और फिर दूसरी व्यवस्था हुई, फिर आप चले गए, फिर वो सरप्राइज इतना गजब हो गया कि हम ही सरप्राइज हो गए कि सरप्राइज कहाँ चला गया। इतना आनंद कभी नहीं आया। तो ये ड्यू रहा मेरा कि जैसे ही कोरोना काल समाप्त हो जाएगा मैं तुरंत आबू धाबी आऊंगा और आपके साथ।
बिल्कुल साहब, बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं हम आपके।
Well done, team. Well done, Abu Dhabi team. Good night.